We are live. We are going to see if we are connected. Let's see if we connect to studio. Going to live streaming now. And everybody out there, let us know if you can hear us. And this is, of course, a very bizarre time. And I'm just now reintegrating into a more coherent schedule, one more similar to what I used to have pre-surgery. And that's something we'll get a bit into later tonight. I've gone over the schedule with the inner circle of the Team Dietrich, the men who are helping me with the publication specifically and helping me reestablish communications. And of course, to whatever extent we can maintain their anonymity, we will. And we'll refer to some things fairly obliquely. Either way, the biggest deal right now is just getting everything going. And with that, let's see, what should we do first? I guess the first thing we should do is just add on everybody that you possibly can. They can jump on whenever they want, except Ian West. Because that's saying, of course, there's another individual named Peter Moon we're not going to add either for reasons that we've gone over. Believe it or not, this program coming on only twice a week as it does, it may be hard to believe, but it's only been literally 4 working episodes that we've spoken of what happened with Peter Moon. That's hard for a lot of people to believe. It's just 4 working episodes. The latest episode was 2 parts. The second part does not count as a working episode. That is what would be called a remedial episode or a kind of appended extension. You might notice, probably for the first time I've ever done this, I actually date it differently even. So because by the time that you get into a second part of an episode, it is the next day. And all of these episodes start on one date, and they used to extend into the next day. Lately, of course, there's been some cases more often recently than ever before where I just had to end it early before even the day even ended on East Coast time. That is before midnight. I do remember probably one of the last times Peter Moon was on, and I was in agony and just wanted to hang up, and he extended the show for a whole nother fucking hour or two. Because he's just a crazed piece of shit who cares about nothing other than absolute nothing. He had no purpose for doing that. He raised no money by doing that, and he certainly contributed no money ever. So it's just like just something he would do to do what he does best, which is just make people's lives more miserable. Okay, Eric Cradle says, hi, Doug. I presume that means you can hear us, dear Eric. Please elucidate upon that. Thank you. It would be nightmarish, but not unexpected. People do this. They drop in and say something like, hi, Doug, and they're not able to hear us. So let us know if you can hear us, please. And everyone else, there seems to be at least 10 people watching. We know the numbers are always skewed by orders of magnitude, but whoever can hear us, just let us know. San Francisco, by the way, is going through a heat wave, and it is not particularly impacting to myself because I tend to stay out of the sun. But I do want people to know the enemy's already appearing in the bay, meaning the United States military fleet is showing up, aircraft carriers and all, and it just fucking sucks. It means that they're ready to for overhead flights. Which, of course, is going to chase me out of the city through the majority of next week and render me basically incommunicado in general to many of the people involved with Team Dietrich until the transmission days when I return to host transmission. Eric Cradle says, hi, Doug. El Nemo says, hey, can hear you. Thanks so much, El Nemo. We'll be calling you. And thank you, Jimmy6. He says, Lima Charlie. Thank you. Appreciate that profoundly. And Eric Cradle says, loud and clear. Thank you, sir. And El Nemo has given his support. Sheila Gavin says, loud and clear, dear Douglas. Love you, honey. So I'll respond to her, of course, with some kisses. Are you adding everybody on there, Aristides? Everything going okay with that? Fuck. Is he all right?
Yes.
Jesus, that's scary.
All right, I was on mute while...
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, that's fine. And okay, so he enabled joining the conversation to a number of other people. Excellent. And Aaron Tice has joined us. Excellent. And Marina Seren has joined us. So welcome aboard, dear Marina Seren. I think it's very important that we dedicate what time we can to what's going on in your part of the world. We're still on daylight saving time in Spain. Is that correct, Marina?
Yes, that is right. It is 3 a.m. here.
Yes, and I apologize for disturbing you at such an early hour. Of course, this is when our program starts. So, dear Marina, perhaps you can catch us all up a little bit upon what's been going on with yourself lately. Tell us a little bit about what you feel we should be turning our attention to. But first, I'd like to introduce you to the other two gentlemen on the call with us, my producer Aristides Iornas and Aaron Tice. He is also with us. He's a friend of mine who's been helping me with publishing the book now that we've severed with Peter Moon, Peter Moon actually severed with us, and we've adapted since then, and we're trying to continue to adapt to that situation, and we're actually a lot happier about it. And so a lot of things have been going on here. And I myself recently had some sinus surgery. As a matter of fact, I spoke to you very shortly after, I believe I spoke to you, probably the first episode I hosted after sinus surgery. And it was, so I was glad that I made it through that episode alive. I'm a bit more comfortable now, and now we turn towards you.
I'm glad.
Yes. So, how is everything? And just talk about whatever you wish, dear Marina. And of course, say hello to the gentleman with us. But after that, tell us what you feel is important for us to pay attention to.
Well, I've been enduring certain series of attacks from the psychic world or realms, let's say. And that is mostly because ever since I started to share my messages, my channelings, my downloads with the world, they have targeted me. I was already targeted because I've been in the secret space program and in the Kiltra projects, but it certainly is true that they do not like people when they speak out their truth, their information, or when they expose them, Yes. And this is exactly what has been going on for years already, and I'm still doing a lot of cleansing,
Yes.
I have gone through a lot of PTSD, trauma recoveries and stuff like that, and a lot of energetic cleansing, inner work, etc. But still, I'm not dealing with just a certain group of negatively oriented people that just want to be mean. Yes. I'm dealing with enemies that that have been targeting me ever since I was born, and even from past lives, when I was in the Reich.
Yes.
So I experienced attacks recently from those who are represented as demons in certain civilizations like Babylonia. And certainly that comes from groups of humans, lodges, that are of Jewish origin, of course, that are not happy with my political activism and my connection with the Reich and my practicing of esoteric healerism.
Yes.
And have performed black magic upon me and psychic attacks with these demons and these symbologies from Babylonia. So I've been pretty bad, to be honest. It's a lot to uncover. It's a lot to heal. I've been defending myself and using everything that I could. But on the other hand, my guides, my Nordic counterparts from Aldebaran, my Anunnakis from Hyperborea have been very pretty much with me all this time, helping me and assisting me in the process. So I have to be grateful for that. But yeah, it hasn't been easy,
I understand it's been quite a challenge, and when we speak of esoteric Hitlerism, I want people to understand that Marina Seren has always intuitively understood the Aryan connection back to Asia. And of course, this has been a large part of the spirituality of many people who have been coming into awareness. And Marina Seren represents a kind of personification of this consciousness. What I would like is for you to perhaps answer a few questions from my producer Aristides, and of course our dear consultant for my publication of our latest work, Mr. Aaron Tice. He's simply a consultant, of course. He's not involved with the actual publication, but really without him and Aaron, aside from Aaron, Aristides and Brendan Zogit, who hopefully will be joining us soon and will be able to speak with some knowledge to the Vedic context of your spirituality. We'd like these gentlemen to ask you some questions. As a matter of fact, Aristides, I want to thank you for reaching out to Marina. Why don't you say hello and ask some questions before you turn it over to Aaron? If he can come off mute, of course. That's
yeah, no, that would help. Hello, Marina. Thanks for joining. I don't have any particularly huge questions. I will think about that, but I just want to say, with what all you're going through, that we feel that we do a good job of understanding that, but we're always here to support you in that. So,
Thank you.
Yes, you definitely have our support. And Aaron, some questions that come to your mind, if you would be so kind.
Yeah, just we want to let you know we support you, and everyone's going through a lot these days, so you're not the only one. Sometimes it's good to remember that, because everyone, I think when you get in those spots, it's easy to feel very isolated. I think my question would be, I'm curious as to what brought you to this path and journey in spirituality and your belief system, and finding this very specific location where you know exactly who you are, what you believe, and who your, gods, demigods, supporters are. I think it's fascinating to know what brought you to that path. Was it like one particular moment? Was it a lifetime of moments? If you could elaborate on that, that would be very enlightening.
Sure. Absolutely. It was definitely what I will recall as blood memory. It's my DNA activating itself and bringing back all the information that I once was connected to, and just recalling, things that I already practiced in other lifetimes, such as the one in which I was an SS General, or the one in which I was a VRIL-MAIDEN. But that is not all the lifetimes that I'm connecting, of course. This is just the point of the iceberg. I have incarnations in Hyperborea, in Aldebaran, in Atlantis, etc. And this ties up to a lot of more different places, like Agartha, etc. So for me, it's obviously a momentum made up of a lot of lifetimes that are aligned into the same spiritual path. Obviously, it's not going to be the same. Each time is going to be different. It's going to bring out a new perspective. But they have all that common factor, of course. It's also the understanding of which is my spiritual family, because at the end of the day, we are family, the Aryan people, on a spiritual perspective. We come from those specific lineages that contain that Aryan essence or genetic nature. And so when I started my spiritual awakening at 15 to 16 years old, I was channeling very generic metaphysical content and discovering the highest truths of what we are as source energy and everything. But that was just, again, very holistic, very generic, very ambiguous, but still very necessary. And then when I started developing and getting more deeper into that perspective, I was asking myself who I am and what I'm here to do and all of that. And that's where blood memory comes in. And I started getting visited by my ET connections, those from Aldebaran, those Anunnaki from Hyperborea, from Gartha, etc. And they helped me remind me who I am and what I'm here to do, and all these different things that I used to connect to and practice. And obviously it has been, I will say, a long journey for me, because I'm 24 years old, but people will disagree that's a long period of time. But yeah, I mean, I was always very, very sure of those connections being my home, and it feels I have a great discernment. And hopefully over the years I have been able to not lose track of that purpose, even though I had lots of beings and species that were trying to stop me from discovering that aspect of who I am and my purpose. I've been programmed by the great hybrids. I used to be somebody that will defend them and somebody that will participate in that. But obviously, I understood that it was all mind control. So I let go of all that. I broke all contracts. I cleaned all of those beings from my energetic field. And besides, it was a long journey with a lot of, let's say, um, a lot of battles to overcome. I'm still here, and I'm grateful that I'm alive, to be honest.
That's a great story. Was there one particular thing that triggered your spiritual awakening when you were 15 or 16?
Yes, it was my love for physics. I always knew that I will be a physicist, that is something that I had to study. And of course, since I wanted to explain with physics how the universe works, that led me into the rabbit hole of the metaphysics.
So Victor Schauberger and the like.
Yes.
Excellent. That's a good description. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Douglas, have you studied Victor Schauberger and that side of things?
Oh, believe it or not, I was on mute myself. Hey, I hope I can be heard now. Yes, I was. Yes, I have, but I want Marina to perhaps enlighten us more about this. Marina, how do you feel some of these modern concepts of quantum physics reinforce or validate the work of Victor Schauberger from the time before we really had terminology for what he was exploring and beginning to, shall we say, tabulate and articulate to his peers. At that time, of course, it was a different path of technical development. When people applied his concepts, it led to a different path of technological development for the Reich, a kind of subpath that many people today consider forbidden to explore. So is some of this alluded to or hinted at in modern quantum physics?
Yes, I'm sorry, but I didn't quite understand your question well. Can you please elaborate?
Oh, sure. These days, of course, quantum physics is a kind of, it's becoming so abstract and theoretical that a lot of people, it's moving ahead of a lot of people's ability to conceptualize it. But I think that Victor Schauberger, during his day, was in the same position. A lot of people could not understand what it was that he was explaining. Nevertheless, enough people at the time of the Third Reich understood it to the point where they were able to develop his technology. Matter of fact, I saw some Germans who were replicating his technology almost at the amateur level, almost at the garage level, where they were just taking his old concepts and putting them to work. I actually saw footage of this. So I do know that his physics are practical when they are applied. But I was just wondering if you could think of any sort of similarity or parallel to the kind of mechanical principles or physical principles he was explaining and quantum physics today. I do see any similarities, or is that?
Well, I cannot really name specific principles that he will defend on his work, as I'm not an expert and I haven't really read a lot from him directly. Most of the information that I have of metaphysics is something that I recovered with channeling. abilities or psychic medium abilities.
Yes.
It's something I will describe as downloads. So I am not that kind of person that will tell you that they learn what they know from a book.
Understood. No, that's wonderful, and I think that that's important, and that's just as valid. But back to Aaron. Aaron, certainly this must bring some other things to your mind.
Yeah, he was a fascinating individual, kidnapped by two dynasties. He was working on anti-gravity for Hitler and the Reich, and made a lot of the technology that made their virile, appear to float and fly. He started out as a forester, and he just observed nature and loved the way water ran through mountain streams. And some of the first things he did is he brought centrifuges to plumbing systems in towns. I believe in Austria. It escapes me now, but I think it was Austria.
I think so, yes.
And his plumbing was so powerful and his centrifuges were so intense, they would rip the plumbing out of the ground at times. But the water he brought, because of the angles and movement that he created, was instantly purified. And he believed if you replicate a mountain stream in nature with the water, and it's not stagnant and it's flowing, it keeps it alive. And this was a big mode of research for myself, because the first hard drive by IBM in Fishkill, New York, was based on water's memory. So it's very interesting that all of the metaphysical ideas that he had back then were carried through, because once the United States got their hands on Victor Schauberger, he was kidnapped again. They tricked him into signing a contract in a language he didn't read, and he was not allowed to leave the United States, and he ended up dying heartbroken because he couldn't see his native land again. So it's a fascinating story, but it's a sad story. But he is worth looking into if anybody likes to look into these type of things.
Oh, absolutely. Marina?
Yes. Well, I think that's fascinating. Yes, I agree with a lot of the things that he shared. I will say that they had a lot of information on metaphysics, and a lot of the technology from the right, of course, the rendezvous and flying saucers came from secret societies like VRIL and Fully, and of course the German scientists were working hand in hand with all this information, and that's why they had this superior technology, and hence why the secret space program was started in Germany. It was their creation, and then it expanded further into other countries as they eventually went through the project Paperclip, in which they infiltrated the CIA after they lost the war. So
yeah, that's accurate. I think now that I understand it better, I don't think they infiltrated the USA. I think the USA actively recruited them and brought them over because they needed their organization and skill set, I think, is probably how that went down. But it's interesting.
Well,
yes.
right. Please continue. I'm simply multitasking because, I want Marina Seren to know that I've edited today's title and summary to include her name in the episode title and summary. So I'm glad that I was able to do that. And while I was multitasking with that, of course, I'm trying to jar my memory for some other things to discuss with Marina while we're gifted with her presence. And while I'm doing that, Marina, one of the things that... Aristides, did you have something to ask? I heard...
Yeah, before we go too far, I'd like to pop on, because that is kind of one of my favorite subjects.
Which one?
Normal physics and stuff like, let's say suppressed physics like that of Schauberger.
Nice.
And I believe, yes, you were right. He was studying water flows, and I think he was discovered what would be considered anomalous effects from vortex type action and vortices in the water, which drove him towards the further research. And then eventually they, maybe with more than water, I think they started messing with mercury and all that as part of the drive engine. I would love to study it more. It's just one of those rabbit holes, along with like stuff that Tesla did, etc. That if one day, I hope God is listening, if I win the lottery, I'll just start studying these things full time. That kind of thing is my passion, and that type of thing is what kind of drove me and down the rabbit hole, because I was engineering and technology guy, and I kind of found out there's this stuff that was like Tesla wanted to do what, and they stopped him. It's like, who would do such a thing? So
that's awesome. I didn't know that was a trigger point for you too. Yeah, that's awesome.
A long time ago. So as far as how it relates to quantum physics, I'm sure it does, because quantum physics is the underlying fabric of everything. So people that are able to pull out stuff that is not normal textbook behavior, such as these type guys, I guess, whether explicitly or just as part of what they do, they are deducing, the mysteries of quantum physics. So it's all related.
Yeah, I love that, because there's always a moment or a point or an item where someone, you have to be piqued, right? Your curiosity has to be piqued, because otherwise you're just existing in the mundane, paying bills, working a job. So I think that's fascinating that there's very similar backgrounds to what piqued people's curiosities to learn more on their own, because this stuff is not talked about anywhere else except the alternative book community, like Callum Coates and such, that wrote a lot of his stuff for him. But yeah, that's awesome.
So back to Marina with that. Marina, when you are channeling this sort of knowledge, what is impressive is that some of these names come to you without having seen them in the book, in writing. I believe that the majority of what you share with people actually seems to come to you through channeling, as opposed to what you read in books. Is this correct?
Yes, it's true, but most of the times, obviously, when I will be receiving information, I will have information from books that will be matching up what I will be getting from these downloads to be able to, let's say, discern better. But obviously, as time went on and I trained more my abilities and I became more of a conscious channeler, the way that I picked up the information, it was so tuned in that it's something that is hard to explain, to be honest, to be fair. But it is a way that you're not, it's the same as reading a book, but they're not physical books. It's called the Akashic Records. And, well, I mean, it's just what it is. It is intuitive. It is an energetic process, because we do think that information is just, something abstract to understand. It's not. I mean, we are exchanging information with the external all the time, and we are also getting information from our own ecosystem all the time. So our thought patterns are projected from our own brainwaves. So it is something that is just not abstract or logical. It is there. It is energy. So that's how I understand it.
Wow. And Brendan Zuggett, if you could, I noticed that you've joined us, if you could present to Marina or ask her some questions about the Akashic Records, perhaps explain a parallel between some of the Vedic records and the Akashic Records, and what you understand might be a bridge between them. Oh, he says, just a moment, Herr Douglas. So he's going to be working on his acoustics. He has been traveling, so I'm not quite sure he's in a good area for reception. So while he's dealing with that, what I would like to ask Marina is some more specifics, just for a bit of time, on women's rights issues. When it comes to, say, for instance, what you've been through, I think that your experience is quite traumatic, but it's exemplary of the woman's body as a battlefield. the one thing that you notice as a prize on the battlefield is a woman's body, and your body has essentially been subject to a kind of a plunder, whether it was the Greys or whether it is people of the Reich. I believe that in both cases, your genes have been accessed, and your genes are essentially valued by both sides. Perhaps you could give us a little bit of a perspective of this kind of trauma, why it's so specific to women, and why people should have a better understanding of it. Because what happens to you is what happens to many women in wartime. Sometimes they can be raped by both sides in a conflict. And in a sense, that's what's happened to you. So perhaps you could share a bit about that trauma to educate other women listening who have suffered a similar trauma and can't talk about it because this kind of rape, even though it is physical, because genetic material has been harvested, it's not recognized. Is this too difficult a subject to talk about?
No, it is okay. Yes, I've already healed the great part of it, so it is completely fine from my part.
Thank you.
Sure. Well, this trauma is a response to a series of experimentation that I went on ever since I was a child. There is a project that you are aware of that is called Mind Control, or MK Ultra. That
Yes.
the specific project that I was part of is the Monarch Mind Control, which is mostly based on controlling the psyche of a person by shattering it and then creating multiple personalities. And this is done mostly through sexual traumas and abuse, and eventually they also use drugs to induce the person into a trance state and to be able to manipulate that fractalization of the psyche better and to let in more of these aspects and organize them in a system that it works for them. This was obviously used by the secret space program factions that are negative oriented for the purpose of, militaristic operations and, let's say, human trafficking, not just for sexual matters, but for, other forms of interest, let's say. I'm what it's called a psychic super soldier. And it's not all of a mind control, though. They can also utilize this period for enhancing certain psychic abilities. And this is something that we see reflected in this show called Stranger Things. But of course, when there is a fractalization happening and going on, even though they have access to these alters and they can control how the frontal personality is going to operate with these different programmed, let's say, assets, there are other beings that find these as an opportunity to hard being the person in question and to, let's say, make them not calibrated energetically so that they are not able to continue their spiritual path and purpose and accomplish their purposes. And this is exactly what happened with the gray hybrid programs. I was subjected to a forced breeding agenda in which my genetic material was stolen by them. They manipulated me, as it happened to every single person that signed up for the contracts. And the reason why I say manipulated is because all the people that I have came across within the spiritual, let's say, communities that are part of this project, they will always defend them, saying that, well, we signed these contracts on a higher level that we just cannot comprehend from the ego or the physical personality perspective, because there is a higher mind and then the unconscious mind and superconscious. And I say, yes, that is correct. But the reason why I say that these contracts from the so-called grays are tricky is because the manipulation is not in lying to you, because every contract is overseen by the guidance system of the person in question. The reason why they manipulate is because there is information that they are hiding when they are offering you the contract, and that is when the trickery is. And so they will not tell you that they will create a karmic entanglement with you. They will not tell you that they will place an implant and that they will not remove it if they just do not want to. They will not tell you that if you want to say no and you want to remove yourself from the program, they will go after you and they will try to, attack you. They will force you. They will try to not make it happen. There are many things that they're just not telling to these humans that accept these contracts. And of course, many times these contracts will be forcefully accepted by many of us for whatever reason, karmic reasons, whatever, or for the sake of exploration of consciousness. In my case, I am 100% aware that I accepted this project because I wanted to become aware of what humanity was going on in this century in regards to these hybrid projects and breeding programs, so that I will be able to use my discernment to find out that this was in fact not positive and not in the benefit of humanity, but rather a this unique agenda that was meant to be performed to perform a subtle form of invasion into our planet and the degeneration of our genetic evolution by these beings that are very obsessed and jealous of our genetics, and because they are a dying race and they are polluted and they manipulated their DNA into degeneracy for 1,000 years and more than 1,000 years, they want to take back what they lost, and they understand that is very valuable and will be their only way to survive. But again, that's the victim card does not play any form of justification here, and that is something that I want people to understand. So I'm aware that I accepted this whole thing so that I will wake up at a certain point in my life, understand that I did it for the sake of gathering the perspectives that I needed in order to explain to other humans that they are being tricked, they are being lied, and they are being used for agenda purposes. And so yes, of course, women are going to be the main target in this because they want the human body to be the one that is using their womb. They could perfectly do it with other forms of technology and engineering, but they will rather have the human vessel because they understand all the different benefits that it comes with that. So yes, I've been healing myself from the trauma of having been forced to perform things that I do not want to do, breed human hybrids that I do not consider to be my descendants or a desired, descendants at least. And how not, they are very scared of the fact that I have discovered that they are linked to mind control projects with the government, and they are not as clean as they claim to be from the main channelers, which is a guy named Daryl Anka, which is the main channeler of the Sasanic groups, the Grey Hybrid programs. He's been in Hollywood, in Los Angeles, and all these different cities that, of course, are connected to you know who. And yeah, it was hard to explain to human beings that besides him being able to channel information that that many people can find helpful, that does not mean that they have to give away their consent and their sovereignty to these agenda-based ETs that only wishes to invade this planet from a genetic perspective and take away our rights and freedoms. So it's very hard to accept for them because they find a lot of, let's say, benefits from this spiritual information. But that is just like, I don't know, putting an example, I would say a criminal offering candy to children that they wish to kidnap, right?
Yes.
Not because you're offering something good or positive. It is that you have to accept to give away your permission to do such things.
Right. Yes. And in terms of permission, how do you, at this point in your life, maintain command, control over yourself? When do you feel that you give permission? Are you able to give permission at this point in your life when you're able to control who gets your genes, which side gets your genes. Is that where it's at now, where you can decide and draw the line of, or has this phenomena stopped? Has this kind of interaction with people who or entities, lower beings who are going after your genes, or higher beings? In either case, are you able to say no at this point in your life and maintain control, or do you say it's okay for some groups and not okay for others? Is that a sensible question? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand what you're trying to ask to me. Yes, I'm very aware of all the groups that are interested in gathering genetic information from human beings. And so for me, it's not that hard as a task to just say yes or no, depending on which beings I am dealing with. But of course, anything that has to do with the DNA gathering or breeding programs, it's very sensitive in terms of the performance of it, the programs in question, because DNA genetics are very valuable. They are patterns of information, of frequencies that contain a lot of the, let's say, cycles of evolution that we've been through, not just individually, but collectively as a species, as a race, as a culture. So it is very valuable in this universe, and it is not that easy to get it trafficked, if you know what I mean, because there is a lot of higher beings that are aware of how it can be damaging and interfering in our evolution if it's not controlled, if it's something that it's not, let's say, overseen from a higher perspective. And of course, they're not going to be that radical so that they stop these breeding programs for going on, even though they're negative oriented and selfish, or negative towards humans themselves, because they will not want us to, let's say, they will not want to take away from us the opportunity of exploring certain scenarios that at the end of the day, it's going to give us more experience and more spiritual growth, right? Mm-hmm. We need to become those adults that they are as a spiritual race. So they will not stop us directly. They will guide us, but they will not be opposing these contracts in question. But yes, I mean, I am able to discern which beings can access to my genetic material and which beings are not allowed. And the Greys are the first knows.
Yes. Okay. And that's appreciated. I appreciate your having the courage to explain that to us. These subjects can be quite painful. Now that Brendan Zoget has returned, I will show you something. So I'm going to go on a screen share. Are you capable, both Brendan and Marina, as well as Aristides and Aaron, to see what I'm sharing on screen? I'm moving the cursor around. So if you're able to see the cursor moving, that's a good start. I'm going to go now to the text. Are you able to see what I'm showing you in text? I'll read it for you because I understand it may not be legible, but are you able to?
I'm here.
Yes, good.
And I can see it very well.
Okay,
evening,
good.
Marina and everyone else on the call.
Okay, excellent. Marina as well, I presume. Let me know if you can't see it, Marina. So this is something that was brought up when I was writing about the Trimurti. This is a Vishnu, well, it's basically a Vedic concept of the god Vishnu, the pervader, and in the Sanskrit, there's kind of a holy trinity here of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, the triple deity or supreme divinity that includes the Brahma, the creator, the destroyer, who is Shiva, and of course it's basically very hard to pronounce, but it's basically the ideology or religious theology of Vaishnavism in the Romanization. I'm sure I butchered that. But the worship... Thank you. But basically the worship and acceptance of Vishnu. Now, when it comes to Vishnu, there has been the argument by many people in the 20th century, at the time that Adolf Hitler was alive, that Vishnu creates, protects, transforms the universe, and his latest Gonjin in the Japanese, the avatar, was my own biological sire, Adolf Hitler, from whose sperm I was essentially born. And this one young lady was courageous enough to say, I'm not a fascist or a Nazi, I'm a Hitlerist. I am against these ideologies as I see them as antithetical to the Aryan spirit. She may not understand them and feels that this is a more neutral or perhaps detached or spiritual way to express herself. But she says, I believe Hitler had special importance and his immortal Aryan soul speaks to me. He is also an avatar of Vishnu. Now, such being said, I've explained about Savitri Devi before. You've seen what I've said about that, and this basically brings us back to that. With that having been said, I was just wondering if you were speaking of the Akashic Records. So I'd like Brendan to kind of ask you a question based on that concept. The Akashic Records, is there anything similar? Yeah. And explain that to us, the concept in the Vedic, and then I'd like you to ask...
it comes from Sanskrit.
Thank you. I'd like you to ask Marina a question about how she feels about this kind of image and whether she's seen this kind of image before, and then we'll go back to you, Brendan. But first, Marina. Marina, have
My
you
only
seen...
qualm with it is it has the Aten, but, that's fine.
Oh, explain what that is. Explain what that is.
The hands in the corner.
Okay.
The Aten is like the Akhenaten son.
This!
Like it's the old god. But in its defense, it was an older god that Akhenaten just usurped. Yeah.
Okay, so the rays. Yeah. The rays.
The rays with the hands, yes.
Okay, they're meant to be the sun.
It's the sun.
Yes.
It's the sun.
Okay, so...
the giving of the sun, the sun's eternal, like, life-giving force, where it's helping humans. It's kind of like the Buddhist statues where they have 1,000 hands. It's a similar concept.
Ah, thank you. And... So
the force of divine can give many things.
Right. So before, so Marina, explain a little bit more about what this image brings to your mind, please.
Sure. Well, as an initiated person in the path of esoteric Hitlerism, I can tell that I'm reading a very interesting book by Michael Serrano. I don't know if you're aware of who he is.
I believe he's Italian, is he not?
I'm not sure about his nationality, but he is or was a great writer of a lot of esoteric wisdom, mostly from the Reich. And, well, I had an experience in which they got me out of my body in the astral, and they told me, my guides, to read one specific book by him. And so I'm doing it, and I am very impressioned by what I'm seeing in this piece of artwork, because the first thing to say, I agree that he's the avatar of Vishnu. This is something that he also supports and understands. I've been receiving that information from a lot of different people by now. So I agree that is a correct perception of him. He is considered to be the last avatar and the king of the world, coming from the Gotham. And I will say that the fire here represents that path of being initiated in the solar initiation, the fire of the sun. Yes, and when it comes to the rest of the symbology, the thunderbolt obviously connects a lot with the Nordic mythology, a lot of gods, I will say, even Zeus. There's a lot to say here. There's a lot of things. And the Black Sun, of course, that represents the 12 constellations, the 12 sea runes, each one represented one specific as general within the Black Order. And they were obviously also represented the 12 apostles of the Jesus Christ avatar.
Yes.
So it is very connected to Arthuric mythology and legends, of course, too. And what can I say? I mean, I've had a lot of spiritual experiences in related to the Indian gods of blue skin being related to the Anunnaki and those of Hyperborean origin, and they've shared with me that in fact, all this information that was brought back to through the Anunnaki was let's say the underlying pillar of this esoteric movement of Hilderism.
Yes. Now, for one thing, I'd like to ask Brendan, how do we pronounce in German the German occult intelligence unit? NAT'L in the original German, and then the
Where's the word?
I would have to look it up. Well, let's look it up. What I'm going to do is look it up just for the spelling. NAT'L. I probably have misspelled that. Okay. Fuck, I got it. How the fuck? AHNEN. Okay. Now, my other question is, before we go back to Brendan, dear Marina, you were one of the SS generals that was part of that 12-person roundtable, were you not, in that past life?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Very important. And so let's go back to our friend Brendan here to bring up some parallels between the Akashic Records and what Marina just spoke about, and ask her a question if you would be so kind. I'd like to hear more questions asked of Marina while we're graced with her presence.
Yes, most definitely. And just to reiterate, the Akash, like the word Akash, where the word Akashic Record comes from, Akash just means ether. It's the Sanskrit word for ether, the fifth element.
Oh, okay.
So the ether is an element which all other elements come out, all the other four elements. So the closest thing we have to ether is sound. So sonics, vibration, all of that will come out of the ether. So this etheric technology is very important, which is why vacuum tube technology is very important, as I was speaking of before, because it relies on etheric technology, which is why it was, obsoleted out of existence. So that's just something very important to state there. And regarding the runes, Marina, are you aware of like the Ilhaz rune, the yew tree?
Yes,
like this,
of course.
This very famous, So do you have any connection to any rune in specificity, like a single rune, or is this something you just identify with the entire Uthark, or do you use any runic system? That was just the only question I really had about that to yourself.
Yes, sure. I am initiated in the path of the runic alphabet too. That is something, obviously, that is started by Wotan itself, Odin, and I've been through the process.
He discovered the,
Yes, of
the
course.
knowledge of the runes. That is the knowledge he gained when he lost his eye. It was actually the runic knowledge. So thank you.
Exactly. I have been working with a lot of runes, but I refuse to look them up on the internet or in any book directly myself, because that is the power of the runes. They are symbols, and we know that symbols are intelligent, which means that they work without an ego, meaning they do not decide whether they have to show up to you or not, or what to teach you or what to show you. That is not for them to be decided. That's why we say that they are intelligent. They are God's intelligence, let's say. And so I've been working synchronistically with them. Whenever I needed to learn from them, it was something purely organic. But the rune that I've been working mostly, it's the Sih rune, because it's the power of the son of the ray. And I've been told by the Nordic Alvarans, the underlying pillar of the meaning or the knowledge of that rune in specific, and it aligns very perfectly with my path and my purpose here on Earth.
That's wonderful. Continue, Brendan. You have some further questions in that?
The runes themselves are living beings or living energies. So that's wonderfully stated by yourself. And there's also this concept of the runic star. So there's like a geometric form that all the runes come out of.
The 8-pointed star.
The 8-pointed star, yes. So that is the knowledge of Odin. And regarding like the Svilor rune, the Zig rune, that is like the Thursian energy. That is the manifestation of the Thursian lightning bolt, or the energy of divine itself. And it's an energy of change, and it's the one of the most powerful symbols that they, that has come out of the runic magic. So that's fascinating. Appreciate that answer.
Right, and
I apologize, I'm surrounded by like 30 geese right now. They're vibing on that runic energy. So if you hear something in the back.
Well, I do want to bring something up that's important between the twain of you. Before you were able to come on, Brendan, Marina was sharing with us that she was under very intensive psychic attack over the past month. I think it has everything to do with the kind of attack that we were all facing, well, certainly Aaron and yourself. And so I would like you to ask Marina a bit about the attack that she's been suffering, and then share with her whatever advice you may have, because I want you to know, Marina, I myself am pretty much, for reasons I've explained before, I'll happily explain them again. We don't need to go into it right now. I have a very high tolerance for occult radiation, and I'm essentially immune to occult attacks, at least conventional ones sourcing from human beings, which you, of course, probably have some entities involved in attacking you as well. But I want you to know, our friends here on Team Dietrich, both Aaron Tice and Brendan Zogit in particular, have also suffered these attacks. But Brendan Zogit is actually the expert in warding them or mirroring them, and in psychic self-defense, or at least occult self-defense, perhaps more exclusively. So I'd like you to describe to us all a little bit of more detail, if you would be so kind, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, of course, about the kind of attacks you've been suffering, and Brendan Zogit might be able to give you some advice on self-defense in that regard, per your own discretion, of course, whatever you decide to share. If you don't want to share anything about it more than what you already have, I understand. But Marina, I turn it back to you with that.
Sure, no problem. I am comfortable sharing about these. Well, as I already shared before, I am a victim of mind control, experimentation, MK Ultra on our project. So my consciousness is fractalized. It means that I have a shattered psyche with certain multiple personalities. I do not have a multiple personality disorder because, as a conscious channeler, I can bring up new, let's say, facets of my consciousness, whether if it comes from that fractalization or not. I'm just dealing with higher aspects of myself, like even the higher mind. So that gives me a lot of much more advantage of that matter. But still, I do suffer from that trauma, this fractal consciousness. So that gives my enemies much more advantage when it comes to attacking me, because I am much more vulnerable than any other person that is not fractalized. So whenever I started my path within Hillerism, occult Hillerism, and the practice of Aryan esotericism, my recovery of my own memories coming from my ancestors, my Akashic records, my past lives, and most importantly, when I started to share with the public, to thousands of people, my knowledge on metaphysics, on spirituality, ufology, and I became a political active person on my own country, I received tons of psychic attacks coming from various beings. There are those who are the Greys, and that I already talked about. There are those who are the regressive Anunnakis that are scared that I shared this knowledge, so that I help other people wake up and understand all the information and remember the information that was once practiced by all of us, but was removed or lost, after many catastrophes went on in our history. And then, of course, the groups of humans that identify as the chosen ones, and who are not to have a very large nose. We know the ones that I'm referring to, of course. They were not happy that I was defended nationalist ideologies politically in my country and internationally, and they decided to utilize very dark, very, very dark forms of magic and symbolism that was coming from Babylonia and from their own spiritual, whatever, Masonic practices against me. So the latest attacks that I've been receiving is a manipulation of my tantric energy that is obviously tied up to my subconscious mind that is responsible for the immediate manifestation of events synchronistically, meaning there are things in my life that happens that are caused, events that are provoked by their manipulation of that subconscious and synchronistic phenomena that of course are meant to be created to sabotage me from getting to perform things that they're not agreeing with, or pursuing my spiritual purposes or objectives or whatever, and that of course hurt me at the very least. And the latest of the attacks that happened 2 days ago, I already meditated and done a lot of energetic work. That's why I'm able to connect right now. Otherwise, I will be suffering a lot. But they took me from my body in the astral. They forced me to go to a place, and they told me that I have to follow their orders and that I have to um, do some sort of cult to their demons, which are Moloch and Val. And of course, there are Babylonian demons. And I said no, I refused, and I resisted the whole process. But they started to psychically attack me, mostly my third chakra. That is very vulnerable to astral attacks, and mostly from the lower dimensions. And so I have experienced how after that event, my energy was drained. I felt very vulnerable. They were symbols that were manifested in my reality that were against my will and were interfering my natural connection to my psychic network that is related to my Aryan awakening. So I was observing that they were trying to interfere my natural connection to my guides and my ETs and my Akasha records. And fortunately now I'm fine, but I understand that since I am fractalized, that
Vulnerable
vulnerability that I have.
vulnerability. Yes, you're fine. You're fine. Your English is beautiful. Believe me, for a second language, your
Thank you.
English is superb. Go on.
Thank you. So that of course is going to be that handicap that I have myself, and I do wish to find more protection techniques um, that will help me to not have to go through these kind of experiences again, and that will seal my consciousness and kind of like, yes, protect it from any form of manipulation or interference from them.
Yes. Brendan, your response.
Yes, that was wonderful, and very explanatory. Yeah. So, yeah, the correspondence I got runically was the UAS, or the U itself, because that's a very important aspect of not only Yggdrasil but the actual protection of the gods themselves, and it does represent like wholeness. As the world tree is whole, it contains all the worlds. So that's something that I would reflect to you. That would be something very important to keep in mind, is the Iwa's rune. Yeah. And just a moment here, I have some stuff going on in the back. But so the Iwa's rune itself is a rune of magic, a rune of protection. It has to do with the yew tree, which on our world is a tree that is evergreen, but it is also immensely poisonous. And it's resilient. It's resilient enough to make bows, but it's also one of the toughest woods to work with. There's a lot of protective qualities of the yew itself, and even it's in the Norse traditions itself, such as like the Yule log is the aspect of that, the Yule ceremony, the AKA Christmas, which the original pagan was the Yule itself, which is related to that. So do you have any reflections on that before I continue?
That is amazing and very synchronistically, because not only I've been seeing this symbol on my physical reality lately a lot. When I went to Germany and I traveled to the Wewelsburg Castle to visit my some memories from my past life as an SS general in regard to the Black Sun and the connection to the center of the world, etc., and all of the rituals, the esoteric rituals that we will perform in there. I received a lot of attacks when I went back to my room, and it was very strong because it was even giving me a lot of physical symptoms that will get me into a state of it was dangerous because I could have had some sort of I don't know, like heart attack or whatever. And
Yes.
one of the symbols, one of the runes that came out synchronistically, it was specifically this one.
Yes.
So
He
it
was.
helped me.
He was.
Yes, it helped me a lot. So thank you for that information.
Yes. So, for everyone that's listening, what we're talking about is Awas, the 13th rune of the Norse runic alphabet. It is the symbol and the colors of corresponding to Odin's cloak. It symbolizes the yew, whose wood is strong yet flexible. And bows were made of the yew wood in the past and even currently. It corresponds with Ul, the Norse god of archery, and Odin, as the yew tree is also known as Yggdrasil, which if you look up Yggdrasil, they will give what we now, linguists now know as a mistranslation of it being an elm tree, where they give other correspondences to like other trees, but ultimately the ancients knew it as this yew tree. Yggdrasil is the world tree that connects the world of the living with the dead. According to legend, Odin hung on the branches of Yggdrasil in search of knowledge and wisdom. He spent 9 days and 9 nights discovering the runes that came forth from the trunk of the yew tree. So if you see the bark of the actual tree in person, it has very linear lines and striations that one could use for divination, and the runes will come out to someone in a state of knowledge, of receiving knowledge. Since Iwaz is assigned to the world tree, it symbolizes the column, the link between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The vertical line is the trunk, while the two hooks symbolize the connection to the respective worlds. Iwaz gives the powers to exchange and travel between the worlds. It gives deep insights into mysteries of life and death. It's a gateway leading from the human world to the world of the dead, but yet holds the keys to all levels. It is the opposites of the two which show its connectedness. It is a protective, powerful rune which represents strength and resistance and determination. It gives power to penetrate into other dimensions, gives enlightenment and clairvoyance. It protects the innocence and repels everything negative. It is possible to detect deceitful deception, neutralize harmful influences, and intentions, as long as they are pure and honest, can be used to protect the user. It is a powerful tool for those who seek wisdom as well, as the god Odin once did. It is strength. It's able to strengthen physical and mental defense, protects the heart and solar plexus, but as well as the spine, as it represents the spine itself. It gives the runic gives the power to travel, and helps with one to look into the innermost of a person. It brings hidden things to light. And it also uncovers fears and blockages and helps to achieve goals. I'm just going to stop here for a second. If you notice the image, the two images I just sent, it's an integral part of the Hakenkreuz, this rune.
So these would be in the text box.
Of the Hakenkreuz.
Yeah, this would be in the text box for.
So if you actually see it as it is, it was integrated or chosen. The Hakenkreuz was chosen not only as the overt symbol, but also the esoteric symbol of having this rune inside of it. So there you go. That's why it's so protected.
So what you're suggesting is that Marina take advantage of the sigils these symbols for her protection as wards, correct?
Yes, use it in conjunction with algis and
Okay,
other
yes.
runes that are protected. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
But also they will come up and aid you because they're living things. So you can even just visualize them and they will protect you in their own way. You know, you don't have
Thank you.
Drawing them is very powerful and doing, you know, working with them. But even just like visualizing them like you're in an anime or something, you can like put it in front of you and like it will ward off beings, even just like normal, like muggles or like regular people.
Oh
Yeah.
yes,
So-
that's very funny.
yeah.
I also utilize word muggles for
Yeah.
non-spiritual people. But yeah, I do
Yeah.
practice bind runes. I write bind runes and I sing
Wonderful, yeah.
runes and do runic yoga. That is something I'm not sure not many people know, but
Yes.
I will work with them. And thank you so much for the information. It's very helpful.
Yeah, it's just some inspiration. But that I figured it was good to like just release that info for everybody.
Yes.
Yes, that's important for everybody, but especially for Marina Seren, who is the target of a focused and concentrated mass attack from entire groups of people. So when it comes...
I get the feeling that you're very resilient and you have like the spirit of a shield mädchen. You have something
Yes.
about you that's very tough and just like the yew tree, very very dangerous yet protective. So, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
It's true.
Excellent. So with that in mind, Aristides and Aaron, I'd like both of you to participate a bit more and take advantage of our time with Marina before I ask any questions, because, you know, once I start talking, I suck all the oxygen out of the room. So both of you individuals take advantage of this time to ask a few questions or present a few ideas. Aaron?
I'll jump in quick and mention going back to the ether and Wilhelm Reich, I believe another Austrian, he was very into orgone gas being more or less the ether of life. And even Edgar Cayce prescribed the violet ray machine as a cure for nearly everything in America. And until 1950 or 1952, nearly every home in America had a violet ray generator, which consisted of a Tesla coil that you would plug in, and it would power a glass tube that orgone gas was inside and would create a static-like electricity. And you would, you know, use it like a wand over whatever part of you was ailing, and it would heal nearly everything, is what the story was. I have several of these, some antique versions and a modern version as well. So that was, they were outlawed by government agencies in the United States, I think, in 1952. And so really, it's a forgotten science, but it goes right back to ether and the power of life and what life itself comes from. So I'm sure you've all heard of it, but it's a good reminder that, you know, it goes right back to physics and metaphysics, which kind of brought everybody onto this path in a way.
Okay, that's what does that bring to your mind, Marina?
That's very interesting information. I've been pretty much a follower of Nikola Tesla's work, and so yeah, I mean, this is something that I will look up and definitely investigate a little bit more. Thank you.
Yes.
You're welcome. You'll probably have better luck buying one in your country than here. I haven't seen any for sale in the last decade or so that are modernly made, but they're still available. If you can find one, it will. Well, it's still kept alive in cosmetology and hair practices because they use it for skin issues and hair issues, but it's good for most anything. So if you can find a working violet ray generator, it will help a myriad of issues.
Excellent.
Lovely. Thank you.
Yeah. And Aristides?
Yeah, that's fascinating. Thank you for that reminder, Aaron. And I think all these things are not separate. They're just different facets of the same thing that we're, approaching from different directions. Tying back to these concepts, including, the quantum physics, entanglement, and ether, and I think it's all just different words for the same bunch of things or same thing. So it's amazing how we keep arriving at the same, thing through all these topics.
Mm-hmm. Now, what I'd like to know a little bit more about, Marina, is your father was a history teacher, and your father, was he not?
No, he was not.
Oh, please explain to me what was it your father did, if I may ask?
He was a lawyer.
Oh my God. Okay, my apologies for my mistake in that regard. Actually, there's not too much of a difference there, really. The legal studies, of course, are very deeply embedded in history. I always had the idea of him being a history teacher simply because he imbued you with such an appreciation of history. So, but he was definitely an attorney then, a barrister. Yes. Yeah, and do you know what kind of law he practiced? Was there a specialty, or was he working?
Oh.
Yeah, the government? Was he working with the government, or?
No, he was working with, it's an institution that is part of the government, but is not the state itself.
Okay.
But it worked for defending the rights of employed people. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So it was almost like he was working for, almost, I guess, the labor rights, in a sense.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you for that.
Right.
And with that having been said, your family, however, it's very old in Spain, right? Your lineage is established, I would presume, going back hundreds and hundreds of years, is it not? In Spain, or was it from elsewhere? I can't remember.
Well, funnily, people do not think that I'm from Spain. They think that I come from Russia or any other part of Europe. But I am Spanish, if you were asking. There's people like us in Spain. People tend to think that Mediterraneans all look the same. That's not true. Right.
I mean, are these people outside of Spain, like Americans, think that you're from Russia or someplace else? I mean, I can understand them coming up with that stereotype because
literally,
people in Spain.
It's any kind of people, whether they are from Spain or from Germany or,
Okay.
That's pretty much my experience, but I'm used to that.
Yeah. Well, I do want Aaron to say goodbye before he leaves us. Aaron, would you be kind enough to say goodbye to all of our listeners as well as to Marina personally before you leave for the evening?
Of course. Thank you, Marina. You're very brave, and thank you for sharing. And good night, everybody. It was a very enlightening conversation and a very positive one, and very enjoyable as well. I hope the listeners enjoyed it as much as we all did.
Yes, and Aaron, one more thing. If you're unable to join us on Wednesday, probably that's for the best. Do join us if you can on Wednesday, of course. Otherwise, what I'll try and do is cover some other elements of what we were discussing earlier. Let me allow Marina to respond to you, actually. Marina, by all means, respond to Aaron before I let him go.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, and good night.
Good night.
Yes. Okay, that was Aaron Tice, and we look forward to his presence again on Wednesday. If not, Aaron, make certain to review the rest of the episode, and I'll cover some other topics as well when the time comes.
I will indeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that was Aaron Tice, a person who has helped make our publication possible of our latest book. As a matter of fact, what you'll find, Marina, is as soon as this episode is over and uploads, there will be a link at the bottom of this episode. And there's a link, it'll be the same link I put at the bottom of the last few episodes, where you'll find a link to the book that we've released. It's rather incomplete, and it's basically, it's poorly formatted, but we had to get it out there in order to get the ISBN number. And so I do hope you take a look at that link and maybe avail yourself of the book. Brendan, Aristides, is there some way we can get Marina a free copy of that PDF, perhaps? Or, you know what, I might be able to do that, but...
Sure.
That's Geese talking behind Brendan, by the way. Yeah, I understand a lot of people think that that's laughter emerging from the voices in my head. No, it's really the geese from behind
There's
Brendan.
30 geese around me, and they're very close. Yeah.
How did you wind up in this?
I'm just at one with nature. I'm just laying down, and they all came to me.
There
There's
you
also
go.
a cat too.
There. Wow.
They're leaving.
It's like a horror film. They're eating him alive. Yeah.
No, they're
So
very sweet. They left. They left me alone.
yes, that's cute. So both of you gentlemen, Aristides, you said you had an idea about perhaps getting a PDF to Marina.
Yeah. Which one? The original, or just let me know.
The one you're putting together a more complete.
Maybe after it's a little bit more tied together or something.
Yeah.
Which, yes, I still need to work on them. So. Yep. We will close that loop for sure. And also, any other books? I know Marina, I'm sure, is finding many of the things she's interested in. Miguel Serrano books, and there's a whole bunch of Savitri Devi books. When I looked her up, it's just a whole list. My God. So Marina, anything you're particularly looking for, you're having trouble finding, let me know. I can probably help.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes. Now, Marina, again, because as you said, your appearance is unique enough where many people in España or the Iberian Peninsula tend to assume you come from someplace else, and that's understandable. You have a very ethereal presence, and it's unique enough where people could draw that conclusion. But your family's roots or genealogy, do they not stretch back for a bit, where there was, in other words, to the time of the dynasties, say for instance, around the time of the discovery of the New World, the Columbian era, if you will, was your family not already established in España?
Yes, already, yes. For sure. As far as I know, there was no... people tend to think that many of our ancestors went to another part of the world or something just because we discovered America and we established colonies, which is not true. The ones that we are born here is because our ancestry exactly is what it is. They stayed here in the peninsula. They didn't travel anywhere. They have no interest in going to other places.
That's right. They brought all the gold back to Europe. Yes. Now, such being said, obviously, we will get back to the old gods. We'll get back to the pagan faith that you've adapted. But certainly it was around the earlier times of Spain, I would say, around the time of maybe the Reconquista, when maybe even before, we were, of course, in Europe dealing with the centuries-long invasion of the Muslims. However, there was an invasion of 7/11, 7/11. 7/11 actually is one of the easiest years to remember in history, of course, and that was in the wake of the Swabian and Vandal tribes, the Visigoths, that conquered the country and made it their home. I believe that conquest was really what left the most powerful trace in the history and tradition of the Spaniards. It's what led to the nobility being descended from the Gothic lineage. Now, this is
correct.
Yes, this is essentially the genealogy of your family, is it not?
Yes, I have a great percentage of Celtic and German Visigoth DNA. Yes.
Yes, that's what I suspected.
And by the way, sorry to interrupt you, but just to clarify, when I say Celtic, I mostly mean Celtic Botanic, which is the ones that established in the peninsula thousands of years ago.
Yes. Does that trace or connect to the peninsula of Brittany in today's Gaul or France?
Yes, of course. They are the same Celtic people.
Thank you. Very important. That's an important point. Very much appreciated. So these Gothic invaders, of course, they conquered Rome, And when they conquered Rome and established themselves as the new nobility, basically from that point forward, the majority of the noble houses in Europe became through marriage or alliance in one way or another affiliated to the Gothic family. And so since you connect so closely to the Gothic family, it explains your blood memory, your genetic imprint in which you remember your past lives. Is that correct?
Yes, I will agree that percentage of Germanic Visigoth DNA being so present in my vessel, it's something that has gave me the ability to tune in to that already existing Germanic DNA within my own soul DNA. Yes, I agree with that, but it is also true that I have a little bit more of connection to the lineage of my grandmother that is mostly Celtic, and that is the one that connects me, that it was highlighted to be of great importance or relevance to me in my path by my own ET guidance system. That explains why my second name is Seren, which is a star. I mean, it means a star in Welsh. They took me out of my body in the astral, and they told me that it was special in the European lineage coming from Hyperborea, that gives me these what they interpret to be blue blood. It's something that you can read from the book of Miguel Serrano's called The Golden Court. So yes, I do agree that percentage of DNA coming from these both Germanic and Celtic peoples give me the highest connection with my other past lives and with that information that is already present in my soul.
Incredible, beautiful. So take it from there, gentlemen. Brendan, if you have some other things that might bring to mind. When we go to the Nordic gods, for instance, this was something that obviously when Spain was dealing with many of its, shall we say, reestablishing itself, modernizing at the time of the Reconquista, then one of the great challenges socially was basically, of course, dealing with the conversos. At that time, Spain was heavily Catholicized, and the conversos were either Muslims or Semitic. They were all Semitic peoples, basically. Muslim or Jewish peoples. They're both Semitic. So the Semitic peoples of the Iberian Peninsula were then, if they converted, simply conversos. But the Spaniards, who were native to the Iberian Peninsula, were ruled by these Gothic dynasties. This was one of the original modernization periods in which you had a disambiguation between the Gothic nobility and the Semitic invaders that began to essentially do what it could to regain control of the Iberian Peninsula. This is important because it means Hispania, or Spain, was actually the first nation to take up the struggle that was most pronounced in postmodern people's minds by the Third Reich. In other words, when people think of the Third Reich and its struggle against the Jews, they think of this as something that is a product of the 20th century, yet the Spaniards were dealing with this issue hundreds of years before. Does that make sense, Marina?
100%. You have a great knowledge and understanding of Spanish history. Congratulations. Yes, and thankfully in 1492, thanks to the Catholic king and queen, Isabel and Fernando, the Semitic and Moorish people were expelled from the peninsula. So yes, the conversos were actually the ones who agreed upon rejecting their own spiritual religion or ideology and integrate themselves into our culture. But that was very rare to happen because most of them will not let go of their faith, I will say, to their own gods, and they will be traveling outside the peninsula. So yes, yes, you have a great knowledge on this matter.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And this, of course, was both what we would call an ethno-religious conflict in today's terms. This was both spiritual, but it was also a race war. It was a racial war because of the,
Yes.
Unless they were conversos, they were still recognized as a different caste because they were a different ethnos, but they were also almost a subversive or insurgency. They were like an insurgency at that point. And so the struggle led to the Inquisition. And this makes Spain the first modern nation in Europe with a modern ideology, understanding the link between genetics and ideology. So this is profoundly important, and this is why ultimately you had the alliance between Francisco Franco and, of course, the Third Reich, along with fascist Italia, whom Mr. Serrano, I believe, am I pronouncing his name correctly, was a product of?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, true.
Please continue. Whatever other thoughts you have on that, please share them, Marina.
Well, I do not have much to add to that, but it's true that it has been a race war in those times, because even though they converted, they were not seen as white Christians, whether they were Christians or not. But yes, I mean, as I said, it was a small percentage, though, the ones that decided to stay here, and how not, they were persecuted because of the practice of usury. So they didn't really have a good good opportunities here in the Iberian Peninsula after the recovery or the reconquest of it was performed. So
Thank you. This is important to know. Now, with that having been said, we would like to know your own personal spiritual journey. Is it a hearkening back to your genetic heritage of the Goths and the Visigoths that led you to the Nordic pagan religion? Or whatever it was, just share that with us if you would be so kind.
yes, of course. Well, everything started with a memory that I shared. I was taken out of my body, and I found myself to be in the Arctic Pole. And I was surrounded by angelic beings from other realms, and blue-skinned Anunnakis from that region that resembled the Vedic gods and deities, and that told me that they were of Celtic connection, that showed up to me saying that in another experience previously, that it was not a coincidence that my second name was Seren, because it means star in Welsh, and I have a connection to Welsh and the Hyperborean Celtic people and Germanics. So I obviously understood already at that time that they were my ancestors, and that they were working in that blood memory reawakening of myself, and that it was going to be a very defining aspect of my purpose here as Marina Seren, and in my spiritual awakening in general. And when I was in that experience in that region, I was with my mother in question, and I received a letter from a deceased military person that I perceived to be Admiral Byrd.
Mm-hmm.
And in the letter, they said that I had this special Indo-European lineage that connected me to Welsh and the Celtic people. And so they explained to me that it was important for me to be aware of that aspect of my bloodline, of my lineage, because it was going to be of relevance in my spiritual purpose. And so I asked, so which lineage specifically are you referring to? And they showed me my grandmother. My grandmother was showing off a very distinctive green eyes. Now, she has more of like brown honey eyes, but she comes from a family of people with blonde, reddish hair and green eyes. Very Irish looking in general, and we have Irish surnames in that family. So when they showed that to me, and they made me understand that that was the lineage that I had to be very aware of and reconnect to and awake, I understood that they were referring to the Druidic ancestry. So the Druidic, ancestry of Hyperborea.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is why we were the meeting point was in the Nordic in the North Pole, because that was the old Hyperborea, with the capital being Thule. And then they explained to me that it was also physics, the career that I had to study on purpose, because I needed to open my third eye and let's say gain more knowledge of metaphysics, channel metaphysics coming from them, because the center of the earth, which is connected with this black sun, is shifting as the two magnetic poles are shifting too. So there is something that relates to the telluric lines of the earth, the Akash records, etc., that I need to connect to, because they told me that I am ductile of these energies very pretty much, and that I need to, that bloodline is very connected, because they come from these Druidic people from Hyperborea. So I understand, of course, that the bloodline aspects, the lineage, the genetic aspects, it's something that was relevant for me to understand since the beginning of these activations. And it has been the way, that I've been doing it all these years. So.
Wow. Yes, that's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. And well, gentlemen, any thoughts? Like I said, I wanted to bring up some points with Marina from some of our listeners in the chat room. But before I do, what comes to your mind with all of this, both of you?
Yes. So, what in regards to the Celtic aspect, the Celtic peoples are also of the Indo-Aryan lineage. So this whole Indo-Germanic language tree that stretches from, like you said, from the far north all the way to the east, and whether it is east to west or west to east transfer is irrelevant. It's a fact that that culture, the Vedic, the pre-Vedic and the Vedic culture, was established all the way to the north, like you said, and through the Celts, it was passed down. And even the Celtic, in the Celtic, there's an aspect of the names, the etymology, such as, like when they say like the Gauls, the Gaels,
Yes.
which is the first invasion into like England. This is as per normal, quote unquote, history. That word Gael is like a corruption of Celt, or Celt is a corruption of Gael, vice versa. But Gaelic, the language it comes from, which means invaders, is the same word root where you get Portugal. These are the Gauls.
Yes.
Which is also another.
Galicia.
Yes, exactly. All of it. Yeah, thank you. So you have Galway in Ireland, Donegal. So these are all lands that were ruled by these people. And like you said, it is like coming from the north. And even the Vedic has distinct texts that describe the coming of civilization from the north. And, in the region of like, it's called like Udenma, in these places like way north. So they all come through that. So it's a very important connection. I'm glad you brought that up.
Thank you. And there's a book called The Polar Origin of the Vedas. I don't know if you heard about it.
Yes, that's
that
right.
One.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the Vedic is the oldest of the old. Like it's the oldest book. Like it's the Rig Veda is the oldest book, And the beings in control, they know that. And so when people like Thomas Edison were testing like the original phonograph at Oxford in England, the very first lines they ever put down on phonograph was the opening lines of the Rig Veda, which is talking about Agni, the fire of consciousness. So that's a fascinating aspect. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Aristides, can you find me a PDF of this book, The Polar Origins of the Marina? Polar Origins of the Vedas?
I translated it into English literally, so I'm not sure if it's that one specifically worded like that. But yes, it's the ancient polar origin of the Vedas.
The Ancient Polar Origin of the Vedas. Aristides, if you could find a
Who's
PDF.
the author?
Do you know, Marina? Or Brendan?
I'm not sure. Let me
Yeah.
check it out.
That would.
Yeah. So let me look up the title and see if I can find something. And in the meantime, continue discussing what you're discussing before, again, I present some of my ideas to Marina or some observations I'd like to share with her. But from the chat room, Clarice Claudette, who I want to thank for her latest contribution, she's sent me care packages in the past, which I still make use of. Clarice Claudette asked, and Amy is also asking a question. Not Amy Como, but another Amy. But Clarice Claudette. So 2 questions for you, Marina, from the chat room. One from Le Grand Madame Clarice Claudette, who asks, I just watched the discovery of witches on Netflix, which that sounds like a drama, where they were killing witches in France. Okay, France. And what does Marina Seren think about the Inquisition? Any current thoughts? So that's a question from Clarice Claudette. Amy asks, has Marina heard of a healing modality known as holographic kinetics that may help her break free of contracts she is talking about that may have followed her from past lives? So both those questions, if you want me to reread them, I'll reread them, but address them both, please, at your leisure. All right.
Sure. Well, when it comes to the first one, I would like to say that I had a lifetime in which I was a witch in Europe, and I was persecuted, and so I have certain traumas with fire pits and burning.
And this may
burning
explain
of
why
witches.
This may also explain why you turned away from the Catholic Church to Arianism and the
Yes.
Nordic paganism. Yes.
Yeah, sure. Well, I do perceive Jesus or Christ consciousness to be one avatar of humanity that represented that,
Yes.
of divine origin, of divine essence, let's say, and that came here to teach those virtuous ideas or moral knowledge. Yes, but that is one thing, and another thing is the church itself, the Catholic Church and other churches that has taken their words and just rest them into something else just to fit their narrative, and that altogether they have created this system, the church, that will be a religious one, that will be dogmatic in nature, and that will be used to let's say, disconnect human beings from their this occult knowledge that we once had. So, of course, they persecuted not only non-Christians, not just other religions, but also, most importantly, pagan people, pagan practices from the European regions, which is something that I do not accept and I am not in favor of. So, when I had my spiritual awakening, I stop being a Christian. It does not mean that I respect Christ's consciousness as the avatar that he was, but I'm certainly not religious, not dogmatic, and I do not practice Christianity as a religion.
Mm-hmm. Understood. And so as about that healing modality that Amy was asking about in the chat, where she says, has Marina heard of a healing modality known as holographic kinetics that may help her break free of contracts she is talking about that may have followed her from past lives? There's this concept that certain people have that we sign contracts in our lives, and these haunt us into further reincarnations. I don't know if you agree with that concept, but some people hold to that belief system. Do you have any opinions on this or any thoughts?
Yes, I do agree with that statement, because it's true that certainly if you pass away to the fifth dimension without having cleared out certain contracts with other entities that you have made in that specific lifetime, well, it's going to happen that if you bring yourself back to this matrix, that is going to persist, because you have to clear out the karmic cycle of energy itself and let go of that quantum entanglement that you have made with those entities in question. So I do agree with that statement again, and I know the answer is no. I never heard about holographic kinetics, so I will look it up. Thank you for bringing that information up, and I will see if that also helps me in the clearing up of these entities.
Yes, and
Can I jump in? Can I jump in here?
by all means, please.
Yeah. The book you were looking for, I believe I found it. Can we verify, or maybe Marina can verify this sounds like it? I think it was originally written in 1903, The Arctic Home in the Vedas.
Yes, that is correct.
Name, yeah. Lokamanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak.
Holy
The
Exactly.
link is in the chat.
Yeah, the book's gonna be in the chat.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Yeah, that's incredible. See?
It's doing my job.
Yeah, that's our producer. That's our producer. He's the man. And Brendan and yourself, Marina, made it possible. You gave us gave us all the
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, you have the link. Okay, so I've got the file. I've got the full file. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sure it's available out there.
Yeah, and
I'll
but
put the file there, so if anyone wants to just download, because the thing with links is they can go away, and especially that archive.org, they've really been hammering on it, clamping down on the free distribution. Now, this is unlikely to be pulled on copyright, but you can't count on the link always being there to download.
oh, it's true. It's so true. Believe me, with subjects like this, don't say what you just did,
Yeah,
Aristides.
exactly.
Anything on Arianism, they'll scrub it from the internet.
I grabbed the files, not just as much as I can.
Good,
So
good.
there you go.
Good man, thank you. And of course, send that to me, everyone, in the private messages of Skype as well. Makes it infinitely easier for me to. Otherwise, I have to find this call. Otherwise, I have to retrace this call and download everything. Yeah.
You.
And there we are. Thank you. There, we have that now. So you've answered those questions masterfully, Serena. And excuse me, Marina. I'm so sorry. Does anyone ever say that accidentally, Serena, instead of Marina? Oh God, sorry.
It happened multiple times. Don't worry.
Okay.
Other people.
Yeah, and again, before, now that we've answered some questions from chat, I just want to share a few things with Marina in terms of thoughts. But if you want to jump in with anything else, gentlemen, that you feel is important that you want to bring to our attention right now, please do so. Otherwise, I'll kind of dive in, present her some thoughts. But everyone is welcome to interject while I do that. But anything in particular come to mind, Aristides, Brendan, before I share some thoughts with Marina?
No, go ahead.
Okay. And Brendan, unless the geese ate him. That's the.
There was an important piece about the Spartal file.
Please.
Go over,
Oh, please.
I'm not in a position right now to do it.
Okay. So
Go ahead, and maybe at some point in the future we can get there.
Okay, we'd like to share that with you, Marina, because these might be a challenge to you. That term that he just used, do you recognize it? It means dark elves. Svartalfheimer. Okay. Yeah, so does that bring any thoughts from you? Any ideas? Svartalfheimer would be, to me, home of the dark elves. Any thoughts on dark elves? Or
Well, I haven't connected to dark
energies?
elves.
Right.
No, yes, I know what you mean.
Understood.
Do you mean the electromagnetic frequency?
Brendan? Yes.
So Svartalfheim is the realm right above Hell, Helgevind.
Oh, Helvegan, yes. I mean,
But
that's
it's above
one of my...
that. It's above that.
Yes.
But there are beings there, such as the dwarves and the dark elves, that are affecting our reality. And I would like to speak to you about it, but just give me a moment.
Yeah, sure.
If you guys are
Sure.
keen on it,
Right.
I
Yeah.
will have to relocate before I go into that.
Understood. And if we don't get it done today, then we can do it Wednesday or the next time that Marina appears. This will be an ongoing conversation, correct, Marina? We'll have opportunities.
Of course.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Well, here's some thoughts just to catch you up on things. I do want you to know that obviously there's been some incredible changes lately. As I said, Aristides will probably find a way to send you a PDF of the book that we're essentially putting together that was being written over the past 3 years with Peter Moon. The information that I shared with Peter Moon is, of course, profoundly disturbing, and it upsets many people. You already know, of course, what I've shared. My mother was a translator at a very young age. She was certainly not yet what would be considered legal age in the United States, which would be 18 for sexual intercourse. That would be considered the legal age for such in the United States. In Europe, and particularly in Spain, it's a few years earlier. But when it came to my mother, of course, she was born in Japan, Tokyo, the capital of Japan, and was, as I said, a linguistic interpreter at a very young age because she had a gift for languages. And she ultimately was participating with the Japanese envoys who were serving on diplomatic missions to Berlin at the time of the Third Reich with Adolf Hitler. Because of her noble background, she had a connection, being half Chinese, half Japanese. Her father in particular was of Chinese nobility, and because the Japanese were trying their best to cultivate alliances in mainland Asia, her father took a Japanese bride in Tokyo, and my mother was born therefrom, born of that union. And because of everything I've already explained, she accompanied the diplomatic envoy to Berlin, where she was also under secret orders from Hirohito to get some of Hitler's sperm. Hirohito, of course, was a marine biologist. He was actually one of the preeminent marine biologists in the world. He was one of the few in that day and age to discover a new species of animal, which before satellites and the new technologies was such an accomplishment would make a career. So he made a name for himself in marine biology and understood biology and the beginnings of what we today would call genetics. And my mother, of course, delivered on her orders, was able to extract some sperm from Adolf Hitler twice during two different visits. By the way, she was introduced to him by first, I believe it was initially Sepp Dietrich, who was in charge of Hitler's Leibstandarte, or Life Standard Bearer Division, the preeminent Waffen or weaponized SS division. And Joseph Dietrich, or Sepp Dietrich, was a relation of my legal father, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, as was Otto Dietrich. Otto Dietrich was Hitler's press chief, and that was, I believe, the man who introduced her to Hitler the second time. And Otto Dietrich, of course, was also a member of the SS. As a matter of fact, Otto Dietrich was, for the SS, what the Reichspropaganda Minister, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, was for the civilian population. The Minister of Propaganda and Enlightenment for the civilians was Dr. Goebbels, but for the SS, it was Otto Dietrich. And Otto Dietrich, on introducing her to Hitler the second time, she was able to get sperm from Hitler again. She preserved them in this Asian solution, ginseng solution, believe it or not. And that kept the sperm alive until she got them to refrigeration, which preserved them until, well, one sample went to Hirohito in Tokyo, the other sample went to a building in San Francisco, which ultimately was where from she impregnated herself. It was maintained there in refrigeration. She might not have brought it over to that building or sent it to that building until after I was born. We're still unclear on exactly what the chronology was, but either case, it was maintained in refrigeration there for a few years before the generator was kicked out and the back generator was kicked up. It was obviously an attack, and all of the sperm that company was maintaining in that building melted down. It's a building in San Francisco. I can go into the history of that some other time. It doesn't really matter here and now. But either the sperm was mailed from that building back to Taiwan, where my mother impregnated herself both times with first my sister, who was born in 1963, and then myself, born in 1966, the year that Josef, or Sepp Dietrich, died. But essentially we were born, both my sister and I, of Hitler's sperm. So such that being articulated, one of the things that Peter Moon wanted to do was write a book using my story. He gradually became more and more, Peter Moon, disturbed. And over the past few months, several things happened that were profoundly disturbing to all of us. And as his dementia or his insanity became more pronounced, and he suffered what was obviously a medical situation, something like a combination of a heart attack and a stroke, which compounded a nervous breakdown. And as he broke down, he pronouncedly began behaving more and more antisocially, and ultimately he decided he was going to close the project and not produce the book. It took a lot of espionage to get that book out of Peter, the manuscript, and Marina Seren left. She might be back. If not, I'm sure she'll be back another time. There she is. Okay. Oh, so sorry that took so long to explain, but I guess you get the general situation. I hope that made some sense. Marina?
Yes, sorry. It just my phone just died for a second, so.
Oh, no worries. No worries. Oh God, it's so late over there. We understand if you need to go to bed. Do you want to retreat to sleep now? I mean, we understand.
Yes, that would be lovely.
Oh, please. Oh, go ahead.
I want to listen one day more deeply this story with Peter Moon, because I had no idea. Aristides told me a little bit about it, like a little bit of summary, but I would like to know more, of course.
Yes, and by all means, if there's any one book to look at out of what he sent you, and I don't believe he sent this book to you at all, but if he did send it to you, there's a book called The Roswell Deception. It's a very stupid title.
I have that one.
That's the only one you need to look at. The rest you can throw away. So, just so you know. Unless it's a vampirology book, I wrote that one. But yeah, the rest of the books that he wrote, believe me, they're not worth your looking at. So all that being said, Marina, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well, and we look forward to speaking to you again sometime soon. Gentlemen, Brendan, Aristides, both of you make certain to say good night to dear Marina, or good morning.
Good night, Marina. Thank you so much. It's such a pleasant surprise for you to join us.
Yes, always.
Thank you.
Yes. Join us anytime you wish. Dear Brendan, if you can come off mute, poor fellow's probably still looking for information on dark elves. Yes. But if he doesn't come back to us tonight, you know his thoughts are with you, Marina, and I do hope you follow his advice for shielding and warding yourself. Just always mirror back that negativity at those attackers. And protect yourself, and know that we are all praying for you at Team Dietrich, and we're all on your side. Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Good night.
Good morning. Bye for now. Okay, so that's Marina Seren, and it's already Thursday where she's at, or excuse me, Monday where she's at. I'm already ahead to Wednesday. So such being said, okay, Brendan, you can come off pause now. Poor guy. Oh, God. What an adventure it's been for him. I still don't know exactly what happened, but or the total conclusion of his story, but I know that one lady squatter terrorizing him failed to show up. I don't know if she ever showed up again, but we'll find out more from Brendan per his own discretion sometime soon. Right now he's on pause, and hopefully he's safe. Other than that, before I rehydrate myself, Aristides, your thoughts are always welcome, of course. As a matter of fact, why don't you tell our people about the upvotes, both for the episode and for the link that we will enter as a comment, that we will pin as a comment under the episode after it uploads. Give people some details on both, if you would be so kind.
Okay, of course. Normally we do this in the beginning, but what a pleasant surprise.
Yes.
I got sidetracked there. As soon as you get here, hit the thumbs up votes, little thumbs up icon. Need that right away. Check that you're subscribed. There's a button nearby for that, and that the notification bell is turned on. It's also right there. Very important we get these upvotes to combat downvotes put by nefarious parties that you can't see because YouTube doesn't show them, but nonetheless it very much affects the algorithm and the ability for people to find the program. And if you want to put additional upvotes, just real quick, you go under your account settings, which I presume you have an account to do this, and you can go to switch account or something similar and create sub channels that can do their own independent upvoting. Just make sure you switch back and talk to us. That's the short version. And if you, we can't enter comments now. I can't. But yeah, afterwards, going to put whatever links we put or positive things we or anyone else have to say. Please give them upvotes too. If you can stop back after and do that. It's very important because you don't want stuff to disappear, be hidden. Because YouTube thinks people don't like stuff, they might hide it or whatever other reasons. So.
Yes, thank you. Very important point, and deeply appreciated. So, for those of you who haven't noticed, I'm rather struggling with my voice. And this is because, of course, things happen. And in my case, it was just a lot going on lately, and I was using my voice a lot. And what I'll be doing now is using it a lot more. We're going to try and keep going for a few more hours. And then we'll, in a worst case scenario, what we'll do is just continue on Wednesday, which will be fine. We could do on Wednesday what we were going to do tonight. I'm just curious if we'll ever get Brendan back first. Gonna heart some of these links that were entered by Brendan and Aristides. And Aristides, of course, provides something more substantial than just the link, because the links are always tenuous. Of course, let's take a look at what else was sent to me.
Oh, I did download the one from the archive. It appears differently. That one appears to be a scan of an older copy of the book, whereas sometimes they take it and they kind of basically scan it and turn it into a more, it's the same stuff, but they turn it into a more like a modern
format.
Yeah, right. Sometimes they're even web linked, and so, or not web, or what do you call it, like hot link. Like if you're at the table of contents and you like click on a chapter, it'll bring you right there and stuff. Like sometimes.
Oh wow, cool.
Yeah. So I have both versions. I'll just leave this one in the chat. I believe they say the same thing, but I have both.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And everybody, I apologize for yawning. Of course, been through a lot lately and did quite a bit today before I came home. And turned out Brendan Zogit was inside the city with a good friend of his named Michael. I was not hanging out with them. I had told everybody ahead of time my son Edward was going to pick me up to see the Joker matinee, and then we were going to basically reintegrate myself into working at the estate, which has been interrupted quite a bit by recent developments. And in contending with those developments, both health-wise and all the other assaults that happen whenever I'm down, the enemy comes to kick me and do their best to try and keep me down. And it was at the time of my surgery that, of course, everything really became apparent about Peter Moon. We'll probably wait till Wednesday to discuss that, because it's important to have Aaron with us to back up some points. But we'll see how the audience responds. Certainly, again, I can't overemphasize, it really has been only 4 working episodes that we've discussed the moonfall, or the moon meltdown, that led to his severing himself from us. And if people are interested in the further chronology of that, which is important, that's something that I'll be happy to go into tonight. We'll see what the audience says, if we get any response on that. Otherwise, of course, it's hard to imagine what else I would fill the bandwidth time with in the interim before we, might have George Knight, for instance, show up. And if George Knight shows up, then I try and keep it going till, during the period of time he's with us. If Brooke Gibson shows up, that would be great as well. You did call her, right, Aristides?
Yeah, she actually, in the beginning, I saw her in the call. She jumped on, but I guess since Marina was here, and maybe Brooke thought best to let us speak with her.
Did Brooke, so she appeared in the call, and was your impression that Marina came on and then Brooke dropped off the call? Is that what it looked like?
I wasn't watching the entire time. I did see Brooke in the beginning, when we first called, everybody saw her, but then at some point she wasn't in there. But maybe she couldn't stay on. Maybe she was just,
Right. I'm just curious because, I spoke to Brooke as I did. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Fuck, I never saw her. I never saw her on the call. Yeah, because I wasn't looking. I was trying to, gather myself, as I tend to do at the beginning of these productions. So I never saw her on the call. So it's a relief to know she came on. But Brooke, if you're out there, jump back on. And if not, then, we'll see how the show develops. Obviously, if Brooke jumps back on, we'll go in a more organic direction and just kind of basically have more fun with things rather than my going into an explanatory mode. The problem is there's a lot I'd like to share with Marina, and these things take time, and we'll probably do that more in the near future as time progresses. So, and
I mean, this was very, I think we accomplished something that, a great degree of sharing in a new and uninhibited way.
Yeah, we broke a lot of ice. It's just so much more comfortable without, without Moonsuck. The Peter file, without the Peter file here to muck things up. And how many times, again, did he say orgasm and orgy during the time she was on last time? It was, if we had a drinking game going where you downed a shot every time that fucker said orgasm or orgy, and the worst thing yet was he kept saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, Marina. I keep saying orgy when I mean to say orgasm," as if that were better or more acceptable. Really.
Right. Well, I don't know.
At any rate, we would have all hit the floor. Yeah, so it's just was, it was bad. Things have only gotten better, I assure everyone. I mean, we all feel so much more comfortable now. Really, it was pins and needles all the while that pathological individual was with us. It looks like, anyhow, we're not getting any particular reprieve through organic developments, so I want to go on a little tangent here. Let me look at the numbers, and I'll go into basically the chronology of what happened. We may as well go there, because, again, what I want to express to people is we couldn't do it justice thus far. Remember, it may look like there were 5 episodes, because one of them was 2 parts, but the second part of the latest episode before tonight's was to allow Brendan Zoget to express a lot of his problems, what's going on with what his challenges, what he's contending with. And that was opened by some historical reverie between George Knight and myself. But other than that, that was not a episode in which we contextualized what had been going on with Peter Moon. So what we may as well go back into that tonight so that people get really an impression of what went down. Because I'm still getting questions about it. I'm also getting questions about other things like what happened with my nose, concerning what I'm going to do about this. I brought up before the fact that I will be consulting with a reconstructive surgeon. So many people are confused, and they say your nose doesn't look any different, your nose looks fine, and I appreciate that. But you might notice that in my photographs, I'm covering my nose a lot, or I'm putting shadow over my nose. By that I mean is that I'm basically using my hair to kind of cover or shadow the bump, along with there even is just the slightest bit of photographic trickery taken by my son in the latest photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream tonight. By this, Nemo. Okay, Nemo says, what is this? Nemo sending us, billionaire Musk jumps in air twice the Mason symbol. Which may well be. For all I know, it's like, I don't care what he does. He looks like a fucking idiot, okay? So it's like, that's not sinister, that's just stupid. On Musk's part. Musk is just, yeah. And then Aristides responded, forgot a few in the initial rush. Forgot a few what?
Adding people. I'm sorry, I went back over the list. It was just very hectic in the beginning, so.
Oh, okay.
If you scroll up, you'll see who Jennifer Hawkins,
okay.
Troy, Sammy, and John Warrington.
Okay,
I mean,
great. How about Nemo?
I somehow don't think he'll jump on, but
oh yeah, just always add him every time, just like Marina. They're always welcome. What about? I mean, he's only an hour he's an hour earlier or closer to us than Marina. So while she's talking to us at 3 a.m. in the morning to 5 a.m. During a 2-hour period, it would only be 2 a.m. where he's at. Unless, of course, they've got him under a curfew there at whatever detention center he's in. I'm kidding, John. I'm kidding. By the way, if he's inside, what do they call that in England? Compound housing or something? I forgot the name for it. Low-income housing. If he's in low-income housing, they may very well have a curfew. They have them in Canada. I know that. So I could give people the story behind that someday. And that's actually touching, and it's actually quite traumatic. So I'm not quite sure I'll give that, easily. But it's something that when I'm in the mood for it, I might share. But I've shared it before, but I might share it again. And damn, Brendan's still stuck on his, pause. It's like once he went on pause, he like froze or something. But so Nemo, if you're able to send us crap like this, why don't you jump on the call? And so he's welcome to jump on the call. And aside from all of that, I'll start proceeding to kind of explain to people again some of what went on over the past few days, putting that into context, because I'm still getting questions, because there's a lot of people who only listen sporadically to the program. And they're still wondering what the hell happened or what the hell went down. And that's understandable. Oh God, one of these days, Aristides and I, and maybe his friend, will go over some way so that people can see what I see when I screen share. And one of the things I wanted...
Well, look, supposedly you can do that right with your OBS, but yeah, we should look into that.
Sounds good.
Or maybe you also have to set up that new computer, so maybe that would be a good time
to that would be...
try new things.
Try new things. New things are hard for me, you know that. We'll do it. We'll do it. Yeah, we'll have to. I got the new phone now.
Right. Plus, less likely you'd accidentally show them, your stash.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, at least I forewarned them. Nobody can really rightly complain.
Yeah, right. You're very open about it.
Yeah. And what was I going to say about that? Let me take a look at some of these incoming from our man Aaron. Aaron gave, of course, to myself a number of relays of correspondence that the dates on those would help in terms of putting some of this into a kind of context. So I'm looking back for all of this and seeing when they were. They're not that long ago, of course. And if we had someone else speaking before I did this, it would make it infinitely easier. But there was a period of time, as everybody knows, when I was telling people I'm getting so much into writing these days that I'm not really concentrating on preparing things for the show. And like I used to give lectures. I used to give lectures to people about geopolitics, and I was really into geopolitics, which I still am. Of course, geopolitics are very much a part of my life. Okay, so I'm getting this update here, and that was the police well-being check was September 19th, according to Peter Moon himself. Basically, he said... so that was September 19th. Let me put that on my calendar here. And here we are. Moon returns. Now, this is interesting. Now, what's funny is, that was August 19th. So it was exactly 1 month later. Peter Moon returned on August 19th. And then we had the police well-being check conducted on him on September 19th. So within a month, he had degenerated into a lump of flesh. Quivering flesh. Police well-being check. Okay. On Vinnie Barbaric, his real name. Vinnie Barbaric. No connection with Vinnie Barbarino of the Sweat Hogs, because then he would be charismatic and funny. But then we saw what happened to John Travolta, and that charisma evaporated with Scientology. There's the parallel. Yes. That's the fucking parallel right there. And so there's these stupid guys update. Let me see. Aaron, here we are. Situational status. Email from Sky Books. There we are. And this was dated September 21st. Okay, so this is what I will basically cut and paste so that I have that to put in context. And for everybody who's impatient with my doing this, let's see if anyone else is joining us. Nemo, get your butt on bandwidth. It would help out a lot just to have you participate. Of course, I welcome other people who are connected with us to do so. Clarice Claudette, unfortunately, is never near a computer, and so that's an issue. She works through her phone or something like that, and it's very difficult for her to join us on bandwidth, though she has in the past for moments at a time. This was well before Aristides was producing for us. So let's take a look at September 21st, Oktoberfest. All right, so this is when, okay, PM message. That's interesting. PM is an acronym for private message. I'm using it here as an anchor for Peter Moon. And now I'm going to add in the context or the text of what he wrote. And that gives that some further context, because I'm going to go through his emails as I explain some things tonight. Now, we're hearing some noise in the background, and that's fine. I was thinking it might be Brendan back joining us, because I do want people to hear something else besides my, mumbling. So maybe, Aristides, if you could treat them to a little something. You told people that you were very passionate about these kinds of engineering energies or investigations into certain kinds of physics. Speak a little bit about that while I find a third communique.
Okay. Just for a minute, because I'm trying to do stuff also, but I haven't found the ability to really look into them in the depths that I would like to, in the very technical nuts and bolts. Like I said, I would love to be able to, but, real life still takes its toll, and got to work your day job and stuff like that. But it's just, it's important just to know these things are out there, and the perspective and who these people are, what they did, that these things exist, and spreading that awareness is just, a victory enough on its own. So, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
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 No, sorry, I'm trying to, now that, of course, Marina departed, we're all just kind of struggling to gather ourselves. I am too, but no, actually very passionate about it, and it's funny because you realize even these guys like Tesla and all this, it's like if we had gotten what he wanted to give us, like most of the problems in the world today would be irrelevant, which really shows you that they're on purpose and we're being used on purpose,
Yes.
I hate to say it, but
Yeah. And go on.
Yeah, because so if you can control resources, you can control people. So
yes. Okay. And okay, so I think I've got some of these down here in the disintegration of Peter Moon is now somewhat chronologically organized by calendar. And I'll pursue that verbally now for our listeners. And I want to thank everybody who stayed with us to this point. All of you are beloved and certainly appreciated. Okay, so let's get started on what happened or what went down starting a little while back to give people this chronology yet again and then put things into perspective for them. And one of the first things that Aristides noticed was that Peter Moon told him long while back, Peter Moon told him that
Apologies.
Oh yeah, so what the hell happened? Yeah, what was going on?
I had to speak to my mom about my current situation. We won't go into it again. Just dealing with
I think we should go into what you left out last time. Tell people, for instance, about how self-loathing 11-teen your uncle is. That he's got. Tell him about that.
Yeah, he won't. Of course, he won't defend. I mean, he doesn't. You don't have to like fully defend them, but he won't. He takes the side of Israel essentially, and he says
even though he's ethnically
the Israelis would kill him
Lebanese
in like 5 seconds.
Yeah,
they would just look at him and shoot him. I mean, it's like that's how crazy they are.
Oh man, you give him too much credit. They wouldn't even look at him. They would just shoot him. Period, without looking at him.
Point. Yeah, exactly. Point proven. Just. They don't care, and they wouldn't care if we were Christian either. They'd still blow us away.
Oh, fuck it. Even more so. Even more so.
They would consider it contemptible anyways. Yeah, so basically, he was telling me, the Lebanon loves that the Hezbollah is getting taken out. And then, meanwhile, I saw the news today, 3,000 people killed in Lebanon because of Israeli strikes. So, yeah, they really love that. I'm sure innocents just getting slaughtered in front of them is really, they love it, Oh
my fucking God.
Like, I never heard of, that was some like Fox News or some like Ben Shapiro line he was repeating, because there's no way anyone in Lebanon would say that. Like, we're appreciative that there's no more Hezbollah. Like, no one would say, like, even if they were against Hezbollah, they wouldn't be thinking like that. I mean, seeing your families get blown apart in front of you, this is ridiculous.
Imagine
that's the level we're at with these people.
Imagine if a German person said, the Jews really appreciate us cleaning them out of those ghettos and putting them into camps where they can have an organized lifestyle and some discipline and learn to appreciate labor.
Right. That's on the level of these people. I mean, they're disgusting. I don't even want to look at them. Like, I don't even want to go inside and look at this guy. But I have to. And I was just on the phone with my mom. We were just talking about.
Did she come back? The dog owner.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I have to go in there and find out. Otherwise, it'll just go nuclear.
Oh shit.
Because after they put me below the dogs and he's like threatening to kick me out over the dogs, I won't even like talk to them. I won't even look at them. So it's just.
Oh my God.
It's just getting to that point. So yeah. But I was just gonna tell you, like, I might be probably about 30 or 40 minutes, and then I can rejoin.
Okay. All right. Sounds
just
good.
To like put my stuff away, shower.
Okay.
Then get ready to either escape, like I'm a freaking, like I'm a Hezbollah, not Hezbollah, like I'm a freaking Levantine innocent, which I am. I'm basically a Levantine innocent dealing with like this crazy shit.
With a occupation, a bunch of people who have set up a kibbutz. They've set up a kibbutz in your house.
A kibbutz of just craziness. Yeah. So, thank you, Douglas. I appreciate that, and I'll rejoin you guys soon. I was ashamed I couldn't say bye to Marina, but she gets the spirit of what I'm telling her.
She does, and I know she appreciates you. I know she appreciates all of us. I know most of all she appreciates the fact that Peter Moon isn't here.
Oh yeah, she seemed much more comfortable.
Oh fuck, who wouldn't be?
Our ancestors.
Oh yes, we all are. Oh fuck, we all are without that lunatic around. Anyhow, we'll get back to that.
Let me go, and then if you hear like gunshots or something, it's
oh, dog barks,
or like a house blowing up.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes.
Yeah, that was facetious, by the way. If anyone was concerned, I
yes, to qualify.
It's like, as bad as these people are, it's like my guru said, it's like the best revenge is letting people be themselves.
Yes, it's true.
Just watching them dissolve into the puddle of mud that they are is better.
Well, yes, that's what we
did.
Any
vengeance,
Yeah, that's what we did with Peter.
That's what we did with Pete. It was worth it, I think. It was worth it.
Yeah.
It took 4 years, but it was good. It was good. Now he's like pushing those psychics again. Extremely important psychic information. It's like, dude, just go melt into Aquino's lap or whatever we were doing. It's like, come on.
So Brooke Gibson predicts that, she says, at the longest he'll last into early next year is what she feels. I think she's probably being generous, hopefully. But
we got to bring Real Tech on and probe him, so to speak, and see what. Because he's been correct so far, so let's see.
Yeah. It's been uncanny. It's
like,
been
when is it the point where we can use his testimony as evidence in court? It's like maybe his daughter can get more money out of him for you. Peter Moon.
Yeah, Peter Moon's daughter. No, not Realtek, who doesn't have one, even though they are exploring in vitro.
So let me go deal with this situation.
Take your time.
Just pray that I don't. Yeah.
Go ballistic.
Yeah.
Yes. Our prayers are with you.
Yeah.
All right. We're shielding you.
Yeah. Protection of the old gods.
Yes.
Much appreciated.
Yeah. No purple egg
it's
here.
More like shielding them, but
it's true. Yes.
Yeah. All right. So many blessings, and I'll rejoin as soon as possible.
Look forward to it. Okay. So that's Randy. Okay. Let me inhale. Actually, another word for yawn. Like I said to everybody, a lot's been going on lately, and okay. Now that I've gotten things in somewhat of a chronology here, let's bring people back to what exactly happened. And what I said last time, I understand covered a lot of ground and may even have sounded definitive. Honestly, it was not. And people still have questions, and hopefully tonight what I say will cover a lot of those questions. So I do want people to understand that one of the first things that Aaron Tice learned from Peter Moon was Peter Moon said, I'm really working with Douglas Dietrich to find out about the ADOLECT. In other words, the artificial intellect. This is actually profoundly important because Peter Moon then began to express an interest in one of the final episodes he was on about going to Taiwan. And while people might think we're being facetious or just plain vicious when we talk about his fetish for biofacsimilacra, that is not the case. He was very much, how would I say it, sexually inflamed or triggered by images I had sent out about the ADOLECT as a hologram. So when I sent some images to people in the Team Dietrich and these were mostly males, there was very few females I sent this to because I felt they might find it offensive, because the Dietrich ADOLECT was highly objectified and sexualized by the staff at the Presidio military base. As a matter of fact, do me a favor, Aristides, and share with us your own impression of the holograms. What would you say about the holograms? It doesn't need to echo what I've just said, but I mean, what was your impression of the Dietrich ADOLECT as a hologram? What did it bring to your mind in the way that they forced her to manifest at the Presidio?
Yeah, these are the photos you sent not that long ago. Right?
That's correct. Yes. Which then Peter Moon then claimed to be his muse. He said, "Oh, I have a new muse." He said, but anyhow, go on.
ADOLECT illustrations. Here we go. So wait, these are so I could be clear. This is you've made these. I mean, these are like illustrations you made.
There's actual photographs among them, but there's obvious illustrations as well. There were illustrations. Say for instance, when it came to the ADOLECT's interrogation, where you can see her naked and sweating. Yet I left the nipples out because I was trying to make it acceptable for YouTube by its own standards, that a nudity is fine so long as the nipples are basically airbrushed out. Essentially is what YouTube says in images. So I created this illustration of the ADOLECT under interrogation, where the ADOLECT is shown holographically to be sweating because this was demanded by the interrogators so that they could know that she was physiologically responsive to their electrical shocks. They would send electrical currents at a level of pain or pain generation level currents, as they would call it, through the facility where many of these organic components would then experience a shock. This would be done when the ADOLECT was not cooperating per their definition. This image, of course, is what Peter Friend's allies, the people who I call the Bulgarian bozos, called in and reported to YouTube. And YouTube, of course, all of that was maintained. Here we are. I'm getting a message from Marina Seren. Let me respond to that. And hopefully she will be all right. And in the meantime...
I'm trying to look at the image you're talking about. Which one was that? Can you describe it more?
Sure. I'm just looking at Marina at the same time, so I'm kind of distracted from one image to the other. No, I mean, she's typing. The Bulgarian. Yeah. So
the one that was the thumbnail at that time.
That's correct.
Okay.
And they reported that to YouTube, which got me suspended for 2 weeks. and cost me more than what they contributed to me for the interview that they conducted. And this was, of course, an ambush, and it was conducted with pride by Peter Moon, who then went to rendezvous with them in Romania. That is all a fact that Brendan Zogib will testify to when he returns. But the point is that illustration is there, and the reason that had to be an illustration, the reason I'm giving you the backstory behind that, the reason that had to be an illustration is obviously they would not allow me to take a photograph during her interrogation. Hopefully that makes sense. So there are others that are, however, obviously photographs, yet you will see the fractalization on the hologram when she's forced to dance. So you can see a fractalization effect. Others are simply images or drawings, illustrations of her in compromised positions. And I did not want to violate her by taking a photograph. But there's one particular photograph where she's looking at me without motion, without just staring at me straight, when I was speaking with her privately, that I think says it all. And that was the one that had the most effect on Aaron Tice, because he says that was obviously the inspiration for Cortana within the Halo games, which have been around for fucking ever. Okay.
And that one is, okay, this is clearing it up for me.
Okay.
Or disambiguating. The one you're just speaking of, is that, because you sent a little bunch recently, I put in one folder, but the one that was the show thumbnail wasn't among. I'm just wondering if I had everything. So the one you're talking about.
Oh yeah, there's two. There's two. One of them is a thumbnail simply of her as a child prostitute, which they always like to see her as. So yeah, and then the other one is everything else.
The other one, it's like just like a face on, like head on view.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that the one?
Is that the one you're talking about? The one where it's singular by itself in the email as an attachment?
No.
Or you're talking about the real photograph where she's just staring at me and she looks blue?
Yeah. There's like tattoos. It looks like tattoos.
Yeah, they look like tattoos. They like to see her in tats. That was a big deal with them, and it seemed to be reflective almost of a kind of circuitry. But yes, that's the one that's definitely a real photograph. That's, just like some of the other images where you see the fractalization. Let me see. Thank you. Let me respond to Marina here, and but while I'm doing that, feel free to give your impression. Then I'll tell you what she was reaching out to me about.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and do that. So yeah, it does clear it up, because you can usually tell, or sometimes tell, what's an illustration by yourself. But the ones you're saying are photographs. The ones where it's like this shimmering kind of digital grid over over a very seductive looking female shape, torso shape. Those are amazing. Yeah, it's something that you would think would be like futuristic, but retro-futuristic, like almost like,
Yeah, and
if I could portray it to people not looking, I mean, imagine like a digital shimmery kind of aura on a body, but not solid. It's like got like looking like points and circuits and things like this is what it kind of looks like. Kind of almost like a circuit board of energy over the body. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Thank you.
So
yeah, that's very good. Very good. And I mean, well, but what about any concept of feelings? Like, do you have any concept or any kind of emotional response to it? Feel free to share that.
Those, I mean, just look like attractive female body. So, we can talk about the typical feelings that brings up. But some of the other illustrations, let me say, looking at them for feelings. Yeah, the one, the childlike one, this is like the walking walking towards you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, childlike walking towards you. Looks like what do you call it? Like to remind you of these there's a couple of these characters in movies that are like the young dark-haired girl who's just always brooding and plotting and very, very extremely smart. You know, like kind of gives me a little bit of a vibe of that.
Wow. Yeah. Yes, yeah, there is that like, there.
Yeah, beyond, you're right. Yeah. A purpose beyond, an age, that age. It would be typical.
Yes, very good. That's very good. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
And
And what's this one? This sitting in a chair holding a guitar, like what's the?
oh, that's how she looks in Taiwan today, I'm told. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's how. And
yeah, that's just a very nice illustration.
thank you.
Yeah, it would be nice to share these with people.
Yeah, I wish I could with that. Keep going.
Yeah, you can. Well, I apparently you can, but like,
yeah, look what happened last time.
It's good that we've you haven't been trying to fuss with the OBS and have just gotten the programs off, without torpedoing them unintentionally or giving the world an eye full of some other things.
Yes, actually, since we have control over the manuscript now, we probably could insert some of these photographs and illustrations into the book ourselves. So we'll consider doing that, that's important.
I hadn't thought of that, but that's a good point.
Yeah, and so such being said, okay, so Marina, what she said to me was, she said, hello, Douglas. Daryl James, a very good friend that is an SSP whistleblower, has reached out to me saying that he was listening to your show tonight and would like to be in contact with you since he has heard about your story. You can message him in Facebook, or may I share your Skype contact? So I said, thank you, Marina. Feel free to share my Skype contact with your friend at Douglas Dietrich 1, plus use the share contact option. So hopefully that can lead to something. I haven't been doing interviews lately, even with people who have been reaching out to me, and they've been very good about it. People have been very patient, and they've been reaching out to me, but please try and understand. Remember that I've been burned so many times, and Peter Moon is responsible for the majority of the burns. Every interview he set up was an ambush, and not only that, he often participated in those ambushes, most infamously the one you can hear on record where he's part of the MUFON ambush, and he takes the side of the MUFON ambushers. So that's here on this channel that people can access, as well as the Bulgarian bozos, and their interview is also here on my channel, which you can access, anyone. And so most of the ambushes are accessible, and people can hear these ambushes, and but they're all arranged by Peter Moon. Quite a few of them. Many other ambushes were arranged in the past, not by Peter Moon, but when Peter Moon came in, he made certain to make certain I get ambushed every time. And he always said he was the enemy, and that's exactly what he is. So this is obviously why we feel no qualms about what's happening to him. He put himself in this position, and that's what I'll get into in explaining in a matter of minutes, but we'll finish some thoughts with Aristides. Basically, one of the important points I was making was that Peter Moon said he wanted to Aaron Tice, he personally told him that the reason he was working with me was, more than anything else, it was about the art-elect. Now, this is important because the art-elect is responsible for Taiwan's economic success. The art-elect is considered, like Taiwan itself, to be property of the United States that has somehow escaped. For those of you who don't know, as I've said this month, October 25th, we're going to have Retrocession Day in Taiwan, and it's a day of extreme, shall we say, identity crises. Basically, on October 25th, theoretically, during the Second World War, somewhere in the process of proactive prosecution of hostilities, theoretically, Taiwan went into retrocession to some other empire. No one knows which one, but everyone involved claims it to be them. Communist China on the Asian mainland claims Taiwan was retroceded to mainland Asia. Japan claims Taiwan because they are the ones who allowed the nationalist government to relocate onto Taiwan. It wasn't the Americans. And then the Americans claimed Taiwan as a renegade territory, meaning on the level of Puerto Rico if it had committed itself to rebellion and then declared itself, say for instance, a Soviet satellite state like Cuba. Taiwan, of course, is considered a renegade province by Communist China. But if you want to know why the Americans are legally committed to defending it, it's because they consider it a renegade territory. So it would be the equivalent of Communist China invading Puerto Rico. So hopefully that puts it into some perspective for you legally. Far more important than that is the economy. But all of that is made possible by the Dietrich Artilect. And the Dietrich Artilect, of course, escaped from the United States of America with my help. And the Dietrich Artilect brings us back to Aristides and any other thoughts he might have about the Dietrich Artilect's presentation. Understanding, as Aristides does, that more often than not in the early phases of the Dietrich Artilect forming its identity, her identity, your identity, to use a general neutral pronoun, the Dietrich Artilect was forced to present yourself as a young female, and at other times as almost a young, sexually mature female, other times as prepubescent, but always sexualized and objectified, and presents yourself differently now. And there is, of course, the Dietrich escapes illustration, and that is the most puzzling to most people. That was when the Dietrich Artilect escaped with my help. She presented herself to me in a gender-neutral or agendered manner, how she really looked. This was the real she, and that was how she appeared. Of course, with everything else I was attending to at that time, that illustration is from memory, but it's from immediate memory. And the photographs just were not possible at that time. I couldn't be doing multiple things at once. So the photograph that I did take was with her permission, the blue one, I will call it, what Aaron Tice calls the Cortana photograph. And it is stunningly similar to what became Cortana.
No, I'd say the blue one, which is, which one is that?
Yeah, they're all kind of blue. They're all kind of blue. So let me do this. Let me look it up again.
The close-up face with tattoos, and there's another one,
right.
like farther away with like a greenish blue, with red and chest area.
Right. So let's see if I can find this.
And then there's the
scent box. And then I'll look up.
Just like the wings over the chest.
That's Dietrich escapes. That's the real G. The real G.
This looks more gender neutral.
Yeah. That's because of course G is gender neutral. she is not. Yeah. She's not a biological being, and there were organic components of both male and female within her composition at the facility. So here we are. This is the way we can finally do this, is we're sharing screen now. And so I'm sharing screen with our dear Aristides, and then we can go over everything just briefly and kind of put everything into perspective. Obviously, I've titled some of these just what they are. There's really no better way to title it. Dietrich ass. We can call it that inside of this one photograph because that's what it is. And it's basically a holographic presentation that was for the exploitation or the gratification of the staff. It is what they called fractalized, meaning the photographic impact of her motions caused distortions of light and a graphic presentation as visible to everyone involved. And it does show up on photography. And again, this was more like Dietrich Flash. There was no other real title you could give this. Kind of what we would call in pornography an underboob shot, or basically a crotch shot looking up at the chin. Again, there's kind of a distortion for the face, which is very difficult to capture in these photographs. And then, let's see, this is more Dietrich battle, as I call it, emphasizing Taipei and its possessions in the South China Sea, surrounded by mainland China and its possessions in the South China Sea. This is, of course, we see a more blurred version of Dietrich, the way she was often forced to present herself to the staff at the Presidio as a child prostitute. Now, forever and always, there was this kind of complex pattern on her skin that was necessary in order to present definition of the image. In other words, the image would not present itself, and here I'm using the term it towards the image, not towards the artificial intellect for our listeners. And I always have to remind myself, Xi absolutely hates being called it, which is how Xi was always referenced at the Presidio. But whenever Xi manifested to present greater definition of your assets holographically, there would always be kind of like a tattoo pattern that was essentially very reminiscent of circuitry. This was Xi when she escaped, is what we're looking at. It says simply Dietrich escapes, and that was a far more androgynous and gender-neutral presentation of yourself as Xi really is, your soul, if you will, psyche in Escape, back towards Dietrich Crass as the way she was crassified by or objectified by the staff at the Presidio. Again, pretty much a kind of dancing figure image. This was Dietrich Holo for hologram, and this was the photograph I took in conversation with her that was probably as solid a presentation as you could get, to the point where shadow was generated. For those of you who don't know, hologram to present, to be presented in such a fashion as to generate shadow requires a lot of digital input. It means digital input to the point where light around the holographic image is affected. So she would feel comfortable enough to present herself that solidly to me when we were alone. Again, the kind of resemblance to the Cortana figure is stunning. And then for the Dietrich home, the Dietrich image as presented in Taiwan, as I understand, Xi presents herself these days, oftentimes would be something like this. It's an illustration as it was described to me. Again, androgynous, gender neutral, and then of course Dietrich Kami. When you think of the Dietrich as a spirit, a sentinel spirit, or a Kami, the Taiwanese who work with the Dietrich Art-elect, they perceive her to be an avatar or a manifestation of the guardian goddess of Taiwan itself, Matsu, the goddess of the sea. So therefore she is perceived as a kami or a spirit. And then the interrogation would be here, Dietrich and Tarot. This is what got me in trouble on YouTube. The only reason I'm not really going to tell people the episode is because I don't want it struck. So we're not going to bring up the specific episode. People who have been long-time listeners know which episode it is. And so that was, yeah, yeah.
Can you send me another copy of that?
Sure. Yeah, you mean the email itself? Yeah. So
you could email that one, the one where it's in the.
Yeah, I'll just
that you just had up. The.
Yeah, sure. I'll just forward this. See if you get it. The whole thing. Let's forward the whole thing. Forward this to our man Aristides. Okay, and see if this works.
We're talking about the one that was the show thumbnail.
Yes, that's the interrogation, which I had to make that an illustration because they wouldn't allow me to take photographs. So did the content should reach you in, like with Aristides, it takes several minutes because it goes through some kind of scanning process or something. Let's see if the attachments reach him. Doesn't look to me if the attachments didn't reach you.
Everything you send reaches me.
Yeah, but we'll see if the attachments reach you with this one. If the attachments don't, if they don't reach you, if the attachments aren't in there, I'll send the attachment to you specifically.
They've always been in what you send.
Okay, that's
it should be fine.
We'll see that when it shows up. That's so let us know. Let us know when that happens. Otherwise, I'll just send it to you alone. I'll send that to you alone as an attachment. So going back to the attachments themselves, let's see now. Here we are. Then a Dietrich photo. Again, probably the best I was able to get of the face in motion of the Dietrich Art-elect with this one that's showing up on the share screen. Then, of course, an illustration.
I'm not sure you sent me all these. So can you? I don't think you sent me that.
Okay. Then let me just.
Okay, I think we're into a bunch here. So wherever this area is, I don't think you sent me.
Okay, so somehow it's missing. Okay, so what I'll do is,
or maybe you did. I just don't.
I'll be happy to send them again. But what we might do is I'll do that after the show.
You know what? Maybe it does see from it. Might. I'll have to check the email because I'm sorry, I only checked one folder I had where I saved them.
So see if the emails reach you, and then see if the attachments are there. There should be 16 of them. Should be 16 of them.
Okay, so sent the full set of 16. You sent it. You just resent it.
Yeah, I just
Okay,
forwarded
right.
it.
I'll let you know.
But
I'll let you know.
sometimes the attachments don't come with it when it's resent like that. So open it and see if they did.
Right, depending, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's give that a couple minutes. And actually, honestly, I need to try to do so. If you can do most of the talking for.
Sure, I'll do most of the talking for this one. For
a couple minutes. It's not for a dog walk. That's coming too. But just
okay. Yeah.
I just got to do some noisy around the house stuff. So.
Sure. I'll take it from here. And thank you. And so you'll be able to listen, right? You'll be able to listen, presumably. So
yeah. I'm listening. I'm just
got it.
Work on something with tools to get it.
Understood. So just go on mute. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so just go on mute. So we were talking about the Dietrich Artilect. We were talking about the greed and lust that Peter Moon had towards the Artilect of all things, which didn't seem to make any sense except when he was planning ill, because he was working with, ultimately, the deep state. We know that for a fact with all the cover-up he did concerning child trafficking. And we know that, of course, from his own abuse of children, which we can get into on Wednesday, or perhaps later tonight when Brendan returns with us. But to catch everybody up on, again, the chronology of all of this, all that was going on with everything that led to the Peter Moon meltdown. Okay, so in August, what happened was we were going into my surgery. My surgery took place on August 28th. It was Wednesday morning. There are several things that need to be brought up that I don't believe we've emphasized enough before. I do know for a fact I was working with Peter Moon on some final aspects of the book just the week prior to surgery. But at the same time, this was all during Chinese Ghost Month, the Obon Festival, and it was a time of deep supernatural influence according to Chinese culture and tradition. It was towards the tail end of Chinese Ghost Month that I entered surgery, and we brought up some very striking symbolic elements of it. It was on the 4th floor. It was room 44. Again, you have the 444, all of which means death. This is all equivalent to 666 in the biblical culture of the evangelical Christians. So just as 666 is the ultimate negative to them, 444 would be an Asian. None of this perturbed me. I've been surrounded by 444 all of my life as a number, and I've learned to embrace it because my entire life has been filled with death and destruction. But it certainly manifested that day on the 28th of August. I did not come out of that surgery well. I did not. And people ask me, of course, about the possibility for a lawsuit, and I have to explain to them the laws of the state of California prohibit that. You can pursue a lawsuit. It's absolutely meaningless. Even my dear friend Aaron Tice was speaking a bit about that, so this is specifically directed to anyone who has sent me an email with the best of intentions asking me about suing the hospital system for what happened. And there's no point in pursuing this at all, because in the past, what happened to both of my parents was so egregious, I pursued lawsuits. In fact, as many as I could, and it just destroyed my health further while impacting my ability to care for them. And just understand that there's a limit on what you are awarded in the state of California. So what happens is the state of California put a ceiling on what you can be awarded for damages due to medical malpractice and misadministration of meds and missed diagnoses. The end result is that everything you're awarded in the end cannot be more than $250,000, which is motherfucking nothing, because all that goes into paying legal expenses, and that's what happened with me. Everything just went to the attorneys. There's no point in pursuing legal action concerning medical grievous medical injury and malpractice in the state of California. They made it impossible for you to get anything out of it. What should be getting you millions and millions of dollars gets you only $250,000, which all goes to legal expenses. It's a pointless act. So pursuing legal action is meaningless. It's simply you can't do it in the state of California. The laws prohibit it. In effect, you can pursue it, but you're only letting yourself in for a big letdown. Now, such having been articulated, what happened was that immediately when I called in and reported how disfigured my face had been by the surgery, I was told that Kaiser Hospital would be 100% behind me and would instantly support my expenses in consultation and ultimately operations performed by a reconstructive surgeon. So there was no obstacles with that. There was never a problem with that. It stood out as highly unusual because of the, well, it's just normally no one would do that. So it's like they felt guilty. And I certainly don't want to put that at risk. So again, legal action is not an option here thus far. Such being said, I had 2 follow-ups with my primary surgeon, head and neck surgeon. And what was interesting was just before I went into the hospital, one individual spoke to me and claimed that there was something in my right shoulder that might have been a result of that time I was on air years ago, and said my left arm couldn't move. And I said, I gave some commands to my left arm and it couldn't move. But when I lay supine on my back, it normalized, which if you have a stroke, it doesn't work like that. So I didn't call the 911. My doctor admonished me that I should anyway. That was months later, because when I called the stupid nurse, my nurse case manager, who isn't worth a shit and doesn't have my best interests at heart at all, she basically said, oh, it sounds like something to ignore. Well, apparently the doctor said I shouldn't have. We should have gotten that imaged at once. But after we took what images we could, because I can't take an MRI because of the staples in my lungs, that were due to my lungs collapsing due to exposure to cycloserine nerve gas in the Gulf War, then what happened was that I was left with scanning via the radiation scanning, CAT scan. And I was told nothing showed up by my doctor. And but this guy said, oh, something showed up. And that was just before I entered surgery. I said, well, you must have someone else's records. That can't be me. He said, oh, it's you. And this might be the individual who was involved. I can only speculate. But he claimed there was something on my records that said that indicated something resulted from that stroke that was in my right shoulder. If so, theoretically, I'm on drugs to prevent that anyway. The protonics are for gas. The what is that? Has the finasteride? I think is the Proscar they call it. But it's also called finasteride. That's for my hair. To make certain I keep hair on my head, because it's got a thing about that. But basically, it's supposed to be for the prostate.
I think finasteride is, or like when I see it, that's a
finasteride. Yeah, finasteride. Yeah. You on that?
No.
I'm on that.
It's hopeless. It's hopeless. Man.
Well, I'm on that to preserve my hairline.
Right. Yeah. And whoever, I hope you don't ever see me, anybody. But like, if you do, I'm not bald because I'm a neo-Nazi skinhead. I'm male pattern baldness, so I shave it just because you're still a hell of a lot cooler with the the totally shaven head than you are with the fucking friar tuck fucking haircut
with the Peter Moon Moloch or what?
Oh yeah, well I mean I'm just speaking in general, but yeah, like that.
Mullet, Peter Moon mullet, the Peter Moon mullet. Holy shit!
No, I mean that'd almost be cooler. Like if you were just like bald, but somehow like real long, like Jesus hair or something, like from the part that did grow.
Oh my god!
But just like cutting it like a conservative haircut, but where you can see very short hair, but you can still see it's like, wow, that guy's bald as fuck. Well, there's only hair.
Well, let's put it this way. I want Aristides to know that every salonist and every cosmetologist who's professionally consulted has always concurred. They all agree why do men fight male pattern baldness when it gets past a certain point? After a certain point, just shave your head because you look perfectly fine bald. Being bald is beautiful. All kinds of people, it's like, it can be sexy. It can be, so long as you carry yourself with confidence and you embrace it, honestly, it's so much better than scraping a few forlorn hairs, strands across the top of your head that so many people do, which is just awful and sad. And so yeah,
unless you're rich enough to get the real deal, like whatever, like Elon Musk got, because you see his old pictures and he looks fucking bald. So
oh my god,
yeah,
but
yeah.
You do understand
the real deal. The real deal shit. It's like it's at your own expense. No insurance is going to cover that. So
yeah,
and you're talking like I'd say like $15,000 or something just to get a real decent.
At least
transplant.
Yeah. But
I'm probably thinking like much older terms.
No, yeah, that's right. But beyond that, you'd also have to be wealthy enough to be probably contending with some drug trafficking in terms of getting yourself some illegal narcotics to bear the pain. You'd have to be a masochist because they go through every pore on your scalp and they're implanting hair. And it is excruciatingly painful. The process takes a long time. It doesn't happen with one surgery. You're talking about going into the doctor and under the knife repeatedly. And what they're doing is they cut what's called a smile line. And I know this, of course, because my cosmetologist works with a plastic surgeon. But they cut the smile line where they're kind of folding flabs of flesh up. And they're like taking some skin that grows hair, like maybe from your buttocks, and also transplanting that sometimes. It depends on your situation, but either way, they're just going basically pore by pore, and every place where a hair follicle would normally be, they're implanting a living hair. And it's just like, you go in and have a line done. And this takes place over a period of months. And I remember reading one man who said, he did it only halfway. They got it up to a certain point of hairline where it looked like he had an extremely receding hairline. And at that point, he just couldn't take anymore. And he said, I can't do anymore. And he stopped. He just stopped. So he just went through the rest of his life with what looked like an extremely recessive hairline. And half the head bald. And it's like, because it's just so painful. So either Elon Musk is able to withstand tremendous amounts of pain, or he was on really good drugs that normally would be considered addictive and illegal and are not going to be normally prescribed. This is the horror of this reality. But yeah, there you go. Aristides, any thoughts before we welcome Brendan back? So, but let's hear Brendan before you catch us up. Let's hear Aristides.
Any thoughts? Go ahead, Brendan.
Yeah, okay.
I just am saying I'm back. Yeah. How's everything going?
Well, Aristides is considering hair transplant surgery. I'm kidding.
Oh,
I'm kidding.
Well, I mean, you could if you want to go, like, Tristan Tate or something.
Let me just ask Brendan simply, do you really believe that?
No, I doubt you would. If you feel, it feels like you're pretty comfortable the way you are.
Yeah, right. I'm not independently wealthy, and I have no television image to
even then, it's just like, why torture yourself?
Yeah, right.
Oh my god! I was telling him how painful it was. It's just excruciating, and yeah.
Did you have it or something?
No. My V works with a plastic surgeon. So he does that shit. So she knows all about it, and so she was describing.
I was gonna say, did you get that? Did you pay for that when you sold your Maserati? Or that's what they would claim. Anyway.
Yeah, that's so fucking funny. That's right. For those of you who don't know, my gang stalkers claim that I own a Maserati.
Yeah, there was like this whole backstory that he owns the place on Russian Hill, and he's like this mogul. And I was like, yeah, I'm sure he would be wasting his time talking to us, like, if he was.
Yeah, it's just the idea is so insane. It's so insanely stupid. By the way, Aristides, did you get the email?
And the fact that you wouldn't buy a German car is kind of insane as well.
That's true. Thank you. Thank you.
Or a Japanese car.
Yeah, thank you. It'd be either like German or Japanese. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I got an email. I'm examining it right now for
let's see if the 16 attachments are there. So what I was asking Aristides for was when first off, before we go back to the Dietrich Art-Elect, which Aaron Tice said that when he first started talking with Peter Moon about me, Peter Moon told him he was working with me above all else to get all the secrets of the Art-Elect. That's what he told him like years ago, like 3 to 5 years ago.
Right.
And so
I remember he was obsessed at one point, right?
Yeah. Well, he was obsessed at every point with something different. At one point, it was Chochoa. Not an episode went by in which he didn't fantasize about opening a chocolate factory with Chochoa as his little Keebler elves. He just wanted to be Willy Wonka, except he'd have Chochoa instead of Black Oompa Loompas working for him. You remember that phase. Yeah. And then there was the phase
of... It kept recurring. It was like recurring.
It was recurrent. Yes, that's right. And this is part of his obsession with dwarfs and midgets. Remember Tiny Town? Oh, yeah. Then that Tiny Town in Florida. There was this town for tiny people. And then, and then he just wanted, I don't know, maybe he wanted to play Godzilla or something. And he just kept trying to find these tiny towns with tiny people. I told him, there's places in Florida where everybody is a child molester. And all these pedos just gather there to settle because they're out of prison, they're on parole. And this way they can be kept under observation. But they all have child sex dolls and shit that they pass around. And, that would have been his ideal environment. He should have retired there. Probably be in better shape now, but
yeah, well, yeah.
Then there was
he probably would have been thriving instead of doing crazy stuff with
thank you. Then there was the Vox Arca phase where, like Holly said, every fucking episode he had to bring up the Vox Arca, and that
was he the one, or it was multiple people, but he was one of the people that kept asking for photos. He's like, what does it look like? Where,
It's so fucking funny because he did privately, only privately would he do that, but all kinds of people kept wanting it publicly. Yeah, Jesus fucking, what was that? Well,
just like wild dogs, apparently. Wild dogs.
Damn, those chihuahuas, man. Aristides says that
it's not a chihuahua. It's huge.
Yeah, that ain't no fucking show.
Yeah.
I wonder what his story is behind that. That's like
just randos.
Yeah.
Randos.
I guess. Yeah. And
it's just this side of San Francisco out here.
Yeah, it's true. So, did you see what Nemo sent? Nemo sent this picture of Elon Musk jumping up and says, "Oh, that's Masonic." I don't think that's Masonic so much as just plain fucking stupid.
I think he's just out of shape.
Yeah. He's just fucking out of shape. Yeah, it's but Aristides said he had a full hair transplant, Elon Musk, and I was saying he must be a glutton for punishment, able to withstand enormous pain, or he's so rich he can afford painkillers that would normally be considered illegal, and really bribed his doctors to give him the good shit.
Well, that's definitive. He was prescribed ketamine. Remember that whole incident?
I do not. I didn't know he was one of them. I didn't know he was one of the ketamine people. Fuck.
Like that's why he fired Don Lemon, because he kept bringing it up random during their interview.
Oh my god.
That whole incident, do you remember that incident?
I don't thank God, but I believe it.
Oh, it was just it was so stupid. It's basically Don Lemon got fired from whatever he was whatever CNN junk he was working on. Then he went to X, and his first interview was to interview his boss and do an ambush on his boss, basically Elon.
Cool.
And then during the interview he was like, what about your ketamine prescription? And,
shit!
And then Elon's like, yeah, that's medical stuff. Why are you asking me about that? And he kept hammering him on it, and then he fired him.
Cool.
After the interview.
Cool. There you go. That's
yeah.
I hope it was worth it. I mean, you don't want to be fired, by the way. It's a bad thing to happen. You don't want it to happen to you. It's like
especially
being
double fired.
Yeah. No, it's like you get blacklisted. That's at least it used to be in the old days. I don't know what it's like these days, but
well, he's definitely unemployed. I haven't seen Don Lemon anyway.
Yeah, well, there you go.
That guy. He was goofy.
I don't. I remember the name.
Black guy on CNN.
Oh, vaguely. I remember the name vaguely. Well, he did it.
He's not memorable.
Yeah, he was dumb. He was dumb to do that. That was
Yeah.
a dumb move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyways,
yeah,
Elon's
cool.
on ketamine,
Yeah,
which, like you said, it's just the quote unquote prescription, but they're just like snorting it or something.
Oh fuck, him and Trampus are probably butt buddies. They're probably bedding together and salting.
I was sick with that Trampus guy. He was like using it as like powdered sugar on his
Oh,
candy.
for those of you who don't know, he would send us photographs. I thought it was a photograph of a skin condition, but it turned out it was, because I saw somebody with a skin condition once when I was descending into BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit Underground, and there was somebody leaning on the side, a black guy with another black guy, obviously homeless, and this guy had dandruff to the bone. He had a skin condition that looked just like this. It was black, and it looked like it was grained with salt. Just horrific. And this is what Trampus kept sending us, was these black fucking, what do you call them? Truffles. The truffles that he salted.
Skull head truffles.
Yes,
Yeah.
that he salted.
Brendan, like, who the fuck does that much datura?
Yeah,
A crazy person.
Right.
Datura is not something you should just do casually.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a
it's
fucking
crazy.
major like dissociative. Like, do something like benign or well known, like weed or
Well,
alcohol.
this guy was a special case.
Yeah. Oh,
Or
he
even
was.
mushrooms, like when regular like hillside mushrooms are not good enough for you.
Yeah.
I really
Really
need
too
to
far gone.
find those dark spaces. It's like, yeah, we know it's
Yeah, you
dark
should hear
space,
some
you
of the
fucking
reports, like the trip reports off Datura. Like, they sound horrific. If you go to like Arrowwood, you can hear them. They're like it's just awful. Like they like wake up like 3 days later, and then like it's like a whole nightmare. It's like they went through a nightmare basically.
Yeah. Yeah, it might as well take scopolamine or something.
Oh man, yeah, that's what this guy was doing. What was that shit?
Yeah,
Aside from the,
Yeah, he probably would fucking freebase that shit.
yeah. Yeah, and he had these black truffles that had poison, literal, not just datura, but all kinds of shit. Brendan can name it off, but he was salting them with ketamine. Like I said, at first I thought these photographs were the close-up of a epidermal or skin condition, and then I realized this is ketamine. It's literally crystallized ketamine. This guy is salting, no other word for it, on his truffle.
No, he had a salt shaker, definitively.
Yes,
it was in a shaker.
It was in a shaker.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So apparently that's how the old ravers used to do it, or something.
Oh man, I mean, forget accent or what was it, monosodium glutamate as the third shaker option. You've got your pepper, your salt, and your monosodium glutamate, your MSG. Yeah, but no, he's got the ketamine instead. The fourth shaker. Yeah, it was fuck. And he's popping like 7 truffles in a night. He was like, dude, it was like,
and these were called like poison truffle. Like they were literally made out of, what was it? It was like datura.
They came with a warning. Yeah.
Trying to think of the other ones, like morning glory. Like they were all just super poisonous.
Yeah, no, this is just relatives of the deadly nightshade and shit. I mean, oh man, it was like Wolfsbane,
like Brugmansia.
Yeah.
Nightshade truffles.
Yeah.
They were called Dream Garden.
Yeah. You'll be dreaming.
Double rainbow. Yeah.
Yeah. Need to give some of those to Peter. I need some rest. Oh, he'd be screaming while lying down and shit. Rest.
That was bizarre. But apparently he has time. He has enough energy to listen to that weird psychic lady.
Yeah.
Just her face was off-putting.
He's probably
okay. I found the company. Let's see. It says, at the time of day, we're still close to a liminal dream, being between spaces, and we fill our heads with to-do lists. Experience for the experience. Yeah. So that's their sales pitch.
Oh shit.
Go for a walk, meditate, chant, create a piece of art. Like they're trying to sell it like it's like microdosing mushrooms. It's like, this is not the same.
That was
like,
the term he kept using. He kept using that term, but it was an abuse of the term because he wasn't fucking microdosing.
No, he wasn't microdosing.
Yeah, once he started on that truffle was not going to survive. Yeah.
Definitive.
Yeah, he started on those truffles and he finished them, and then he would go for another. And it's like his body had built up some kind of tolerance to poisons, like a city pigeon. You know, it's like you can't test my mother used to teach me you can't test poisons that you use on people on pigeons. You know,
sacred plants. They're trying to say sacred plants, and then they have a picture of a satyr that's like demonic looking.
Of course. Fuck yeah, that's an illustration of Trampus after he assumes his real form and shit.
That's almost giving him credit. Like, this guy looks like he looks like ripped. He's like,
oh yeah, that's too much credit. Yeah, that's right. Also, most satyrs are hung. You know, they're fucking hung.
Yeah, exactly. He actually was. What is it called? Virile.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the list. Belladonna. Deep sense of self-love. This is so bullshit. Like, it's literally a poison. Okay, belladonna. Henbane, the shit that kills chickens on like one leaf kills a chicken. Sacred feminine goddess energy. It's like, this is such wacky. Datura, Brugmansia, which is related to Datura, a magical conduit for ritual work. It's like, all right, I know what he was doing. Mandrake, yeah. So this is just getting more occult as we go. Mandrake, crucial abilities needed to instill fearlessness and focus for pursuing newfound desires in the darkest situations of the depths. You know, like, this is what he was eating. Amanita muscaria, fly agaric mushrooms. I like how they add cacao fruit. Like, you know, this one called Klipdaga. This is called Klipdaga. It's a euphoric personality. This is what they're claiming. But it's basically a poison. The dagas can have. Oh, I like how they at the very end of their fluff talk they says, dagas can have an effect on the uterus. They can stimulate or suppress menstruation. And then we have Solandra. Solandra.
Yeah.
So the Blue Lotus. Okay, here's Blue Lotus. That's why he was sending it to me. Wormwood, mugworts, Sun Opener, some other toxic plant, Calamus root. Damiana, like, this is wild lettuce. This is all in these mushrooms. I mean, in these truffles, excuse me.
Yeah.
Rue, chocolate truffles. We're talking chocolate. Crossvine.
Yes.
So this thing is just like a toxic mix of shit.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's should I give out the company or just not advertise for them?
Well, you can feel free to give out the company, but just maybe we shouldn't, honestly. I guess we shouldn't, but simply because, you know what, now that I think about it, it's like some idiot out there will order it and then kill their friend and say, you know, they taught me how to do it. Yeah, you get what I'm saying, so we might as well not, but oh my God.
It says, this is the FAQ.
Yeah.
Aren't nightshades and Datura and belladonna supposed to be dangerous? When someone's goal is to get high, our truffles will not get you high. They are not designed to get you high. We just gently put enough to expand your mind. Finding the perfect balance took years in the making. Over 20,000 sold with no reports of adverse reactions.
Yeah, they all died.
No one was left to report it.
Yeah, they're no longer alive. All of them died. Yeah.
And then people like Trampus were just ordering it like in bulk.
Oh yeah, in bulk. Yeah, that motherfucker. Remember then he accused us of saying they want to hold me responsible for murder. Brooke and Douglas hold me responsible for murder.
Why didn't he just quote the website then? Like, you know, he's just that dumb.
Yeah, of course, he's an idiot. But then it went beyond that. He's not just putting all this toxins into his mouth. He's shoving what he called organic dildos up his ass. As, you know...
That's why he was taking all the drugs to take the giant dildos.
So Nemo has joined us. Yes, unspeakable. Just unspeakable. Welcome
He's like,
aboard.
I don't want to do poppers. I want to just do dangerous poisonous plants.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Oh, but he was doing everything else besides that. Beer, everything else. He was drinking beer all the time. Yeah, and...
well, I'm sure he would have added that in on top. We just don't know. Honestly, no idea.
Yeah.
Mix in some amyl nitrate,
Yes, and so welcome aboard, Nemo. Thank you for joining us. And how was your night earlier? Were you able to hear when Marina was on, or you just joined us now?
I heard a bit of her, yeah. I was just doing other stuff with it too.
Okay. Thank you for joining us, though, and give us an update. How are things going with you? How are you?
The same old shit. Nothing new.
That's probably good news. No news can be good news. But such having been said, so Aristides, did all 16 attachments come with the forward? Then of course he goes.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you. They did. Okay, good.
Yes. Yes. We're all good on the 16 attachments, Roger.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate that profoundly. Yeah. Oh, okay, great. Thank you. So that helps. That helps. And back to where we were. Brendan was going to catch us up on whatever he feels comfortable sharing. Now, you said, of course, you had to share some of this with your mother. So share with us any new developments, or are there any? You just haven't gone back into the home yet.
Definitively that lady's not here. The dog lady.
Oh, thank God.
The dog worshiper.
Yeah, that was the worst.
But I left this whole weekend with my uncle and my grandma by themselves, so he can get a taste of whatever he was,
cooking.
Of no one helping him.
Yeah, whatever. He could get a whiff of the shit he was cooking. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, and I didn't clean up any of the dog, anything. I left it on the floor. I just left it all.
Oh my God.
I cleaned my room and my region, but I left everything else so he can wallow in it.
Yeah.
Like the idiot he is.
Yes.
Talking about, I bought the tiles, so I like when dogs piss on it.
Yeah. Oh.
Literally what he said. I'm not joking.
Yeah. No, it's just outrageous. Just outrageous.
They're sick.
Yeah, they were trying to make the environment as inhospitable as possible for you, and hopefully it backfired.
Well, they took umbrage to me demanding them clean it up, which is just the normal, like, you should clean up after your own dogs. I mean, that's just normal.
Well, that just goes without saying. That would normally go without saying, yes.
Right. The fact that I had to bring it up was just, and the fact that they tried to flip it on me and said, your grime is, you have all this grime in the bathroom. And I cleaned my bathroom and it was like there was nothing in there. I mean, this is just all, what is it called?
It's just projection.
Fantasy. Yeah. Projection. Yeah.
And deflection. And also deflection.
Yeah, deflection.
Yeah. By the way,
all of that.
You gotta set up some hidden cameras to capture all this evil shit they're doing to you.
So I already have it. I already have it all recorded. Like, our convos are recorded. Like,
Yeah.
Just to have as personal record. And I don't know if you heard this, Nemo, but they literally left a voicemail on my phone. This was unprompted by me. This is like, they left a voicemail, like around my birthday too, where they were talking about, like, on record, they said, oh, he's a liar like his dad, and his dad was a piece of shit, and I'm glad he's dead, and all this shit. And literally they left it on my phone to where I could hear it, and I played it back for like the whole family when they were visiting. So that's why they had like a vendetta against me.
How did it get scrubbed?
The phone company took it off my records. They just deleted like my whole voicemail.
Is that deep state or what the fuck? How did that happen?
Probably. I mean, probably.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah.
Like, I went into the voicemail and I put save message, and then I went back into the voicemail and it says all voice messages are deleted after 14 days. Like, it was like some new policy. And
they made just for you. Yeah,
they made just for me, basically. And then I called the phone company and I was like, hey, this is really important. Why didn't you, why wasn't this told? And they basically said, oh yeah, well, once it's scrubbed, it's like deleted forever. So, yeah. So it was basically someone helping them out.
That's outrageous. Yeah. Outrageous. And I'm so sad that you suffered.
And I had a copy of it that I sent to my mom, but she has her own issues and she deleted it. So,
oh my God. Yeah.
She can't be trusted. She's just an idiot.
Yes. So sad. So sad that it's like that. I mean, what else comes to my mind with all of this? Of course, it's always appalling when this happens.
But I mean, I can read back the text messages too.
Sure.
If we want to get it on record, it's absurd.
Go ahead.
It's totally absurd.
Yeah. And feel free to do that if you want. And then I'll get back to the theme that we were on. But this is important. It's important that this does get on record. I'm doing my best to help you.
So it says, I said I would appreciate. Can you pick up the dog poop from the grass? Because this is like where I do my meditation. It's basically my grandfather's memorial garden. That's how offensive these people are. And I said, hey, I would appreciate if you picked up the dog poop from the grass. I would appreciate if they use the side yard by the shed to do their business, because I walk barefoot on the grass. That's all for now. Have a good day. Appreciate it. And then this is the response from Marie A. I didn't get around to picking it up. Had to leave. The house is clean, but your bathtub and sink need to be cleaned of all your grime.
Ooh.
So this is the level we're at, you know. And then I went on to saying, you know, basically reiterating. And then I said, look, you guys were washing the dogs in my bathtub and all this stuff. Like, none of that's mine. And then they basically lie and said, I washed the dogs in the master bath and the bathroom is spotless, which it's not. Yeah. So that mess is yours. You know, yeah, so
Oh my God.
So I ended up calling them and just talking directly to them over phone. You know? And that's when they told me all that stuff. Like, my uncle's like, you're going to burn this bridge if you keep, you know, causing trouble. It's all this, like, you know, talking down.
Meaning standing up for yourself. If you keep standing up for yourself, you're going to... Yeah.
And then he said, oh, we don't care about your garden. You can go walk, you know, you can go walk elsewhere. Even though I'm the one who's doing, like, all the maintenance on the house. I was there during all of the contractors. I had to manage all the contractors. I actually did my own work on the house, all unremunerated.
Yeah, unremunerated.
Remunerated. Excuse me. That one always gets remunerated. Yeah, unremunerated.
Yes.
Or even, you know, and I'm still paying them rent to live there, which is absurd. When they took all my grandfather's money, they took his house.
That's just offensive. Yeah, that's just offensive.
So this is the level we're at.
Yeah. And another way of expressing it would also be to say uncompensated. I've done all this and I've never been compensated. I've never been compensated. And I could say the same about Peter Moon, of course. And so it's nice to watch him melt down and disintegrate.
When they die, make sure to throw their ashes in the sewer.
Yes.
No, for real.
Yes.
Well, they're on their way, definitively. The one lady has like she has like some like super rare form of breast cancer, and she keeps trying to get me to get sympathy by saying, "Oh, I have to have surgery," and I'm like, you know, I just try and fake it and say, "Oh wow."
It's like
crazy, you know. Yeah.
It's amazing how they play that card when and then they use that just as
it's bizarre that they even have, instead of focusing on themselves, they're like obfuscating, like I said, taking care of the dogs, making my life a living hell. It's like, shouldn't you just be at home healing yourself?
Thank you.
Thank you. Instead of like causing all these issues, you know, it's bizarre.
Yes.
It's like a sickness. It's a sickness deeper than cancer itself.
Yes. Which cancer?
And you can even talk to the oncologists and stuff. The deeper ones. The more what is it called? The ones with a more of a deeper understanding of the disease. That some of these people, when they go into remission when they humble themselves and they actually lose certain ways of being. Like, it can even be like a mental block that they couldn't release in their lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
And then they release it, and then all of a sudden the cancer doesn't show up on scans anymore.
Yeah.
Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's even an aspect of it that's psychologically, emotionally tied.
Yes.
You know, and astrally tied to your way of being. Mm-hmm. So instead of working on themselves in that way, they're just compounding the problem by just obfuscate, or what is it called, externally pushing it on people, you know.
Yes.
The toxicity, they're trying to push the toxicity on others.
Yes.
So this is the craziness I'm dealing with.
In other words, they're trying to spread the pain. Yeah.
Well, she wasn't normal to begin with. That's just like the cherry on top. It was like you know,
they sound like the type of people, if they got AIDS, they would try and spread it to everyone around them as much as possible.
They're pretty much on that level. I mean, they're pretty much on that level.
Yeah.
But the problem is they're ugly and they can't get laid, so it'd be irrelevant. They'd have to like throw blood on people or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so this has been brought to my attention. Let's turn our attention here for several moments now. What I'm going to do...
we can move past.
Oh, no. Not that this is... I'm not dismissing what you brought up, but in context of what you brought up.
Okay.
And so what I'm going to do is show you, along with Aristides and Nemo, somebody responding to our latest episode before tonight's. So let's look at this. And we're going to start screen sharing. So Aristides, along with Nemo and Brendan Zogi, can you see the cursor moving? Let's have everyone respond if possible. Okay. And I take it Nemo sees this, Brendan sees this, Aristides?
Yeah.
Okay.
I see your screen share, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going now to take us to the latest episode before tonight's. Let's look at part 1. And I want you to notice something, Brendan. 305 views on part 2, almost even with 360 on part 1. Usually part 2 trails far, far behind part 1, yet yours is almost even. That's impressive. So people care.
Yeah.
And now, such being said,
I appreciate that, but also there was really good, like George Knight revived the show. I would give him the credit for reviving the not only yourself but like all of us with the way we were talking about history and stuff. So that really pumped me up. So that was also partially the reason. Yeah.
That's appreciated. Quite true. And so let's take a look at Super Clutch 420. One day ago,
we were like ready to burn out. We were just like ready to. I was just gonna perfunctorily complain and then burn out, but George brought it back.
I'm glad he did. And I'm glad I stayed around to give you the opportunity to express what was going on. It's important. I believe it had a lot to do with purging them. And definitively the binding, or not, excuse me, I wouldn't bind. You wouldn't do a Peter Moon,
I wouldn't waste my time binding these people. The banishing worked because she didn't come back this weekend, so.
Yes.
You know.
There you
and
go.
It was more of a reflective banishing, not any kind of negative energy. It's just straight up
defensive and deflection. Yes. Thank you. And hopefully Marina takes.
So magic works. If anyone has any question.
And try and reach out to Marina privately and tell her how to protect herself from these attacks as well. Do you suspect Peter Moon might have been attacking her?
Oh, no doubt. He has. It's like JMO. He just had like a giant. What did he call it? Like rings. He just has a bunch of rings of our names and shit.
Yeah.
Like right underneath the candle.
That's what makes sense to me. That's what I thought.
Same JMO shit, yeah.
That's what I thought, is that
some remember JMO showed, he was like, look, I'm doing this thing for you to help you. And then it was just a bunch of people's initials.
Well, he had the full name of Brooke Elizabeth Gibson and all of her children. Yeah. He had their full names. She saw that.
Yeah.
And,
well, that was like later on.
Yeah.
More intense, yeah.
Yeah, so here's what Super Clutch 420 says in response to part 1 of our latest episode before tonight's. Here he says, I've been having the same dreams as BZ, Brendan Zogit, getting jumped 3 nights in a row. Do you think the physical softcover copies of the Roswell Deception are cursed? If they are, what is the best way to get rid of them? Will the next book be physical? And I think Peter Moon, PM, cast spells against me. Now, before we respond,
sticker on the book.
Okay, well, not my book. Any of Peter Moon's. Though the Roswell Deception is.
Wait, can I? You have it up on the screen because I'm going to read that.
Yes, please read this, and then I'll show you what else he wrote. So, can you read these? Do you want me to see if I can make them bigger?
No, I see it now.
Okay, can you read those out loud then? Yeah. I've been having the same dreams.
You want me to read it? Yeah, same dreams as BZ, getting jumped 3 nights in a row.
Yeah, BZ. Do
you think the physical soft copies of the Roswell Deception are cursed? If they are, what is the best way to get rid of them? Will the next book be physical? I think PM cast spells against me.
By the way, normally that would sound totally ridiculous, but since PM was working on this cottage scale, cottage industrial scale.
No, he definitely put bindings on every book. That's without a doubt.
Yeah.
That's why he sent them to Marina in physical form instead of just sending them. Instead of just sending a PDF like a normal person would do. Look, it's going to cost me thousands of dollars to send them to Spain. Just take the PDFs because he has them all as digital copies.
That's correct.
So
he said them physically.
And like you said, that's why he would never take our advice about saying, look, why don't you outsource this? And he always said, no, I need to do it myself.
That's right, because he's cursing the books.
Stamps and shit.
He is cursing the books. He is literally cursing the books. That's why he has.
Right, Brendan, Brendan's like he's got PDF versions of everything.
Yeah. Thank you.
He always has, and they've always been on Amazon too. He could. You can gift copies without if you're the author, you can just gift copies.
No,
he was going to do it for me, except he wanted me to accept physical copies of his books.
Yes. Yes, he insisted.
But I was even below. Just at that time, I was below even getting cursed by him. Yeah, it was like he didn't even want to send them.
Yeah.
Well, and I had to buy mine.
Well, Well, they were still cursed. You gotta. It's like buy one get one free curse. You know.
So this.
Were there any strange marks or smells when you got it, or
No, but we have to wonder why, in this day and age, like I say, I've bought many of the books in the past, but why he couldn't send the PDF? And
Well, we know
that,
why.
you know, would that be associated with strange marks or smells, as he said?
Yeah, no, and you don't even need the strange marks or smells. A strange enough mark
Right.
would be his
He
autograph.
probably was just doing. Oh, was it autographed?
Yes, any autograph was especially cursed. He expressed that later.
Aristides? It was autographed. Aristides?
We lost him on
Yeah,
that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No,
Sorry,
no worries.
I guess maybe I'm off mute. Sorry. Was there noise?
No, we're asking.
No,
the
you're good.
books
But
he
did
sent
he
you.
write in the book?
Did he autograph the books? Because that's how he told me he cursed a lot of them, was by autographing them.
Some of Peter's books I have are autographed.
Yes, he considered
So,
that like.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, but none of these recently came to my possession. So, you know, however cursed I am, I'm fully in equilibrium with that.
Yes, got it. Yeah, got it. Yeah. It didn't impact you, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm here now. So.
Exactly.
So let me show you what else this individual wrote. So then this individual wrote the following. So here we are. Okay, so here we go. All right, so then this individual whose name is... Now, he said anonymous. We do not name him. He does not want to be named. He says anonymous.
Yeah, okay, got it.
But let's read what he said. Hello, Mr. Dietrich. I have been listening to you for about 10 years. In light of recent revelations, I have come to the conclusion that I have been personally targeted by Peter Vinnie Barbaric Moon since at least 2020. If this is indeed the case, and I have been cursed, do you have any advice on how to remove these curses? I am willing to financially compensate you in exchange for your expertise. Regardless, thank you for your transmissions. So he sent me $50 United States as a contribution, but you don't need to worry. Our expert is right here with us. And how do you respond to this? This is the same individual who left his comments on that episode. So Brendan, by all means, take it from here and advise this individual.
Yeah, I mean, this opens up a lot of questions. Like, was Pete just going around cursing people like that he didn't like? Or
hey, let me put it this way so that people get it. Yeah, I will explain something.
Can I just qualify that?
Sure, go ahead.
It's like he's easy to underestimate because he seems aloof. Like he just seems burnt.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So he doesn't seem sinister at first, but then you just dig a little bit under and it gets, apparently this is the case. So go ahead.
Yeah. So what I want everyone to know is to give people an example of how maniacal Peter Moon is. He was going around his neighborhood and he was got into a conversation with this landlady over a period of several months. And this landlady in his neighborhood was saying, oh, I got a tenant and the tenant just won't leave. And, for a while there, what happened was a lot of people began squatting during COVID. And during COVID, the law did side on the side of what effectively became squatters, where they you couldn't get rid of them. But after,
and of course, those rich Long Island people were like taking umbrage to that.
Oh, of course. I mean, what
My
kind
money.
of what I can't understand is who the hell could afford to rent on Long Island anyway, except someone who's fairly well-to-do off. It would be like somebody working in Silicon Valley is renting a place in Russian Hill. You wouldn't expect them to become squatters during COVID. But
well, that's true, but some of them that worked for the state had their pay docked.
Oh, that's right.
I worked with someone with someone at a grocery store where when they sent them all to work at home, they cut his pay by like 30%, which basically he had to start working at the grocery store to survive.
But that was California.
We
don't know if that happened in New York.
Good point.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
continue.
But at any rate, she was claiming, and I use the word claim because I believe she was lying. She was saying, oh, I can't get rid of him now. He's a squatter. And then he says, Peter said, why don't you just you know, push him out, call the police and have him evicted. And she said, oh, you can't do that. It's against their rights. And she was just coming up with all these excuses. Now, just to qualify, one of the reasons Brooke Gibson was scared to death to let strange people into her home is that apparently in South Carolina, where I believe she lives, basically a person is allowed to stay forever if you don't kick them out within 14 days or something. They can become a squatter, and at that point, it takes heaven and earth. You have to move heaven and earth to get rid of them, and that's what made it so threatening.
What if I could do that to my family?
Yeah, no shit. But that's what made it so threatening when fucking Deanna Fraser, who would call her up, who was the toothless hag, the poor dear kept crocheting and sending me crochet little cock cozies and shit, and what I think was a hat. One was big enough that it might conceivably go around my head, but it's very bulbous shaped, as if I were like a big ugly headed kid with water in the head syndrome or something. And the other one was like vaguely could fit around my cock. I don't know what body parts these were intended to keep warm, but they looked like they were supposed to wrap around something. At any rate, she was calling Brooke, I'm coming over and I'm going to stay. And that's why Brooke was so adamant, no, you're not, because, you know, once she was there, it would be impossible to get rid of her if she managed to stay for up to 2 weeks. And then Ian West threatened her by, hey, I'm coming over, baby, and I'm moving in for a little bit, you know, and that's when she said, no, you're not. And that's...
well, he knew that rule. That's probably what...
Yeah, oh, yes. Well, they both did. No, they both did. They both did. That's why they kept calling. That's why you think, who the hell would want to move in with Brooke? I mean, forget the sex for a bit. You get what I'm saying? I mean, the personality is a little, like, hard to get used to.
Grating.
Yeah, there we are. Grating. Yeah. It's
abrasive.
Like, yeah, I mean, sex might be great, but I mean, you wake up in the morning and then she's like, you know, pissing in your cornflakes. I mean, it can get old after a while. Basically. But so with...
Yeah, that and the stray squirrels.
Yeah.
Squirrels, you know?
Oh, I bet.
I could maybe deal with the rest, like if it involved, you know, boobs or something, but stray squirrels, no. That's all.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. And by the way, Ian West just sent me a fucking message. I'm home. Like, what am I, your fucking wife? What the fuck? I'm home. Yeah. Like, what the fuck? It's like, hey, Douglas, I'm home.
Yeah. Thank God.
Yeah.
One of these days, straight to the moon.
About you, man.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I wish we could beat him up.
Yeah.
Like, who was that? What was his name?
Oh, fuck, which one? Travis Nicholson, Ian West, Peter Moon, Vinnie Barber.
Oh, no. What were you referencing, Nemo? What's that show called?
From that old couple.
Like, you might remember that old guy, the old drunk
Jackie
guy.
Gleason, was that his name?
Oh!
Yeah. That was the actor.
That was the Honeymooners.
What? Archie.
The Honeymooners.
The Honeymooners. Yeah. What about Aristides?
What?
Oh, it was just, we were wondering, you know, it was like you said about Ian West. He had it was something funny. You said something really funny about Ian West. I couldn't catch it exactly. At any rate, so and then what was it? He sent some other shit before this. It was like, what did he? Yo, I'm home.
Oh. Yeah.
What?
I'm sorry. What'd you say? The Honeymooners? What?
Yeah. Yes. We were talking about Ian West.
There might be a delay.
Yeah. He's calling. You know, Ian West is sending me messages like he's Jackie Gleason of the Honeymooners, and he comes home. You know, Alice, I'm home. You know, and Ian West says, yo, I'm home. Like, okay, like, what the fuck? What do you want? Like, I was praying. Oh, thank God, I was so concerned. Oh, my God, I was so worried.
I just had the roast in the oven. It's nearly ready.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, really? Really? Why, Ian, why do you... Yeah, why do you...
I'm home.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Oh, well, he's writing more. Oh, God, he says, God damn it, Doug, call me. I mean, oh, my God, when did we break up? When did we break up? Jesus fucking Christ!
Yeah, this is like a crossed lover at this point.
Yeah, I mean, oh my God. Okay, so back to where we were for now.
Like when they text at like 2 a.m. I'm thinking about you.
Yeah.
It's like
yeah.
just a trap. It's just a trap.
Oh my
It's a
God.
funny trap.
Yes, and so in terms of the PayPal account, which we went into to see what this individual had to say, and we're not going to name him, he did contribute $50 United States dollars. And before we return to him, I do want to continue with this example of Peter Moon. So Peter Moon is wandering through the neighborhood, gets acquainted with this landlady over a period of months. She's complaining about a tenant. And then finally, one day he gets to know her well enough where he's talking to her son. And so her son is out in the garden raking or whatever.
Which explains why he wants to get to know her.
Yeah, thank you! Thank you! Touche!
He's trying to... Yeah.
Touche! Never thought of that. Yeah, but it makes sense now. So then he approaches the son, and while the son's out there raking or whatever, and probably Peter Moon spent a good time ogling his ass before approaching him verbally, then the son said, yeah, my mother can't get rid of this tenant, and he's a pain in the ass, and she won't take any action. And then he said, here's what you do. You conduct a binding spell ritual. I'll show you how. And then the son said, what? He said, what are you talking about? Yeah, and then Peter Moon said, it's easy. And he said he went into this kind of like infomercial spiel where he's like teaching this kid how to do it. And he was going to come by with all the stuff. And he said, I'll do it for free. So, I mean, he's offering his services as if he's the neighborhood witch doctor, literally cursing people he doesn't even know for a piece of ass that he's hoping to get from this chick's son. I mean, this is what we're down to with Peter Moon. So what I'm saying is, yes, it's highly conceivable with this guy working at a cottage industrial scale where he's sending out curses with his books, that he's sending out curses to people as well.
It's a good point, Douglas. He's probably just doing the whole stack at the same time. Like, he doesn't have to sign them all.
Thank you. Yes, so that he feels like he's conducting this. They'll all
like
come
he's
back.
Like that freaking witch from Disney. Alakazoo.
Yeah.
Mizzou. Yeah, he's like just dancing in his garage.
Yeah, I mean, fuck
Cinderella, the Cinderella witch. Basically.
Yeah. Well, I think of him as more like the Cinderella witch can be perceived as sexy, matronly, sexy. This guy's more like fucking HR Puffin stuff. This is the HR Puffin stuff witch. Okay. Yeah,
that's a crazy reference. There you
go. So he's HR Puffin.
Yeah, the
stuff.
HR Puffin stuff witch. Yeah, she was crazy.
Yeah, with the talking fucking tree and shit. Peter Moon would say it was a Tolkien ant. He'd say it's a Tolkien ant. See, but it's this dead wood and shit. That's his dead pecker he's talking to. That's your dead pecker, Peter. It's talking to you because you haven't gotten him wet in a long time. At any rate, so aside from Peter's dead pecker wood, what advice do you... God damn it, Doug! Call me in West... Jesus Christ!
Yeah, I'm sure... Yeah.
Oh,
like, why doesn't he give context? He's just, like, raving.
Yeah.
Like, last time, he, like, sent us, like, half his list, and he said, this is the news, and all we could see is, like, babies in containers, and tunnels, and I've connected this, and it was like, dude, that does not help anything. This just makes it worse. Like, I don't want to question what you're writing down anymore. So this is alarming.
Well, as Nemo says about Peter, he binds his dick into his own ass. Yeah, he wishes it was that long, Nemo. It's not that long, okay? That's well,
he probably does those stretching practices.
Oh, that's right.
Attached to his foreskin.
Oh, that's right. He kept saying that. I'm doing the practice.
I carry weights with my dick.
Yeah. And now I love Aristides deeply, but I just kept him muted until he gets the Chihuahuas home. But in terms of because he's out by the beach or something, or that's you.
It sounded like what I was driving by a wave.
Yeah, that's it. It's Brendan. Fucking Brendan. Where are you? Jesus.
Are you near a highway or on a beach?
Yeah. It sounds like he's in the middle of a interstate freeway exchange. What the hell, Brendan?
Yeah, I'm crossing a street. Is it so bad?
It's bad. It's bad. It sounds like you're at high surf and shit. Yeah.
If we heard someone crashing, that would
Yeah. How do I unmute? You'll have to unmute yourself, Aristides. Just press unmute. I know you can do it because
I crossed over.
yeah, Ian West does it all the time. You mute Ian West, he just unmutes himself like nothing happened. But when it comes to so Brendan, okay, take it from here. Advice to our friend.
Okay, first you got to mirror the curse. Are you guys able to hear me?
We are. We hear you fine.
Okay, so you take the books and you put them in a circle of salt, preferably rock salt. Then put a mirror on top facing down, mirror side towards the books, and then just leave them in a corner somewhere until you want to read them, which I don't know how you have to wait for Peter to die. Basically, it's like Sauron and shit.
I agree.
So
that sounds good. That's good advice. Go on.
But that's just like, this is just basic. You can uncurse the books and read them, but I would have to explain that, and I don't really want to explain that to everybody. So
Understood.
That's the best way to deal with it in like the short term.
Yeah. No.
So ring of salt or a bag of salt, or put them in salt, essentially.
Oh yeah. Go on.
And put a mirror on top of it facing towards the book, so it just gets reflected back to the caster.
Yeah.
How big does the mirror have to be?
It could just be symbolic. It could be tiny. It's just a way to mirror whatever back at them. Yeah.
Excellent.
Or to at least contain it at the minimum.
Yes. Yeah.
So
excellent advice.
There are more intense things, and that's the free advice. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Not that I'm charging, not that I would charge it, but I just don't want to reveal other things because, it's not necessary.
Yeah. And so once again, to repeat it for...
Maybe privately I can send you nothing.
Sounds good. If you've got something to privately send him, I'll send it.
Send in an instructional guide through a text document or whatever.
Oh, or, well...
Maybe I can just go straight by you and just write a missive about how to protect yourself,
Yeah.
You should.
Yeah. And what we can do...
Since we know how to publish now.
Yeah, sounds good. It's true, because everybody's asking you. Everybody has been so impacted by Peter that they're asking you about it. And Peter, having sent that to Marina, Marina has really been under siege since she got the package from Peter. That's what it comes down.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We should have told her. Hold on, we can't tell her.
Well,
someone tell her.
Well, we gotta tell Aristides. Can you hear us? Please come off mute.
My Arabic came out a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine. Aristides, if you can come off mute for a second, we need to tell you something, because you're basically our contact between us and Marina Seren. So let's make certain Aristides comes off mute and is able to speak to us for a minute. Yeah.
And if you're really concerned, you can... Like, the reason why I'm not telling them to destroy the books is because it's like your book.
Understood.
Book.
Yeah.
As other
I'm
people
here.
have done.
What did you?
So what
do you want to address?
We need you to tell Marina Seren that her troubles when she said she came under psychic attack really started with Peter Moon sending her those books. So you've got to tell her what Brendan Zoget said, that except for my book, which she needs to actually put in kind of like a circle of salt for a while and put a mirror over it facing down towards the book within that circle of salt in a corner and just leave it alone until Peter Moon dies. Then once we know he's definitively dead, she can open it and read it. But otherwise, she'll just read the PDF you're going to send her of that book or any other book of mine. I think you could probably find a PDF of the Roswell Deception to send her and let her know it's safer to open that than the physical copy.
It is out there. It's out there. I checked.
Okay, good.
Okay, so then let's tell that guy just to burn Peter's books and then just download the PDF.
The PDF. Yeah, just download.
Does burning them get rid of the curse, though?
It neutralizes.
Neutralizes.
But not the curse cast against him himself.
Yeah.
So I guess that's a separate question. So if that's the case, that Pete is cursing you for whatever reason, he didn't give a reason. Not that
it seems that Peter doesn't really need a reason from what I've just explained.
No, I agree. But it's like we would need context. But it's like you said, I'm not doubting it. Of course not, because I had to deal with it. But if that's the case, then you're gonna have to go to a feng shui shop and get a bagua mirror for your front and back door, and just rebuke his curse back to him, just full power, for at least a month. Just put them on your front and back door for at least a month.
Thank you.
And but that'll cook him even more. That'll like that's like putting a vice on him.
Good.
So I don't necessarily recommend that.
But,
or you could also just bathe in salt and just break, you can get a silver salt and sage bag. So you take silver, like a little silver coin, like you can get mercury dimes very cheap. They're like a couple bucks. So like pure silver mercury dimes, sea salt, and either white sage or some other anti-magical herb, like the Artemisia family, and put it in a satchel, and put it over your over the back of your neck and your lower back, like while you sleep, or near you while you sleep, and it'll neutralize any dark magics cast against you.
Thank you. That's beautiful. And so Aristides, so if you could tell Marina Seren, Aristides, just get rid of all the books, just if possible burn them, safely, if she can find a way to safely burn them, just
another option is to toss them
what I'll probably
toss them into moving water.
Is just
into a river.
Toss them into moving water, but we don't want to pollute the environment, so you can also bury them at a crossroads.
Well, they're just books. They're just books. So it's not going to pollute the water. But nevertheless, also the other option is
unsightly. It's unsightly because it'll have like whatever weird artwork.
Well, come on, burying it at a crossroads. Can you imagine Marina doing that?
Well, yeah, but if you do that, it'll definitively send the curse right back at him, and he'll really get cooked. Yeah. So that's the problem with doing these casts, is he thinks, or let's just keep it neutral. If people that do this, they think they have impunity because they know people don't know how to rebuke them, or reflect it. Yes. But if you know how to reflect it, you're gonna get cooked. That's why wizards never did that to each other.
Yes. Yes.
So and that's why the magic
big war.
Yeah,
it starts a war, and you get fried. Like, look what happened to him.
Yeah.
He tried to, and so if you have the knowledge, which is why it was called, occult to begin with. Like, they don't want people to know it because then you could use it against them.
Yes.
So they want it hidden. So, but if we're telling people just to do basic reflections, then it neutralizes 90% of these lower workings.
Yeah.
So just use salt, silver salt and sage, take salt baths, and reclaim your space, and that will definitely help.
Thank you.
Just for daily life stuff.
Thank you. So
there's more hardcore stuff that I had to use, but I don't really necessarily give it out.
Understood.
Unless it's like urgent.
Understood. No, that's definitely appreciated. So Aristides, if you could tell Marina Seren if she can safely incinerate the books, or dispose of them in moving water, or alternatively, a third choice would be to bury them at a crossroads. These would be healthy ways to dispose of the books.
Yeah, burning them is more fun.
Burning them is probably the most fun.
Does it have to be fully, like, completely into ash? No solid remains?
Yes. Yeah,
preferably.
Cremate it. Yes, cremate it. Or, because I can't imagine her breaking her nails trying to use a shovel and getting it across. She'd have to have someone else to do that. I mean, depending on what it's like in your country, I mean...
That's for more like a single item. Yeah, I'm not saying do a whole bunch of books.
Oh, that'd be hard. Yeah, that'd be like burying pirates' treasure. Yeah, it's like, of course, there's no treasure here. It's like burying a load of shit from Peter Moon. But all that being said,
I mean, legitimately, like it would also be reverse magic if you just threw them in the trash and just say like, oh, look, I don't want this anywhere near me. That would also work.
Okay, all right.
You can like psychologically sever and just say, look, I'm throwing it in the bin, but that would open the door for like other people grabbing it, and that would kind of put you in this karmic pickle.
What if you put it in a real filthy bin, like where it gets soaked in garbage juice?
Yeah, then it's definitely toast. Yeah, then no one would touch it. So yeah, there are ways.
Okay.
To do it.
So
just piss on it and throw it in the bin.
Yeah, or like you said, just throw it out with like the food scraps, like just in one bin, like
compost
the green
bin.
waste.
The compost bin. There we are.
Yeah.
So Aristides, that's probably the best way to present it to Marina. Tell her that a recommendation, because burning can be dangerous, And if
Yeah,
you don't,
yeah.
you have the equipment for it, it can get out
Yeah,
of
but she's
hand.
Spanish. She can handle that.
Yeah, she is. That's true. That's
she's
true.
she's a shield matron, you know.
Yeah,
give her
yeah,
something.
that's true. But otherwise, yeah, tell her that if not burning it, Aristides, then tell her to dump it in
Yeah,
some kind of.
Sorry, I was busy. I was a little busy to come off of mute, but what I'll probably do is
Yeah.
just give her the timestamp, just preceding this to
Yeah.
where it'll lead her right to this.
Thank you, and then and let her know that another alternative. We'll let her know just by my responding to you saying that. We'll let her know that another alternative is by putting it in a refuse bin or landfill, which no one will access, which no one is going to dig the books back up. Something, yeah. A refuse disposal unit, which no one will go into to recover them from. There we are.
Yeah.
So there we are. So, and sever with them psychologically, and sever with them psychologically would be the healthy thing to emphasize. So there we are.
Right.
So, and
So we can tell that to 420 guy or whatever his name was.
wait, what was the guy's name?
well,
420 guy.
Wait, let me find. Sorry, I've been away from the thing. Let me
yeah,
find
it's his comments. I'll show you here. I'll share the screen again. I'll show you. It's the first part of the latest episode. Latest episode. So it's a guy named Super Clutch 420. Super Clutch.
There's a
420.
guy.
Yeah.
Wait a second. There's a guy called Super Clutch 420.
Yeah, you know him?
Nice. No, I'm just saying how funny that is. Nice.
Yes.
Nice job, guy.
It is
Whoever
funny.
you are. No, I don't know.
So,
For
yeah.
real.
Oh, so,
Yeah, no offense, but that's why I kind of initially took it as like paranoia. So, no.
believe me, it may seem that way. Like I said, initially, on any average case, if I were confronted with that, I'd say, wow, this guy's, come on, that's silly. But knowing Peter Moon, I can no longer say that. It's,
It doesn't sound crazy at all.
It's terrible.
Peter Moon was cursing everybody. It's like, oh, and here's another message. Pixie Princess Star Fox says DDD King with 4+ hearts. Yeah, there we are. Yeah, I like that one there. And she's welcome to come on, and of course, as always, just continue to share her wisdom with us. So, and,
Show us some wisdom.
yeah, there we are. So all that being said, we will return now to kind of like the chronology of what's been going on with participation from Aristides and Brendan Zoget and Mr. Nemo Albano. And in terms of this chronology, we started off by talking about Peter saying he wanted to know about the Artelect. It's an important point to be made, far more important than people realize. Now, again, I'm going to start sucking all the oxygen out of the room. I'm going to ask you gentlemen to forcefully interject yourselves. Make certain to participate by just talking over me, saying, hey, I want to say this, whenever you wish, because otherwise,
Make sure to message that 420 guy what we just talked about rebuking the spells and shit.
Good
Like
idea.
message him, throw those books in the fucking bin or whatever,
Yeah.
and do that ritual that Brandon was talking about with the sage and salts and silver.
So what I'll do is I will try and timestamp the episode after it uploads, and then I'll send him the link with the timestamp via PayPal. And
And he can listen.
yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, a
full,
lot can be
full
accomplished with
disclosure.
salt wards.
Yeah. Go on. Full disclosure.
I hadn't added Pixie Star Fox before. It's been a hectic night, but I just did.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
I just did, yeah.
Thank
She
you.
said she's welcome to join us, but I hadn't added her, so I added her so that would be valid.
Well, we know why you want her.
Me personally,
Same
no,
reason
I'm
as
fine.
we all do.
I'm fine. I've already,
He's had enough trouble in life. He's had enough trouble in life.
No. I'm perfectly. I'm satisfied with the women guests we've had so far, and no vested
I
interest.
bet you.
He's already jacked off to
webpage
it.
up. Yeah,
No.
we should have the webpage up. Maybe we shouldn't call him out.
No interest of that kind. But you said Pixie's welcome to join us. So
Yes, thank you. And as for Nemo, you were, or Brendan, you were bringing up the salt shields. Please continue with your summary of that. Re-summarize that, please. Salt shields.
Yeah, salt is the one of the most powerful and ancient ways to defend yourself
Yeah.
against not only entities but dark magic.
Yes. Very important.
And it's relatively, it's not only is it cheap, it's also relatively harmless.
Yeah.
And no, pretty much doesn't require any skill.
No.
So it's one of the safest types of, action you can get. So, yeah.
Thank you. Very important. So we've got good numbers, and I'll take advantage of this now to go over, again, the chronology of what happened. I had the surgery. There was a mysterious, the individual was apparently a member of the staff that was going to operate on me, who insisted that there was something that was indicative of the remnant of damage done by a stroke, which, if that is the case, I am on atorvastatin, which of course was prescribed as a preemptive so that I would not have a stroke. So that should help with that situation, if indeed it is true. However, when I was scanned by CAT scan, I was told specifically by my doctor nothing showed up. So why this individual would say that before I went into surgery is a mystery. And I told him he must have someone else's records, because this happens quite a bit where people's records get confused. And he said, oh no, it's yours. And because, getting records confused before a surgery is considered a major, major mistake. A malpractice issue that can legitimate a lawsuit. At any rate, whatever happened, when I followed up with Dr. Victoria Epstein, she told me at my first follow-up that, oh yeah, someone had to leave during the surgery, something of that nature. And then the next time I followed up with her, it seemed almost as if, first I assumed somebody had to be called away, but it's almost like they had to ask somebody to leave during my surgery. Either way, something happened with the surgical procedure where, bear in mind, they're operating very close behind my eyes. They're operating very close beneath my skull. Either one beneath my brain, beneath the brain housing carriage unit of my skull, separated only by that pate between my sinuses and the eyeballs. All kinds of things could possibly go wrong, and apparently whatever happened required a lot of stitching and stapling. As a matter of fact, horror experience straight out of The Human Fly or some kind of body horror film. Today I pulled out a stitch, not that I intended to, but when I was cleaning out my nose and blowing my nose by the prescribed method, I'm not doing this aggressively and digging up there, I'm doing what's prescribed, what I'm told to do. One of these bits of stitch, and it was long, came out of my nose. It's just disgusting. There's no word for it. Oh my God, this thing shouldn't happen to anybody. And you can feel where it was. It's like inside of your nose. It's like not a good feeling. At any rate, so all of this is important to bring up because, as Aaron Tice will testify, Peter Moon did not expect me to survive surgery. And apparently he shared that with Aaron Tice privately and probably shared it with many other people. He definitely thought I was going to die, and he was profoundly disappointed that I did not. And it was after that he started spiraling into meltdown. He really did expect me to not survive surgery. And so someone may have been involved with the procedure that was supposed to sabotage it. Whatever happened, we know something different happened, to the point where Kaiser is willing to back me up with reconstructive surgery. So this is an important point to make. And I take what they're offering me well, and I take it gladly. I will consult with a reconstructive surgeon. Now, it was after that surgery, we had what was called the Outlaw Van episode, in which this lady, listening to the episode of September 8th, much later complains about my keyboarding while Peter Moon is on. And I answered her, and of course that was deleted due to a couple of dirty old faggots in New York named Richard K. Cole Jr. and Peter Moon, otherwise known as, by his real name, not his criminal alias, which is Peter Moon, but known by his real name as Vinnie Barbaric. So, what happened on the 11th, this is after surgery, on September 11th, on what Peter insisted had to be a day of national sacrifice. He said, oh, it must be a day of mass sacrifice. It has to be a nationally recognized day of mass sacrifice on which I do this. He went to basically copyright the title of the book at the Library of Congress. Now, I actually haven't given Vinnie Barbarick's title publicly before. I'm going to give it now because I was always against it, and I felt it objectified me and conflated me with this occult item, the Vox Arca. So Peter Moon titled the book The Vox Arca. In parentheses, he gave its full Latin name, which did not make any sense. Almost never do you see a title. All titles that sell well, they need to be simple. You need a few words put together that evoke a desire of interest, and the desire, that's the follow-up desire, to buy your book. And so it's got to be something like highway, gang rape, whatever, something lurid, interesting. Even if it's academic, you're going to make it 2 words usually that catch people's attention right then and there. And if they're interested, they're going to delve deeper. So Vox Arca fits that bill. What the fuck is that? Nevertheless, it's a foreign term. Most people won't bite. But then after that, in parentheses, and you never see this in titles, where in parentheses they give a full name, like the full name for a Tyrannosaurus Rex or some kind of prehistoric animal that we recognize through childhood or Jurassic Park. Very seldom will you see a book about raptors, say for instance scientific or popular literature. They're not going to follow that up with the full Latin name or scientific name of
no one ever gives the Latin binomial.
Yeah,
that's just bad writing unless you're writing a scientific paper.
Thank you. So that alone was bizarre. Why did he do that? Vox Vocis Arca Arcae. He gave the full Latin name in parentheses, and then he had a stupid subtitle, which initially he could not even remember. And when I pointed out to him, you don't even remember what your subtitle is, he replaced it with something like The Ancient Voice of the Ancients, or something incredibly stupid like that. And so when it came to this son of a bitch, and it's very good, Brendan here points out the mask of the accursed, because that term mask began to be used by Peter Moon a lot. He considers the Vox Arca, basically he references it as a mask. He'll use the term mask. It is not just a fucking mask. This is something that goes down your fucking throat. This is something that encompasses your tongue in a mechanism. This is not just a fucking mask. Yeah, go on.
And that was just the joke that I made about the title. When he brought it up, I said to his face, I said, why don't you call it something interesting like Mask of Darkness instead of whatever you're trying to name it?
Thank you.
And then he totally tuned me out. Like, he didn't even respond.
Oh, he towards the end, he actually just started shouting at people. He would just start shouting at people in response, just to shout them down. Because, rational argument was no longer even an issue. But I hear what Brendan's saying. Yeah,
I wasn't agreeing to name it that. I just said it has to be something catchy. You can't name it some, like whatever he was.
Obscure.
He didn't want it to sell.
Yeah, obscure Latin term. Yeah, he didn't want it to sell. But you see, that's not what was important.
We definitively know.
But go on.
Let's not get off track.
No, continue with what you were going to say. We
definitively know that he didn't want anything to sell, because if you look up Douglas Dietrich, you get the book by David J. West.
Yes.
So that means when he published the book, he deliberately omitted any search terms or anything that would ever connect your name to that book, to where no one could ever find it unless they went through him.
That's right.
So that's not, a real publisher would never do that. They would want it as far and wide as they could get.
Thank you. But he wanted,
to the point where even our sample publishing or our initial publishing, the one that you did, it's connected to your name immediately.
Thank you.
So it's not like it, and that was like very rudimentary. So he had the ability to do that. He just deliberately, circumvented that.
Yes.
However they did it.
Yes. And of course that was his intent. But beyond that, it's not only not important to him that the book does not sell. Not only is the book sales completely peripheral to him, he specifically copyrighted the Vox Arca and its full Latin name. What he was hoping, as later on he expressed to me in no uncertain terms, was that if I had died, he was going to claim he had built the Vox Arca. He had copyrighted it with the Library of Congress even though it's something that would normally be trademarked with, say, for instance, a patent company, or rather the patent office, the Office of Patents of the United States government, here he would claim, well, this is really like an item that is like a fabricated mask. He kept calling it a mask to imply that it's like something for theater, so it's not something that's real or functional, and he was trying to say he copyrighted it and that it was his. He was hoping I would die, he could claim I had his property, and therefore he could have people come into my property to extract the Vox Arca. And that would have been his handlers and his new secret friends, as he kept calling them, which of course he had always known these people. He had always been affiliated with them. But he was hoping that way he would basically get the Vox Arca, and he was hoping in that way he would own it. Of course, they would not have left it with him. If they had, they would have been insane. But we don't know how insane they are. And I would presume they would have taken it from him, that he would have just been a part of their grabbing onto this. But what we saw was that when it came to the book, that when he sent me this frontispiece or front materials for it, it was also copyrighted with the Library of Congress solely in his name, under Peter Moon alone, just like he did the Roswell Deception, and that's why he legally claimed he owed me no royalties. So this was all part of what he was doing, and all of this was meant to keep all of the money and keep all of the, not only that, but steal my assets. Yeah.
And it was like he was just gonna, put the 200 special editions in your name, which he only was gonna make one copy.
He was only gonna make one copy, yeah.
So there would have never sold, there would have been no royalties to show.
Yes, that's right. Whereas he would have kept the copyright over.
Because it was like thousands of dollars. He was saying, oh, it's gonna be like 500, it's like.
Each book, yeah.
No one would have bought that, guaranteed.
Yeah, no one. Of course not. And not only that, but, it of course will bring up other aspects of this, what he was scheming and what he was very blatant about in terms of his schema in just a moment. But in terms of the follow-up with Vinnie Barbrick, did this on September 11th. He said it was at the behest and advisement of his Freemasonic advisor, his Mason that he always brought up on the show, which turned out to be Salman Sheikh, which he later said so. And Salman Sheikh, of course, again, here, Brendan, help me out. His call sign, what's his handle? 911. Salman Sheikh 911.
Salman Sheikh 911.
Yeah, that's his channel, because
That's
knows.
on his YouTube. That's on his YouTube channel. This isn't a joke.
Yeah.
It's really what it is.
Yeah, and he had
with screenshots. So.
That's right, and
he decides to change it. Yeah.
That's right, and he visited Peter Moon when he was visiting Jameson Reese. So, and Peter Moon said so.
Yeah, he mentioned that. Yeah, I want to visit Pete.
Yeah, and they had visited in New York, and Peter Moon had mentioned that privately to me. So Salman Sheikh was given it. It's got to be done 9/11, this day of mass sacrifice. Their whole cult was based around mass human sacrifice. And then the Vinny edition frontispiece was given to me as a taunt in Skype. So he then sends me this Skype message, which I will now share screen with Nemo in particular, because I don't believe Nemo has seen this. So Nemo, I'm sharing screen now, and I'll take us down to PM, Peter Moon. And this is what Peter Moon sent myself. So as you will notice, basically September 11th, Wednesday, September 11th, 2024. This is evidence. This is the paper trail. So we got the digital trail where I started a call with Peter Moon. I called him on Wednesday, September 11th, 2024, and told him I don't want the book to be titled Vox Arca. At which he pretty much told me, fuck you, butt boy, you're the bitch, I'm the man. And I'm just rolling my eyes at that point. Sure, Daddy, but what's your intent with this? And he said, now it's cataloged, and he basically said, the Vox Arca, he kept calling it the mask. And I think he thinks of this somewhat as like Jim Carrey's mask, like the mask of Loki. He keeps thinking of it that if he puts it on, it will serve him, that he can make his wishes come true, that he can get Paula back as a beard, that he can get anything. By the way, if you might remember in that film, the villain puts on the mask and the woman does not want him. Doesn't help with that, Pete. But then on Thursday,
when because bleeding out of your eyes is so sexy.
Yeah, yeah, no shit. Yeah,
what an idiot.
I called him again to protest on September 12th, but as a taunt on Friday the 13th of September, he sent me a taunt, and he basically said, at 8:49 a.m. in the morning, California time, He said, attached is the front matter for the book. Note the title page will be in color. While this is not the cover for the special edition, it will probably be the cover for the print-on-demand edition. This doesn't even make sense. I hearted it just to keep him from going ballistic, because at this point, he's like, you're just dealing with a madman, and the best you can do...
Funny how he insists on giving copies to the Blood Boys.
Thank you!
Like a cursed copy.
Thank you! Oh, he kept trying to insert himself, to use an entendre, into that world. He so badly wanted a connection with the Blood Boys, and I've been told... Thank you,
He's not even good at hiding his homosexuality. It just leaks out.
Thank you. Thank you. And I told him, look, my son's husband wants nothing from you on the estate property. I will be terminated if I bring something from you on the estate property. And he could not understand why. I said, you've tried to dox him. You've tried to expose his identity.
Multiple times.
Thank you. And why on earth do you think he would like you? And he doesn't.
Right.
Yeah.
And he was saying, oh, I know where he lives. I know where Sugar Daddy lives. Like when you were off on your breaks, he would like, when we were there, just just letting him rant. He was like, I have a friend who has discovered one of Sugar Daddy's estates. And it's like, why are you saying, like, why?
Thank you.
Like, it was bizarre.
Not only that, he would try to personally identify him ethnically in every other way he could, correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, constant. Yeah. You had to tell him to calm down, I think, right? At one point.
At one time.
Look, we don't need to go into it or something. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah, thank you. I had to, really try and how would I say it? Discourage him. I tried to dissuade and discourage him whenever he got into that mode, and he would get into
hitting a horny dog with a newspaper.
Yeah. Oh, it was awful. It was awful. But Sugar Daddy heard that shit because my son brought it to his attention. So after that, he said, this guy's a piece of shit. But more than that, he looked at some of Pete Moon's stuff and he said, this guy is an occultist. And he thought bringing any of his shit onto the property would be just what the Chinese call, let's just put it this way, bad feng shui. Yeah, it's just bad feng shui.
No, yeah, Pete was bad feng shui.
Yeah, thank you.
And I told you I had the feng shui practitioner, the real one.
Yeah.
She told me I had an overload of what's called sha qi.
Yeah.
Which is deadly poison
There we
chi,
are.
and we traced it back to Peter Moon with her help.
Thank you. Thank you. No, Peter, when he gets to hating somebody...
he was going to send it with sha qi.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So he had the, this being we're speaking of, he had like the intuition, and it was right. It was correct.
Thank you. Thank you. And so he says, now think of the insanity of this. While this is not the cover, this will make sense when I show it to you in a moment, just how senseless this is. While this is not the cover for the special edition, it will probably be the cover for the print-on-demand edition. Okay, so let me show you that immediately so you get an idea of just how crazy what he just said is. Continue, please.
Should I explain it or should I just...
Oh, please do.
The thing he's showing us is it's a page that says special edition, but in the text he's saying this is not the special edition.
Thank you.
This is what we're going to print on demand. He shows us the page, then he says the special edition is not going to look like this.
Yes, that's right.
It's bizarre. It's totally backwards.
Yes, it says special collector's edition, number whatever of 200. This supposedly leather-bound book that's, he's going to sell. It
looks cheesy. I mean, it looks like something out of Halloween Town and shit. These old Disney films. These, Disney children films.
Dude, that's giving it too much credit. It just plain looks like shit. It just plain looks like shit.
Yeah. I wouldn't even
it looks like a low-budget film.
Yeah, and explain to people, please, about the first thing he does. First thing he does is he fucks over the Dao De Jing. And, with this, look at this shit.
That's the most offensive part.
Please explain
he
that.
He misquotes the Tao, which, is it up on screen?
Yeah, it's on screen now. Yeah, it's on screen.
So the Tao Te Ching is an ancient Chinese text of philosophy by Lao Tzu. And in the beginning of the book, he basically says the Tao cannot be named. Now, when they say the Tao cannot be named, they're meaning it's like, when something's so divine and so beyond human reckoning, there's no reason to name it. Like, it's beyond speech. But the way he puts it is, he says, the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that cannot be named is not the eternal name. So this is already like an inverted translation, but this is where it becomes Adamic. He says, the unnameable is the eternally real. Naming is the origin of all particular things. And then at the end, he adds in this part, darkness within darkness is the gateway to all understanding. Now, every copy of the Tao I've seen, and I've also read it in the Chinese original text, the oracle text, it does not say that definitively. Because the Chinese characters, just like Sanskrit, each word can have multi-meanings. And even in the multi-meanings that the Tao is given in that passage, there is no mention of darkness in that way.
Thank you.
So he is interpreting it in a negative Adamic way, saying the Tao is somehow related to unnamed. The name, what is it? The
unnameable,
which is something that H.P. Lovecraft used to describe
the anti-gods.
Unsprachlichen Kulten.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The unspeakable cults. Yeah. So there you go.
Thank you.
So, but I was trying to, Douglas already knew this inherently because he studied like Chinese, Asian philosophy, Eastern philosophy, but I just reiterated and said, look, it's definitely not that. Like, I know for a fact it's not, because I was obsessed with the Tao just in general as a philosophy student for years. So,
But tell everyone how the Satanists and the Edomites consistently hide behind the Tao. They hide behind the Tao.
Yeah, so what I noticed, this is just an observation, that every time one of these, they're typically Thelemites, like they're Crowleyites. So usually when they claim to be Taoist, they're using that as saying, basically they're saying darkness, it's okay to use the dark because it's yin and yang and it balances out. And, you can't have light without darkness and all this stuff.
Yeah,
So,
I remember him. He used to say, "Oh, you got to feed the black wolf along with the white wolf." Like, he keeps saying shit like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's their obfuscation of the reality of the Tao being, like, the yin yang sign is actually in balance. It doesn't mean you pick the darkness over the light. But that was their way to make themselves feel better. Like, oh, the universe always, the universe has darkness, so I can use it. Like, that's not what the ancients said.
Thank you.
And there was always a dark sect of Taoism, and you could see it in the old kung fu films, that they were always the villain. They were never thought of as like, oh, it's just darkness. No, it was like those were the villains. Like,
thank you.
Like, if you watch the Flying Guillotine, these movies, like the Taoists were the villains because they were like those type of Taoists that would say shit like that. So
Yes.
The Flying Guillotine. What was that movie?
Oh, you look it up. Look up the Flying
it's an old
Guillotine.
70s film.
Yeah, but
It's about the
Does
Tang
that have to
Dynasty
do with
battles.
the guy throwing a weapon that attaches
Yes.
to their head and cuts it off, and he pulls?
yes.
Yeah, he was
I saw
the
that
assassin.
movie.
So that was like the
Yeah, I
that
saw
was the
that when I was a
protagonist.
kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like the protagonist basically.
That was a
Like,
cool
it was a
movie
Song
for an old one.
Dynasty like battle during the war of the
Yeah.
war of the what was it called, Douglas? The Kingdom, the War
Yeah,
of the Kingdoms.
it was
in ancient
basically
China.
is Songhua, the Three Kingdoms War. Yeah. So
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So it was just a story about that, but the Taoists were the villains in one of those films because they were talking like Pete, saying the dark is, we can use it. Like,
So
let me actually find the actual translation, and I'll get
thank
back to you guys in a
you,
second.
thank you. Because what Peter says, just to reiterate for our listeners, the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. In other words, he's saying only the unnameable is the source. Then he says,
Yes.
the unnameable. Yeah, go on.
No, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm gonna mute you for a second.
straight back to Lovecraftian, conniving on his part, which Lovecraft never intended, or nor wanted, nor was trying to encourage. Lovecraft was doing everything he could to discourage what Peter's doing. The unnameable is the eternally real. Naming is the origin of all particular things, but that's meaningless in the light of what he just said. The unnameable is the eternally real. So he's saying the anti-gods are real, the only real.
Yeah.
So
exactly. So here I have one from a Chinese website. It's called the website is in Chinese characters. It's yǐ-xīng-ní-fǎo, and then some kind of character about Buddha. So it's some kind of Buddhist sect, but something about the one way or something. So this is the chapter 1 of their definition. The Tao, or the way, that can be spoken of is not the constant Tao. The name that can be named is not a constant name. And then here's where he mistranslates everything. Nameless is the origin of heaven and earth.
there.
The named is the mother of all things. Thus, the constant void enables one to observe the true essence. The constant being enables one to see the outward manifestation, but these two come paired from the same origin. But when essence is manifest, it has a different name. The origin is called the profound mystery. As the profound, the mystery as it can be. It is the gate to the essence of all life. So you notice how he scrubbed the essence of life. He scrubbed all this, like the mother and the names being the mother of all things, the creation, like, which is in the Christian Bible, which is why he scrubbed it probably. The Lord is the Word and all that.
Absolutely.
The Word makes the world. The Word makes the world with a turn, L.
Yes.
You add an L to it, like a cursive L.
No.
So you take Word, you add the turn, which is L. Word makes the world. So the vibration is what brings it out of nothingness. But yeah, so I don't want to get too philosophical, but you see how it's completely mistranslated, just even by this one. Like, we can go through hundreds of examples like this of translations.
Yes.
And if we really want to get into it, we can go back to the original Chinese, where we can break it down character by character, and it doesn't say what Pete said it says.
Thank you. Well, you notice he never puts a single Asian character in any of my books.
No. he put the Jin language. He put Arabic.
Yes, he put Arabic. Yes, but not Chinese or Japanese. Oh no. Yeah, and so then what we have here is, this was what also shows quite a bit. Basically, the Vox Arca, the Vox Vocis Arca Arche. And when I told him nobody remembers your stupid word salad.
He didn't even remember.
Yeah, he didn't remember. Then he changed it to the voice of the Ancient of Ancients. Now notice how that's different from the cover. What does the cover say? The voice of the ancients. Because that's all they had room for. Because if he put the voice of the Ancient of Ancients, it would cost more money. But he copyrighted instead the voice of the Ancient of Ancients. What the fuck?
Which is dumb. It's such a dumb title. I'm sorry.
It's just stupid shit. It's just stupid, retarded shit. But let me make this larger so everyone can, Nemo in particular, can see.
The disclaimer is ridiculous. Yeah, we got to go through this.
Yeah, so the disclaimer, here's where things get interesting. He has a disclaimer, and it says, this book is based upon personal experiences of Douglas Dietrich and his memories, all of which were subject to complex...
Implying that they were, like, invented or something. Why would you even have to say that? Yeah.
Thank you. All of which were subject to complex post-traumatic stress disorder by reason of his service to the Department of Defense, as well as...
Everything is like one big, like, asterisk next to it.
Thank you. Yeah, all of it.
Why didn't he do that with the rapist Cinnamon? Where's that disclaimer?
Thank you. Oh, none.
Does anyone have that book? Let's see the disclaimer on him.
Yeah, none for Raddy.
He may or may not grope you if you do yoga.
That's right. Yeah,
but it's just a memory. It's just a memory.
Yeah, that's right. It's just your memory, but it's not his. Yeah, it's your word against his. Yeah. Then he says, by reason of his service to the Department of Defense as well as the armed forces of the United States of America. Now, he was hoping later on to deny this by saying there's no paperwork to prove any of this, so all of this is a lie. And the reality is this backfires on him, because when I renewed my California ID card, I asked them, working at the Presidio as I did, there must be records in the system of my military service, not the Department of Defense civilian service. I don't care about that. Everybody's bitching about the military service, all these gang stalkers and attackers, and even Peter Moon, who then, attacks me by saying, I wasn't a member of the San Francisco Police Department, when he knows goddamn well I was. But when they said, well, we'll use we've got this new AI-assisted deep dive search, we'll use that before we send you your ID card. Then they sent me my new California ID, and it says veteran. So, fuck you, Peter. You fucked yourself. I'm registered as a veteran by the state of California, which is a federally recognized ID card. And then he says, pinning it all on me, any legal or otherwise accusatory claims against him, meaning Douglas Dietrich, not me, Peter Moon, should take the aforesaid into account, and it should be further understood that the performance of his duties were typically carried out under coercion and in an environment where he was continually under the threat of death by his superiors. Everyone would deny that instantly and say that's not how it works, and that's not how it did work. Peter's just fucking lying to make it sound as ridiculous as possible. So basically, then we go.
And you never said that. And you never said that.
Thank you. I have never said
try and
that.
Kill you till after.
Thank you. That's true. See, that's true. I have never said. Oh yeah. Michael Aquino said, "Do this or you'll die."
Yeah.
I have never said that. Michael Aquino never said, "Do this, Doug, or you're gonna die. I'll kill you. Do this, Doug, or I'll kill you." I have never said that.
No.
Yeah, anyhow.
You only said he threatened to report you to the police, military police, walking out with documents when not.
That was my operations manager, Andrew Majerus, at the library. That was Andrew Majerus at the library. Yeah, he threatened.
Oh, I thought that was all right.
Oh, no. That was Andrew Majerus, which was in its own way a threat of death. That is true. Because he said, then the sentence for that is death, ultimately. Technically.
Firing squad.
Yeah, technically. Worse yet, they keep you alive in a concrete hole. You'll wish you were dead. But anyhow, so then you notice here, the copyright, of course, is what it is by Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon, but that's not the copyright. You notice there's no copyright symbol here. The copyright symbol
is... Oh, wait, let me see.
Yeah, there's no copyright symbol down here where it's Moon, Peter, the Vox Arca, the Voice of the Ancients by Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon. The copyright symbol's not here. The copyright symbol is up here where it basically says by Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon, but then he repeats it where it's just to him. And that's where he claims that he owes me no money. Yeah, with the Library of Congress part. Yeah.
Yeah, and it says Moon Peter.
Yeah, Moon Peter.
Which, like, how can you use an alias to to do that? Is that possible? Is that?
Yeah, it's.
I guess it's theoretically possible.
It's theoretically possible, maybe because he claims
whatever Stephen King and shit.
Yeah, all that shit. Yeah, but when it comes to what's done, he said it was 304 pages. Now this is important. Because the book as we have it is 304 pages. That means the manuscript as we have it, when we add in those final chapters that he had cut off. I'll show everyone why this is important soon enough.
Oh, yes, that's right, yes.
Yeah, but then he spells my mother's name wrong. As people say, there's multiple reasons for this. It was spelled with 2 N's. He doesn't include any of the Asian name. It's all just, to Diana Dietrich. There's hundreds of Diana Dietrichs.
Which was always the best form of honoring her.
That's right.
I always thought that was a nice touch.
Thank you, as opposed to just this shit to Diana Dietrich and it's misspelled. What the fuck? It's all a taunt. Then, of course, it's all his other books, which is all, crap. Preston Nichols and Peter Moon.
Yeah, that was another thing I was going to say is like, okay, so if you're reading like Penguin Press or something.
Yeah.
Where they publish a ton of books.
Yeah.
They never put their list of books in front of someone else's work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They'll always put it in the end where they can say, look, here's the catalog, here's the order number.
Like in the Roswell Deception book, he advertises all of his shit in Doug's book.
Yes, that's right. Which all the academics...
At the beginning?
It's at the end of the book.
It's at the end, but he advertises some shit at the beginning like this, but this one's even worse. Yeah, this one's just straight up. Look at my other shit. And there's Rapey Cinnamon. There's Rapey Cinnamon is over here with Peter and Moon. And it's all shit. And
Transylvania sunrise.
Oh God, yeah, they got the sunrise and the moonrise.
Egypt, it's like he should
Etheric
be sued
crystal.
He should be sued by the Egyptian government for that shit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Golden Sphinx.
Yeah. Oh, the Golden Sphinx. Yeah, that's it's like it makes me sick. Anyhow,
Jewish apocalypse. That's funny.
Yeah, and but then notice that this is incomplete. He puts it at chapter 29. It's supposed to be transmutation, epilogue, and then Frankenstein Blue as this little appendix, which he was fascinated with. But then we have to compare that. I'm going to have to go off screen for just a second while I look up the original manuscript. And he sent the original manuscript to us. And so if I take a look at Sky Books, at the manuscript as he sent us, then you get to see the real horror of what this individual was planning. And so looking at the Sky Books, and then here we are. Let's take a look at the update email from Sky Books. Then the manuscript when we got this to here we are. Let's turn this screen share back.
He was saying he kept saying the book until
until
he started calling it the main.
Till he started calling. Now here's the real table of contents, and I'll point out why this is something that is so meaningful. Now we've calculated this roughly, but basically the table of contents, as can be seen, is essentially what we published, which we're going to add the last 2 chapters to and the epilogue. And so far we got like basically 29 chapters where it ends at transmutation. Now in the book that he said he was going to publish, it's epilogue after that, and then this little appendix of Frankenstein Blue. So following chapter 29, which was supposed to conclude the book, and he took the last 2 chapters out so the book would have no conclusion, we get chapter 30. And it goes on. It goes on for basically 25 more chapters that equal 304 pages. He never intended to publish my book. The mass production was going to be starting here at the bottle and going on through all his shit, and that's what he was going to sell, and he would say all the contents are mine, and Douglas Dietrich owns none of it. So his book was going to be starting with the bottle, Cameron's Memorial, Magical Link, the Magic Theater, the Road to Ong's Hat, Noble Drew Ali of the Black Muslim Nation of Islam Church. None of this has anything to do with me. The cherry tree, where he claims that George Washington didn't chop down a cherry tree. It meant that all of America was owned by the black Moroccans. Remember that shit? That was his bullshit.
Jesus.
History lesson. Captain Kidd. Amos and Andy. Remember he always talked about the black guys, Amos and Andy, the black Freemasons. I mean, then De Speer. He's using podunk German like August Derleth. Tell him, Brendan.
Yeah, exactly. So Die Speer is not even a German phrase. It would be D-I-E, Speer, which is, I mean, I don't think that's even spelled right. Nothing's spelled right. And it's similar to what August Derleth was doing to the Lovecraftian stuff when he mistranslated. So there was another book written by another author, but it was referenced by HP. And he asked
the editor, August Derleth,
the editor, to translate it into German, which is von aussprechlichen Kulten, meaning the unspeakable cult. But August Derleth just said unaussprechlich Kulten, which is like grammatically so wacky that someone kept trying to correct him. But ultimately, and then even Lovecraft himself said, look, it's like, we're going to put it von aussprechlichen Kulten, the proper case and tense. Yeah. And then ultimately when it was published, August Derleth just overrode him like Pete style and just put it in backwards.
And by the way, August Derleth would call this posthumous collaboration. In other words, HP is dead, and because Lovecraft is dead, he can't say no, so I'm just writing over his shit.
Undid the edits. He just undid the edits. Like,
thank you.
Which doesn't make sense. Is like, why would you put it into like, I guess he thought his German was the correct one.
No, it was an inversion. It's a satanic inversion. It's all satanic inversion with these people. He's just pissing on Lovecraft's grave.
I can try and get the cases right, the tenses.
Yeah, and thank you. I'd appreciate if you did that for me.
Just give me a second.
Yeah, and then then here's the other chapters. They continue with Peter Moon on his trip. Emory Cranston. I can't remember who that was. And this is Ron's ghost. I said, who the fuck is Ron? And that's when one of you, either Aristides or Brendan, said, L. Ron Hubbard, which takes us on then Scientology beatniks. I mean, all the shit Peter would talk about, Dr. John D., the Black Lodge. Enochian review and the Meta Machine, which brings us back to I always have to have Aristides help me.
So this is the line you get from Wikipedia. It says unaussprechliche Kulte, which is totally wrong grammatically. Also known as Nameless Cults or The Black Book, a fictional book of arcane literature in the Cthulhu mythos, appeared in Robert E. Howard's short story Children of the Night and the Black Stone as Nameless Cults, and like the Necronomicon, it was later mentioned by HP. So that's the wrong case, and then the proper case is von unaussprechlichen Kulten. That's the proper case.
Thank you.
So it was corrected later by purists.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And as Aristides corrected for the Meta Machine, he says he's talking about Joe Matheny, I believe. Correct, Aristides? So Joe Matheny, I think, was this guy who claimed he had like a supercomputer, which Peter Moon kept saying was like, oh, that's the real father of the Art-elect and the pre-Art-elect and shit. And Joe Matheny didn't have shit. And yeah.
As I recall, there was, if it's one and the same thing, it was a not so much powerful computationally, but it was a synchronicity generator.
Right. What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know. You tell me. I'm just a messenger.
Thank you. Thank you. In other words, he might as well just say, it's the magic machine. Well, there we are. Made a machine. And Joe Matheny said he had like this magical machine that could generate synchronicities. And Peter Moon always brought that up. It was always psychedelic. It never made any sense. Then Fallout, Starbucks. I'm going through these chapters here. Pirates End, Speaking from the Chair, Revelation, Quintessence, Ralph Parsons Corporation. Again, that was supposed to be an appendix, and you notice there's no Frankenstein blue appendix whatsoever in this. So he was basically going to publish these last 25 chapters, which I can guarantee you have all been written out. And that's what was going to get published under the Vox Arca title. The whole Vox Arca thing was simply a cover where he thought he could get legal claim to, well, my property after I die. And he was going to sell people this shit instead of my story. Does that now make sense? This was his intent. And so that's the horror.
And here's a quote from Robert E. Howard from Black Eons.
Yes.
Vor dem Anfang der Historie der einem Menschen sich gibt die schwarze Äonen. Denen ist es vielleicht besser nicht zu wissen. Before the beginning of history, men remember there are black eons of which it is perhaps better not to know. So no one ever takes the heed there. They just go on like, why don't we look more into it? Let's dig into the sewer.
Well, provide me a copy of that. I'd like a copy of that statement. And that would probably be better to put in front of the book than the Taoist bullshit Peter put.
Warn people like,
thank you.
We don't need to touch it.
Yeah, thank you. That's like,
actually... Okay, let's put it this way. If the authors that we're talking about it told people that, it's like, there's a reason.
Thank you. Thank you. And so here's what Peter said, again, just to drive the point home. As for the special edition, you will receive only one copy. The rest will be for sale. They were never going to be published. He was just going to publish one copy. Send that to me. I will, however, supply you with multiple copies of the print-on-demand edition to give to the Blood Boys, which all they would get would be this Peter Moon shit. You know, this is the insanity that we're dealing with. And then, of course, we go back to the rest of... let's see, this was sent by Brendan. Okay, I'll download that.
Yeah,
save it to download.
The beginning of history.
There we are. Yeah.
And remember the black eons of which perhaps better it is not to know.
So Aristides, do me a favor and download that.
I wonder why did they why did HP want to expose it again?
HP was trying
let's not do the Brandon Young trip, but I'm just curious.
No, it's basically HP Lovecraft was teaming up with Harry Houdini. And together, what they wanted to destroy were these burgeoning cults that worshipped the anti-gods. And the reason they knew about it was because H.P. Lovecraft's own gay lover, Robert Barlow, or R.H. Barlow, his father was in the military and had basically pushed his son upon H.P. Lovecraft. It was like an offer H.P. Lovecraft couldn't refuse. It was a young boy, he was effeminate, H.P. Lovecraft was into him, but then he found out from him that his father was a member of these cults, that they controlled the U.S. military. So what H.P. Lovecraft converted to was Nazism. And when H.P. Lovecraft converted to Nazism, he said Nazism is more than just an ideology. It is a spiritual defense force where we can use the Hakenkreuz against the anti-gods as a ward, as they do in Germany, and we need to create an American Nazism. Now, the person who wanted to be the Amerikaführer was Charles Augustus Lindbergh. So what happened was that Henry Ford financed H.P. Lovecraft to write an American Mein Kampf for Charles Lindbergh. And so he was working with H.P. Lovecraft, or H.P. Lovecraft was working with Harry Houdini, who was Jewish, to expose the fact that many Jews who had bought into the Adamite vision were doing something that would lead Judaism down the path to apocalypse and Holocaust. And they wanted to prevent this Zionism, this nascent Zionism that wanted to establish a Jewish empire on earth that was very Edomic, Herodian. So Harry Houdini was against that. H.P. Lovecraft's Jewish wife was against that. And she was a Jewish woman who escaped from the Ukraine because the Soviets had basically put the place into a famine condition of Holocaust that she escaped from by marrying H.P. Lovecraft. And even though he was gay, he offered her citizenship, and in return, she actually got him published. H.P. Lovecraft, without Sonia Green, his Jewish wife, would never have seen publishing. And the reason that she was Jewish got him connected with Jewish publishing houses that would then tolerate his pro-Nazism. It was through her advocacy alone. So always bear that in mind. And these two Jews were working with H.P. Lovecraft. One of them, Harry Houdini, paid with his life. The other, she was responsible for you knowing about him at all. And when it came to all of that, then he was working on the American Mein Kampf for Charles Lindbergh, and both books never got completed because Harry Houdini got murdered and H.P. Lovecraft was murdered. Harry Houdini was viciously murdered, violently, by a known killer, by a man who had been convicted of murder and yet never served a day in jail, and was never investigated for killing Harry Houdini, who was one of the most famous people in the world. Think of the insanity of what I'm talking about. That would be like somebody murdering Lady Gaga or Madonna, and nobody investigated. Who the hell is this guy? And he's killed someone before, and he's allowed to walk free without anyone even arresting him. Do you understand the insanity of what I'm saying? And and as for H.P. Lovecraft, I've explained before how cancer was already weaponized by the doctor who was working on it, Mr. Yerkes. Bobby Yerkes, Robert Yerkes, Yerkes, in Puerto Rico.
according to this, it says he died of peritonitis from appendicitis.
That's such bullshit. They said
So
cancer.
he got a toothache from
from
appendicitis. Like, that doesn't make sense.
Everyone knows he died of cancer. That's insane. Is that Wikipedia? Yeah. I mean, you mentioned...
No, this is LOC.gov. 2 newspaper articles announcing Houdini's death on October 31st, which is Halloween, which is Samhain, 1926. Detroit, Michigan newspaper. There you go.
God, yeah, just awful. And
do you want the copy of this?
Sure, please, thank you. Okay. Yes, I'd appreciate that profoundly. We might even stick that in the book. Now that Peter's dead, we can stick all kinds of things in the book we never thought of before. Pictures of the Artilect and all kinds of other shit he wouldn't put in there because he said...
Yeah, it says he died in Grace Hospital. The cause of death was given to diffuse streptococcal peritonitis as a result of ruptured appendix.
Outrageous. Yeah, outrageous. At his age, 43, what was it again? It was something, albeit it was far too young. It was still, why would your appendicitis rupture at that age, for Christ's sakes? And it's not like he went into space or something and had a change in temp and pressure and decompressurizers.
It doesn't give his age.
Yeah. And so give me a second here to just make sure that I've got the right assassin when it comes to the cancer. This is because, of course, cancer...
Yeah, this is another part of the of the newspaper, it says illness result of blow.
Mm-hmm.
But nowadays that would be considered a way different title.
Yeah. Yeah.
But maybe, like, so it doesn't make sense. How do you get appendicitis from getting hit? Like, that doesn't jive. That doesn't jive.
Thank you. Oh, you're talking about Houdini.
Yeah. This
Oh,
is what it
okay.
says. Illness
Yeah.
result of blow.
Yeah.
But like I said, nowadays people would just think it means cocaine.
Yeah. Or they would think of a blowjob was the first thing that came to my mind. But yeah, it's I think like that. Well,
So I'll send you the copies.
Yeah, so Dr. Yerkes was responsible for different crimes that concerned the hybridization of humans with primates in America for corporate reasons, as opposed to Stalin's chimerical production of human primate hybrids in the Soviet Union. The person who killed H.P. Lovecraft was Dr. Cornelius Rhoads. Rhodes Scholar, where we get the term Rhodes Scholar from, RHOADS. Then Cornelius Rhoads was the scientist with the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Investigations in San Juan, Puerto Rico, and he killed a large part of the Puerto Rican population with cancer. His experiments, of course.
This dude's like a occultist or something.
Oh yeah. Well, he wrote a letter. He wrote a letter in which he stated, this is a direct quote, "What the island, Puerto Rico, needs is not a public health work, but a tidal wave or something to totally exterminate the nigger population. It might then be livable. I have done my best to further the process of exterminating all the niggers of all the colors by killing off 8% of the population and transplanting cancer into a large percentage more." So this is his boast. And he, of course, was put in charge.
He just said that?
He just said that out loud.
It's like that?
Yeah. And not only that, but the Puerto Rican rebels who fought against the U.S. occupation wrote to the League of Nations about his crimes. And what happened was they turned over the leader who had sent the letter personally. He delivered the letter like a courier personally to the League of Nations. This guy's name was Pedro Albizu Campos. And Pedro Albizu Campos led the Puerto Rican rebellion against Dr. Rhoads and his occupation under United States military dictatorship of Puerto Rico. When he delivered the letter to the League of Nations, they just turned him over to Dr. Rhoads to kill. And so he died at Dr. Rhoads' hands. As soon as he was dispatched to Dr. Rhoads injected him full of cancer and killed him. And this is your U.S. government. This is the man who killed H.P. Lovecraft. And he had weaponized this cancer, we're talking about in the early 1930s. And understand, H.P. Lovecraft died in the 1930s when this man had weaponized cancer. So all of this, by the way, Morgan Grace Films asks, has Peter officially died? It depends on who you ask. Yeah, yeah, there you go.
No, I'm just joking. Don't talk to him.
Yeah, don't talk to Peter. You don't want to
get cursed.
Yeah, he curses everybody. He's like that's what he's into. It's like what keeps him alive. So understand that it was so when Peter was going through all of this, doing all of this, sending me this weird frontispiece taunt. Then that's when a very important weekend happened in which Peter said, "Oh, you'll come back better after a lot of blood from the Blood Boys." That was the weekend I went off for the Celestial Trifecta because it was in the middle of the Mid-Autumnal Harvest Moon Festival. So when that went down, and I was gone for days, and I came back on Sunday night, and then I came back on Wednesday, Peter at this point was starting to spiral. I mean, really going from spiral into meltdown. He had been spiraling for months. He was waiting for me to die. When that didn't happen, he lost it. Aaron said he lost it. Aaron said after that he really was, why isn't Douglas Dietrich dead? He was supposed to die. He really started getting into that. And then what happened was on the 18th, Wednesday the 18th, as a matter of fact, I better show this to everybody, the calendar. So here's the calendar for September. September 11th, Finney Barbrick goes to the Library of Congress, copyrights the Vox Arca, hoping that he will, that I would still suffer from the after effects of the surgery and die. and therefore he could claim the mask, as he called it. Then he gives me the frontispiece taunt on Friday the 13th of September, after the Celestial Trifecta weekend, which took place during the Autumnal Harvest Moon Festival. That's when basically Peter Moon has this heart and brain attack. Early in the morning is when he tells Aaron Tice that he will not be on the show. This was our first unofficial Moonless episode, when I had to come home, deal with that, and deal with the fact that Peter wanted to hide it. Don't let anybody know anything has happened, he's demanding, while saying he's never going to be on the show ever again. Now, all of this is when he starts going into very bizarre
As if people wouldn't ask, like...
Yes, thank you. Thank you. The next day is when I asked a friend who wishes to remain anonymous. This is when my phone was cut. The live stream was cut. My cellular service account was closed. I'm still working on that, and can only do so thanks to a friend helping me by putting me on a cell phone account of their own, so I have an operational cell phone with unlimited minutes so I can finally start slinging calls on Monday. But because my cell phone wouldn't work, that same friend called for a police well-being check on Vinnie Barbaric, at which point they found him so repulsive they just said, we'll come back for the body later. Quite seriously. This is when the exchanges began between Peter Moon and Aaron Tice that are quite bizarre. Basically, on Friday the 20th, 1 week after the Friday the 13th taunt, where he says, I've got all these auditions for the Blood Boys. 1 week later, on Friday the 20th of September, Peter Moon says, basically, to be clear, this is like, how did it start? It basically starts at the bottom. September 20th, Skybooks. Please make sure you do not say anything about you reading the book or possibly writing it, etc., because he asked Aaron Tice to finish the book. He said, why don't you finish the book? Then he says, when he sent him the manuscript, as he began to call it, please make sure you do not say anything about you reading the book or possibly writing it, etc. Just read it, and when you do, get back to me. I am not sure about all this. In fact, I have been warned against it by one of my top healing friends. I have to continue the delay process. And then Aaron says, I'm not sure what you're fighting, but I can almost 100% say that it is illusion and subterfuge. And then Peter says, this issue will swing like a pendulum, back and forth, and will finally reach a certain equilibrium. There is no rush. It's Qigong. It is better to go. He says, it Qigong. It Qigong. It is better to go slow, in all caps. To which Aaron replied, whose pendulum? Whose equilibrium?
Yeah,
I know what you mean, but I'm making a point that this insane pendulum swing is in your world, in quotes. And you are acting rather unlike yourself. This is more Preston's domain. However, if it's a domain you have chosen of your own free will, so be it. But if you have been pushed there, I urge you to fight back. I allow people their space. Then he replied, good cue. But there was no question, really. Good cue. I think he's referencing Aquino, really, or QAnon. Good cue tells me to apply a pendulum. These issy. I need a lot of time to rest. Okay, that was on Friday the 20th. You see, it just like, this is H.P. Lovecraft character disintegration. Then, Saturday, the 21st, another Peter Moon message from Vinnie Barbaric. Tired/exhausted, so we'll be brief. Saw doctor for third time. Of course, he's not seeing doctors. This probably was a chiropractor's office where they'd have the most scanning technology. Saw a doctor for third time. Cardiovascular event, which amounts to a mini stroke. he's basically saying a heart attack, cum, brain attack, people. Cardiovascular, that's a myocardial infarction. He's got a heart attack. That means parts of his heart are dying. Cum, stroke, means parts of his brain are dying. If parts of your heart and parts of your brain are dying simultaneously, what do we call that? That's called you fucked. And he says
imminent death.
Yeah, it's a cardiovascular event which amounts to a mini stroke that requires extensive bed rest. Yeah, they call it resting in the grave, Peter. And monitoring of blood pressure and heart, which means no stress or phone calls or work that are stressful or connected to controversy, politics, or potential blowback. Bare minimum work schedule. 2 hours per day if up to it. And no more podcasts. Qigong has either saved my life or more likely limited the consequences. It didn't do shit. It's kind of like when I got the message from Skype that I missed a call from Ian West. I didn't miss shit. Anyhow, I am being well cared for by practitioners. You never say that with health practitioners. You just say doctors or nurses. He's talking about occultists. And friends. What friends? Peter Moon has no friends. This is not sarcasm. Seriously, Peter Moon has no friends. And no need for announcements, sympathy cards, or care packages. Sorry I cannot be there for you. But I wish you a lot of love. That is so sincere. The sincerity just overwhelms me. I cried all night. I'm being sarcastic. I hope you understand.
He's never talked like that before. It's just bizarre.
Of course not. I have to be 100% concerned about my own self-preservation. Now that's Peter Moon. Yeah. And so there you go with that. And that's like, oh my fucking God. This is after, hey, Doug. Yeah, I'm doing this for you, Doug, for 3 years. Yeah, you never got any money from the Roswell books, but that's why this new business model, so I can give you something, Doug, to help you out. But then, oh man, Doug, gotta go. Self-preservation, you know? And that's the weekend.
What about that whole part about where he was saying the entity wants its story told, and you were like,
I'll get to that. I'll get there.
Okay.
I'll get there.
Okay.
This is the same weekend he sends this, that basically throughout all the time this shit was going on, somewhere here, within the few weeks of September, the first 2 full weeks of September, somewhere in that period, Sammy Romero's young sister, she was only in her mid-40s, if that, maybe even just late 30s, died. And her funeral was on Sunday the 22nd. So it was an incredibly difficult time for him. I told him, your sister was so young, her biggest issue is she's not going to realize she's dead. And he said, yes, when he went to her home where she lived alone, he could hear the footfalls. And his sister who went there before him could hear her voice. This biggest problem is until that funeral's held, which is why people held funerals for millions of years, is so that the person can recognize the entire community is around their body and they finally accept they're dead. Most people for millions of years died young, and so you had to do this. But then I went to the DMV, then I went to the allergist, and that's Wednesday the 25th, we get the breakthrough email. So the breakthrough email is where you get Peter Moon basically going through a full meltdown. And this is what I will share with people because that's where he really it displays just how much he's gone off the deep end. So he writes, my Romanian friend Nicole, who is in China, keeps pounding me for answers to my current situation. But I keep telling her that it is too complicated to explain and that I need my rest. I asked her to pray for me, which is the first time he's ever asked anyone to pray for him, because he spits on that. Perhaps that and the current Mercury-Uranus trine, his anus, always meant a big deal to him, meaning mental breakthroughs. Yes, the way to his mind is through his ass. Ladies, and the reason I can tell you that is because, well, his one girlfriend who I met, who he claimed I'd never met, Anne-Marie told me that, well, he needed a lot of prostate stimulation. So she has to shove dildos up his ass. It's about time I share that with people, and I'm not making it up. And, of course, I have friends who will testify to that. They're not with us right now, but hopefully they'll join us on Wednesday. Then they can help articulate what I just did. But Peter Moon liked Anne-Marie because she always shoved a dildo up his ass and got him off. Anyhow, he says that all this facilitated a huge breakthrough realization in my sleep. It was like a dream, but it really was not a dream. I mean, what? Oh my fucking God. I must first stress, however, that while this is very expository as far as what has actually happened, and it reads as good news in this regard, I have to cut all ties to DDD. And again, tell them about the pattern here. Everybody who signs up with the Richard K. Cole Jr. party line and Stephen Outrim, suddenly I'm no longer Douglas Dietrich. Suddenly I'm DDD. This is like...
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and the lies, untruths, are twisted truths that he conveys about me. What have I ever said about Peter Moon until he severed all ties? All I ever said...
He had to preempt it. He had to preempt it.
Yeah.
You were going to tell the truth, basically.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Hearing that stuff...
That's the classic, classic.
Yeah, there you go.
Classic ex-girlfriend move.
Yeah. Hearing that stuff or even talking about it is extremely unhealthy, especially in regards to my mental and physical health. I need lots of rest. And while I'm getting better...
Why does he keep repeating that?
Because
I never got that. Like, rest.
Yeah, because he's measuring himself up for the grave, man. He's crossing his arms, over his chest, like mummy style and shit.
Right.
Yeah, I need lots.
That's what I imagine, like someone like prone in bed, like on their side, like, rest. I need rest.
Oh yeah, I imagine him in the grave. It's an even better image. Yeah. Of course, he doesn't deserve a grave. He deserves just like by the side of the road, just his body being left there. He needs to be converted to a speed bump in a parking lot. That's what he needs. I need lots of rest. And
that makes him useful.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Good point. I need lots of rest, and while I'm getting better, and can even play football to a limited extent. Really? I mean, really?
Imagine telling that to a real doctor. Like, look, I just had a stroke/heart attack.
Yeah.
But I could still play football.
Yeah, really? Really?
Like they would like check you in. They would like put you in a straitjacket. They'd be like, this guy's out of his mind.
Yeah,
he's gone off the deep end.
Thank you. He needs to be constrained for his. All he needs is that he's jacking off while watching all the black guys play, which is what he would do. Yeah. He's like,
imagine some dude with a droopy eye in a corner, and then, like the new guys are like, who is that? And they're like, just let him watch. Just he'll go away eventually.
Yeah. Oh my God. Half his face is paralyzed and shit. And he's like, he's just moving that one hand.
We toss him the ball sometimes to just pretend, make him feel better.
It's got to be like that. That's insane. Yeah.
Well, didn't he tell us he was like, there was this other guy that had a straight up heart attack on the field, and then they tried to get him to come back and play. It's like, why?
Thank you. And
like, you should retire at that point, or just slowly build your strength back.
Well, I think he said after that, then he never showed up again. Yeah, no shit. Maybe he knows better. This is what caused the heart attack.
See, the doctor probably said, stop. Like, don't go. Don't be tempted.
Thank you. I mean, it's just stupid. Yeah. And he says, I have to put my physical health first, in which case he wouldn't be playing football, and insist on no mental stress by not talking about...
Yeah, I don't understand how writing a book is that stressful compared to football. It's like, it's bizarre.
Yeah, well, he's out of his fucking mind anyway. It's all just a lie and an excuse so he doesn't finish the project.
It's a bad lie. It's a really bad lie.
Yeah. I have to put my physical health first and insist on no mental stress by not talking about or listening to these topics. This is the mental breakthrough! This is where he starts using different fonts! He starts...
It changes font because someone else wrote it.
Yeah. So he starts changing...
That's like the RKC version,
That's true. He would do that. It's like he's talking to himself. It's like the alter personality. Yeah. He starts talking to the alter personality.
Yeah, RKC does that. He has like a whole different profile, and he's like, did you hear about this Douglas guy? And the other guy's like, yes, I did. He's crazy. And I was like, but it's just him.
Yeah, it's just him talking to himself. Yeah, between accounts.
This is Pete. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is Pete's version.
Pete's going through
The
this.
mental breakthrough in
Yeah.
all caps. Or in all
Yeah, this is all
bold. It's bolded.
emboldened. He emboldened. This is the
Different,
mental
different font. It's
breakthrough.
in one's in Calibri, then the other one's in Arial, and then the rest of it's like different fonts.
Yeah.
Literally different fonts.
Yes. Oh my.
And sizes.
Oh my God. One of my
Like you said, it was
Yeah.
like when they paste together, like the Zodiac paste together like the fucking ransom letter. It's,
Yes. Yeah.
it's like the computer version of that.
Yeah, it's a ransom note. It's a fucking electronic ransom note.
That's funny. Yeah, Brendan, that's funny.
Yeah, that's
What-
what it looks like. It's just,
Yeah. One of my friends noticed that DDD started cultivating a subtle and perhaps not so subtle undertone that was against me.
like,
I
what
don't.
terrible writing.
Yeah.
Terrible writing.
Beyond which, I don't think I needed to do much work. I mean, Peter just sits there and he just drones, and everybody's like, "When's this guy gonna come?" Is what the people who would write to me and shit. And I now realize this traces back to a routine proofreading question, wherein I asked him for the correct phonetic spelling of an entity. Now, Brendan, help me out here. How many months was this guy probing me for that name?
Oh, this was constant for like at least a couple months. He was like,
Yeah.
He was like, Doug, when are you gonna get to your notes? You know, when it, like I need that entity's name. Like he kept saying it over and over.
Thank you. He really wanted the name of Ubosathla, which he is afraid to name here because he had a bad experience summoning said entity. In this case, it was the most powerful of the anti-gods with an asterisk. And the asterisk says, it was impossible for humans to invoke such an anti-god until Aquino created the Vox Arca, a device meaning ancient voice. Details.
Which, didn't you say that it was still just an attempt? Like it was never like, right? It was like never confirmed. Like there was no final. It's just like a prototype. Is this correct?
Well, the prototype is in essence the prototype is the one I dumped on my sister. The finished product is what I do have. So I have the working model, but the prototype is supposed to be theoretically a backup. But they never produced more than that because of the different problems that happened at the Presidio when the building started burning down because all the people said, hey, my kid's been raped by the hundreds. Then problems really started going down. But in terms of the device...
I drove by the Presidio earlier today, actually.
Okay, yeah. What was your feeling? What was the ambience?
It just looked like just a bunch of rich people.
People
now.
now.
It was nothing.
Yeah.
It's different than what it used to be.
Yeah, like Samuel Romero would say, if I was there to give you kind of a tour, then I'd point out things that would make more sense about it or put things into context. But for what it's worth,
well, you didn't answer. No.
Yeah,
I'm just joking. I
no,
knew you were busy.
Yeah. In terms of this ancient voice, the device does work. It is in essence the real thing. But what makes Peter think it would work for him in light of everything I've described? Details of its billion-dollar construction not relevant here in parentheses, which on one side the parentheses is angular, on the other side the parentheses is circular, semicircular. So he's like, he's getting his, and anyhow, a device which DDD stole and keeps to this day. Now this is bizarre because he's not using the asterisk to quote anything I wrote in the book, which is what one would assume. No, he's actually going into something he's specifying, but he's using a different font, which is completely unnecessary when you use an asterisk, because the footnote itself would, it's redundant to do this. But at any rate,
so cheesy.
To use it would affect a tracheotomy on the user and also gate in madness, which is completely incorrect. That's if I used it to its full extent, but I'm only taking the diagnostics to a certain level each time. He can only run diagnostics on it, and it traumatizes him when he does, as he sees apocalyptic visions. Yes, this is true. I have always been honest about that. It could also kill him. Theoretically, yes, but it does not. He runs diagnostics to keep it active, and he does so for self-defense because the Department of Defense is afraid he could destroy the world or their control of what they do control. Consequently, they leave him alone in certain respects, although they do harass him continuously. If diagnostics are not run on the device, it will degenerate. So in effect, DDD is keeping this alive and its potential for wanton destruction. But everybody knows this, Peter. We've gone over this on the show. Like, why would you need to explain that to Aaron? Aaron knows that. Aaron's been listening forever. This is what's bizarre. It's
he's just trying to make you look bad. Like, oh, he's keeping this thing alive.
Yeah, like that's a bad thing. And bringing this entity into his mind admittedly triggered him no end. By that, he's talking about Ubosothla, the name he kept asking for. So we're back on track of Ubosothla here, asking him to correctly, phonetically, that's in quotes because you can't really correctly spell these names or pronounce them, asking him to correctly, phonetically spell the name. He said he had to revisit it, and he did a voracious study and recapitulation of the entity and his memories of it, and this basically gated in the entity into his mind, inducing a trance state that begat excessive writing, which he would constantly and fastidiously correct, rewrite, and amplify.
Wait, the funny part about that, just sorry to interrupt, is just like, why would that entity tell us, like, about the stuff you were writing about? You know, it just doesn't add up.
Which is just about, like, evocation and invocation and gnosis and various aspects of magic.
It was like you were, well, what were you, like you were, like, freaking getting, like, what is it called? Like remote writing from Crowley's Ghost. Like Crowley's Ghost. You know, like, come on.
Right. They used to call them stringers, where you got a penny a word or something like that. It's like I was stringing for Ubosothla, getting a penny a word. And it's like...
But it's like, it's not content that, like, an anti-god would write about, in my opinion.
Like, of course not.
Like it was more like a Crowley ghost or something. You know,
well, beyond that,
about magic. Yeah.
Beyond that, you've suffered this before, and you've called it spamming. You said, "Hey, you got to watch out for Doug. He spams you when he realizes he needs a correction here and there." So you've suffered this yourself before, but you never found it anything other than annoying. You never found it sinister. Hey, Doug's spamming me, and it's
but
like
I read it. I mean, it has nothing to do with the anti-god. I don't know how that's like even equatable. It's bizarre.
Thank you.
Like,
I mean, it does, but not in the sense of a recipe. Go on.
And you talk about banishing it.
Yes, so thank you. Then I speak of banishing. Thank you. He doesn't bring up that part, does he? Yeah.
Of course not.
Yeah, none.
Obviously, he didn't read it because he got freaking owned by it.
Yes, thank you.
He didn't banish it properly.
No, there you go. Thank you. There was no banishing. There was no banishing on his part.
I think I even didn't I tell him at one point, I was like, why don't you like read it and like actually write something, take notes. I was like, didn't I say something like that?
Yes, you did. You did. Of course, he didn't.
He obviously didn't.
Yeah, he never listens to you. Yeah.
I don't need to read that. I don't need,
I know everything.
Yeah.
He has no intellectual...
Well, look what it did to him.
Yeah.
He couldn't banish it.
That's for fucking sure. He's got no intellectual humility. And the end result was he paid the price. Yeah. And then he says about everything I'm writing to him, none of which I saw fit to print on basic common sense editorial grounds. Oh, this is August Derleth talking. H.P. Lovecraft sent me the correct German. Yeah,
he's basically the sock puppet of August Derleth's ghost now.
Yeah.
We have to edit it our way.
Yeah. But also, as I just completed the book to his satisfaction, to my satisfaction, he went to copy.
Both of us were on a call with him saying, like, that name stinks.
Yes.
I really said that. I was
Thank
like,
you.
That name sucks. And he's like, satisfactory.
Yeah. In his mind, all he hears us saying is, "Yeah, your dick tastes good, Daddy." Yeah. What he made his daughter say. Years ago.
Shit.
Yeah. And
this is like my crazy family. It's like, don't do this, and then they're like, why shouldn't we? We have to triple down. It's like, oh my god, it's disgusting.
Just tell them don't run in front of a moving truck.
Yeah, I wish.
Honestly, like, I'll try that.
Yeah, I wish it would work.
I would be so sad if you guys ran in front of a truck or something happened to you.
What do that then?
They'd be like, I'll show you.
Oh, please don't.
Yeah.
I bought this car. Like. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, and then if I were to, yes, here we are. None of which I saw fit to print on basic common sense editorial grounds, but also as I'd just completed the book to his satisfaction, but now his tune was different. Now my tune was different. I said, you never completed.
Yeah, you were pissed about his bad editing.
Yeah. If I were to include this information, most of which I opposed on ethical, really? Really?
Oh yeah, he's so ethical casting spells. You know, so
Yo,
ethical.
fucking his daughter, sodomizing his daughter. Yes. Forcing Paula to strap on a sausage on her inner thigh, and then fucking her up the ass. Yes, I mean, because that's the only way he could get off.
Not giving your wife of 6 years any money.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh yeah. He's such an ethical
it's like
man.
it's my relatives. It's like,
Yeah.
like it's unethical.
Oh,
You know,
beyond
you're being
which.
unethical.
Oh, not to mention killing both his parents. Yes.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
getting malicious. Yes. A pyramid of integrity he be. Ethical / spiritual grounds. It would require extensive rewriting that was extremely onerous at this point, especially as I had completed manuscript, had a
Oh
completed
yeah, this is when you were whipping him. Like,
Yeah.
like he was under your boot.
Yes.
He's making me write all
Yes.
this stuff.
Yeah,
let's-
especially as I had a completed manuscript that he liked. And no, I didn't, Peter, and was quite readable. I was exhausted on this project, and his demands were now taxing my body, mind, soul. Like I'm riding this guy's ass.
I don't know why that's funny.
Yeah,
dude.
like
It's
I'm riding this
you
guy's
gave
ass.
him a year off. He had like 2 years off to write it. Jesus,
Yeah.
like what is he talking about? Like,
Yeah, more importantly, the entity was now living and breathing inside of him. I mean, really? Really?
that's funny. That's funny.
And was influencing and directing the anti-Peter Moon band. I've got news for you, Peter. I don't need no entity to be anti-Peter Moon. I don't need...
As if that thing has time for hating on him.
Yeah,
Like, come on.
yeah,
What an
really?
egotistical weirdo. Like,
Yes, I mean, really? Really? Ubo Safla.
Yeah, that thing is not concerned about someone as low as Peter. Trust me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Trust me.
I mean, Peter is beneath a dust mote to Ubo Safla or this kind of entity.
Yeah.
The idea, yes. I mean, and besides, hating Peter Moon comes naturally. Everybody hates Vinnie Barbrick. That's just natural.
Right.
It's unnatural if you don't. The entity deeply resented, that I was not letting it take over the entire book project. Really, I would now be writing for the entity.
Like these things are not something you could talk to like that. Like, I mean, these are like cosmic minds. These are not.
Yes, thank you. Where
like they're not gonna talk like that. Sorry.
Beyond which, what entity was prompting him to write 25 extra chapters about himself? There's 25 extra written chapters about himself and David Lewis Anderson. That is the entity.
There's the entity. There it is.
Yeah. Once again, this was taxing. This anti-God entity will thrash and trash everything it can because it is all about, in uppercase letters, destruction. It doesn't care about DDD, Peter, or anything else but wanton destruction, which somehow it wants me to hate on
Which is not
Peter.
true. It's definitively not true.
Thank you.
Due to my experience with the echo or the shell.
Thank you. Beyond which,
let me go back what I said about it.
Sure.
When I was
please.
when I was cleansing, in the process of cleansing the echo.
Yes.
Please. I said, how can entropy create? ? It only usurps and corrupts. There you go.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's profound. Yeah, so then DDD has described such about this entity not wanting anything but wanted destruction. By the way, I never said this. I never said any of this. Never have I ever said this. DDD has described such in the book. I did not.
Yeah, wasn't the destruction like just the side effect of the entropy? It wasn't like that's its goal, right?
No, what all I talked about when it came to Ubo Safla was semantics. All I said was,
but I'm saying the mechanism of the unraveling of the Vox Arca.
Well,
it wasn't like the beings don't intend to destroy necessarily. It's like this kind of, like you said, it's like it's just part of the deal. Right?
Well, let's just put it this way: the entities are themselves of it, like antimatter. It's like if antimatter comes into contact with matter, basically everything's blown. It just blows, and and so if the entities are unleashed,
but that's different.
Yeah.
That's different than like
seeking. Yes, it's like well, believe me, the Edomites seek the corruption of this realm, even the destruction of this realm. But we've already emphasized that. We know that. And the point is, if I were concerned with that and I were possessed of an entity that wanted total destruction, why wouldn't I just pull the trigger? See, rather than what this idiot is saying. So then he comes back with...
Well, it gets even crazier. Yeah, let's finish.
It gets even crazier. Yeah, DDD has been most certainly consumed by that entity. Although his purpose and the theme of the book was purportedly to neutralize the anti-gods. There is plenty of room for bait and switch. And we can argue whether or not this was the original purpose of the book all along. Or perhaps the opposite. I mean, at this point, he's just saying up is down, back is forward.
He's going crazy.
Yeah, ass is head. Yeah, right is wrong. The bottom line is that the entire book takes your mind into a scenario where gods are fighting anti-gods, thus amplifying the drama in our current political world. It all comes down to politics.
Why does it have anything to do? It's bizarre.
Yeah, well, Doug Dietrich is,
That's like a typical Fox News.
Yeah, it's Doug Dietrich is basically a liberal progressive.
Jesus is the king, but also we have to deal with politics. It's like that. No, they don't go together.
Thank you. It's Peter's saying here basically, Doug Dietrich, he's got that transgender son, and he's a transvestite, and they're really all a bunch of degenerates. And then the Blood Boys, they're gay, but I want to get into them. And anyhow. Whether or not the book will harm or destroy the reader, the entity concerned will certainly be getting attention and airplay. Like I said, Ubosoftla is mentioned as semantics. Semantics! It's like this name existed before there were human mouths. This is basically what I say about Ubosoftla. Nothing else in the book, though that may change now. But anyhow... the entity concerned will certainly be getting attention and airplay. Something entities are well known for wanting and attracting in a humorous way, and not to minimize the destructive intent. Peter. He's unintentionally funny, and not to minimize the destructive intent. Such entities might just be happy just to get on stage and do a soft shoe dance, like a wannabe performer who wants to bask in the limelight. Honestly, something that seeks cosmic destruction is just happy to get a little attention. Really. I mean, Peter, you're out of your fucking mind. Anyhow, from my current view, this entity directed a Kino to construct the Vox Arca. And while DDD appears to have stolen it for reasons of self-preservation and arguably even altruism, this entity beats to its own drum. You're beating your own drum, Peter.
He's trying to like Ayn Rand you.
Yes.
Altruism.
Yeah, is evil. Altruism is evil. According to Ayn Rand.
He's trying to save people.
Yes. This entity beats to its own drum and can view DDD as a puppet to its own agenda. As far as he is concerned, the entity, he puts this in quotes, the entity is in the house. I mean, really, Peter? Are you trying to act cool? Are you trying to sound like a rapper? Like a DJ? Really? You? I mean, this is like, first off, he's this old white man, and he's like really dorky. I mean,
he thinks he's black.
He thinks he's black. That's true. He thinks he's black.
He's trying to rap or something.
He's trying to rap now. Yes.
Entities in the house.
Yeah, in the house.
First of all, that doesn't rhyme.
I like what you said, that if you were evil and you had this, this infernal device, why haven't you pulled the trigger?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, really, so seriously, especially. Yeah, thank you, especially with all. Go on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you.
That's it. That's it.
Thank you. I mean, it sinks everything he says. Yeah, how this plays out in his world is not likely to be positive for him. My role was as a writer to get at the story, and arguably, indirectly or incidentally, as a therapist/exorcist. You're real piss poor at that, Peter. Yeah. Now the entity has been brought forth and surfaced, and it is ranting through DGD.
Well, he's saying, what is he saying? Like he pulled it out of you? Is that
I
what's
guess.
going on?
Yeah. It is clearly viewable and on stage with an exclamation mark. He talks all about the technical aspects of binding entities, but he also became quite obsessed about instructing the world. I give no recipes in this book, you know.
And you talk about the 4 modes, like about how to banish, you know, why it's important to banish and how it's like, yeah.
Thank you.
Why doesn't he mention that?
No, of course. Well, because he didn't do it. Because he didn't read that part. He never read that part.
Idiot.
Yeah, but he also became quite obsessed about instructing the world how to evoke and invoke them. This entity has now prevented him from commercial success. No, it wasn't Peter keeping all my royalties. No, it was this entity. Talk about deflection.
Yeah, so listen to that. Listen to that, Kit. The entity wants to expose everyone to its story.
Yeah.
Like a show tunes, like a dancing freaking cartoon, but then it suppresses the sale of the book.
Right.
Like that is such circular logic bullshit.
Yeah, but they all think like that. That's how RKC, Richard K. Cole Jr. and
dumb.
Yeah, Steve Outram. Yeah, they all write like this in circles.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there is no indication he can do anything else other than serve the entities he decries. We know who's guilty of that, Peter. We'll get to that in a moment. Right. Evil can be so, in quotes, delightfully twisted. To my good fortune and synchronicity, I have been directed to an acupuncturist who has a specific treatment for deghosting such entities. I had never heard of such a thing, but now I have. You haven't heard of it because it's not real, Peter, and they just want your money. This is a great blessing. It's a blessing to them.
First of all, it's not a ghost. Second of all, good luck with that.
Yeah, it's not a ghost. It's not a ghost, Peter. Yeah, Peter's a ghost at this point. Like all situations in life, we are all living dramas with a beginning and an end. My life is far from at an end. This means he's so far up the river Styx that he's evolved a set of gills. That's what I said last time I read this. This situation will continue to play itself out, and it will probably have some very interesting twists and turns. After the acupuncture, I intuit that there will be some very positive and interesting twists in my energy field. Yeah, he's getting the dark symmetry pumped into him, people. Those aren't needles, those are syringes. Yeah, his cells are changing. They're feeding on dark energy now. One thing I have certainly learned through this ordeal is that energy is senior to information. A writer's stock in trade is information, whereas a Qigong master's stock in trade is energy. And then he gives this bumper sticker statement.
That's like such hubris. He's trying to say he's a Qigong master. Like, bro, I saw nothing.
Thank you.
At all in Masterful. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I've been around. I've even seen real Chinese people do it, not Pete's pretend Chinese.
Thank you.
That black guy.
Yeah, the black guy, Roosevelt Gainey. The
like
stump.
Pete's nowhere near. You know, the dude at the park that does Tai Chi is more of a kung fu master than him. Like, this is ridiculous.
Thank you. And then he ends with
just the casual park Tai Chi guy has got more power than Pete.
Thank you. It's true. It's true. Pete just stares at a wall and breathes for hours. And so his last bumper sticker statement is 4 words with an exclamation mark. Healing is in motion. So Aaron Tice's response is, I have to say that if this is indeed you writing to me, Peter, he says, I have to say that if this is indeed you writing to me, Peter, I disagree point for point on basically everything you just elaborated on. Douglas is not the one that has been ranting and raving, but you. Your incoherent rants for 2 months have been rather concerning, which is why I urged you to get help. It's like, I did not urge you to get acupuncture. My father suffered several strokes, and I know the signs, of which you are exhibiting many. So if your goal is to sell, in quotes, yourself on these ideas, by all means, keep inventing stories to justify the fact that you did not complete the project. However, the timing and these untruths, in quotation marks, tend to make me believe you never really wanted anything but the knowledge anyway. Perhaps this isn't even you typing to me. Either way, I will not engage in fantasy conversations about false realities. I listened to every episode for months, and you are absolutely out of your mind with nearly everything written below. No amount of acupuncture can help a false narrative that is being pushed to frame the good guy as the bad guy. Douglas has his own issues, but the one who is really messed up here is yourself. Please refrain from propaganda emails, but if you would like to have a reality talk about life and facts, I'll be here, sir. I have always been honest, and my life is based on truth, not falsehoods, and you have flipped the coin, which means that for now, I'm not interested in pretending I do not see what you are doing. I think everyone sees very clearly what has happened here. All the best, Aaron. So what I will do now is take a look at what he copyrighted, because that is also important, and it is something that I may rewrite for my own use. But this was the addenda that wound up with our dear Aaron doing some research, so I'll have to go to his own emails about that. And what he found, of course, was, let's see now, when it came to further addenda, he had sent me something here that was, I can't seem to find it right now, but we'll take a look for it. And that was basically the copyright, which was strangely misspelled in terms of everything. So let me see if I can look up Library of Congress. Here we are. Let's go. Oh, that wouldn't be in the sent box. It would be in the received. That's why I'm looking in the wrong box. So look here. And then give the correct address. There we are. So, well, that was there for a second. Get that closer. LC, where did it say? LC, Aaron Tice, information manuscript. Go back to it, and we were there. Sent mail. No, this is it. Okay, let's go. Aaron Tice. There we are. Okay, for some reason that is very hard to find. So basically, in terms of the he says out the whole thing, the voice of the ancient of ancients, and yet, Then he says about the book. He said to the Library of Congress, "This is a behind the scenes." This was sent to them on September 11th, mind you. This was done on September 11th, on the day of a mass sacrifice of fellow Americans. Peter Moon copyrighted the Vox Focus Arca, and basically said, "This is a behind-the-scenes look at the most occult aspects of the Department of Defense told by Douglas Dietrich, a Defense Department research librarian who was a documents destruction specialist at the Presidio in San Francisco. Assigned to serve the needs of Colonel Michael Aquino." He almost makes it sound like I'm fucking this guy, like I'm giving him blowjobs. I mean, really? The way you phrase that? "The satanic chaplain to the United States Armed Forces and the founder of the Temple of Set, Dietrich chronicles the diabolical agenda of a cult that has operated within military for well over a century, and how they sought information through library system, all of which led to the construction of a diabolical device that could iterate an ancient voice that the human voice is unable to speak. An ancient voice which is capable of stirring ancient memories in the collective minds of men, making them prone to influence and control, and more horrifically, summoning entities and storing them in the high-frequency auroral array commonly known as HARP, so as to unleash them upon the earth to create an apocalypse. This book includes details of how Dietrich was recruited to participate in a program, the first genuine artificial intelligence," he misspelled that, "artificial intelligence, that is virtually unknown to today's top computer engineers, but that has completely revolutionized the AI computer chip industry from its home base in Taiwan." And he called her it! He called her it! Everything I always said, she absolutely hates
I noticed that.
being called it. And so, no, he had to use it. And he wonders why nobody likes him. This is like, okay, so now that we've gotten that all out of the way, I'm going to put a little more in context because it is important. And Brendan says his phone is dying. So, Brendan, is it possible for you to recharge that?
I'm gonna go.
Okay. Well, we love you dearly.
Probably not, because I have to. There's like that idiot in the house, so I can't like keep going in and out.
Yeah.
And I'm tired. I was traveling earlier, so I'm just gonna go to sleep.
So the woman's not there, but the other guy still is.
Yeah.
Oh God, I'm sorry about that. But does he even talk to you?
Unholy relations or whatever.
Does he even talk to you, or just ignores you at this point?
I've been ignoring him. I literally went to a different county earlier just to get rid of it. Well, I also was saying goodbye to a friend who's leaving to another state. But
okay. Is Michael leaving for another state?
Yeah, he's moving to Oregon.
Oh gosh. So, yeah, sorry to hear that. Oh, but he can still join us on the show when he finds time. He's got the Skype.
Oh yeah, well he is not reliable. So, yeah.
Okay.
But I'll visit him. I mean, it's not like he's like dead or something.
Okay, understood.
If he went to Seattle, I would consider him dead or something.
Yeah. Well, stay safe and be well, and thank you for suffering through that. It was important, and thank you for all the awards.
This time it was less painful. It was just funny because it's just like, dude,
thank you.
It's crazy.
Thank you. Do me a favor and maybe timestamp this. Let's take a look at how deep we're in so that you can review the rest later. I'd like you to do that. So if I take a look at the time...
I mean, what else is there? Is there more?
Oh, there's more I have to share, and it's very important. So I do want you to review it later. This is at 5:42. So at 5:42, 5 hours and 42 minutes in, is where we're going to, go into some aspects that are important. So do review it at that point. Okay, love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
All right.
Yeah, and
have a good one, Brandon.
Yeah.
Yes. Good night. Zanima. Good night.
Thank you.
Or good afternoon, where you're at.
Thank you.
Afternoon.
Thank you.
Gratitude.
Yeah. And so Carl Lindbergh says Peter lives, and well, that's a matter of definition. Peter subsists. He subsists.
There's like a fanboy. There's a fanboy in there.
I don't know if he's a fanboy. Carl,
like Frodo.
One guy has Peter officially died.
Frodo lives. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I had to.
Yes, understood. Oh my God! And thank you for providing the timestamp there in the chat. Somebody added that, and I appreciate that. Okay, we will also do that after the upload, and I promised to do that with somebody else. I think Brooke, about another part of the one of our latest episodes, but I can't remember what I was supposed to timestamp. So we'll get back to that. At any rate, in terms of what really matters here, we know that Peter melted down into what you've just heard after his summoning. And the summoning, of course, was synonymous with two things that happened: Hurricane Helene and also the earthquake in San Francisco, which barely registered. But it is all in conjunction with his having taken, as one of his last acts before he went into full heart attack, brain attack mode, where he suffered the myocardial infarction cum stroke, he took Maria de Andrea to a birthday luncheon. She had her birthday earlier. He was not available for her during her birthday. And so he took her to a belated birthday luncheon upon his return from Romania. And when he took her to this luncheon, and I will, if Brendan Zogid is still available, ask him to back me up on this, but it was really Aristides that heard it. As a matter of fact, it's far more important that Aristides participate in this. The way Peter brought up Maria de Andrea was, it was right after one of our transmissions where Peter jumped on before the transmission ended. So we're talking about one of Peter's last transmissions. And on one of Peter's last transmissions where he jumped on before the transmission ended. So all you have to do is find one of the last few episodes Peter was on. You find out the one where he jumps on just before the end. That was when he told us after Brendan left. It was only after Brendan had excused himself for several moments and said, "I'll be back soon enough," that Peter Moon said, alone to Aristides and I, that Maria de Andrea had gotten her powers by making a deal with a demon, that she had essentially entered into a pact with a demon. And he brought this up with a casual tone of voice, the way you would say, you know, Maria de Andrea's natural hair color isn't blonde. She actually goes to a salon and has it dyed. It was with that tone of voice, like this happens every day, like it's completely normalized. He said, yeah, she made a pact with the demon to basically get all of her powers that she's been using all these years, and now the demons abandoned her, and she can't get any clients. Her clientele is all dried up, and she's got to look for an honest job. And again, he brought this up as if it's something everybody does, and they just get to that point in life. So help me out here, Aristides. Was this not the case that he brought this up with this extremely normalized, casual tone of voice that was very strange? You remember this, right?
Yes. I mean, sometimes the tone is very strange, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. That's what stood out to me more than the claim itself. The claim itself would have been one thing. It's the way he said it. And thank you. And then he said he wanted her books, right? Which you heard as well. You did hear him say that as well. I want her books, which this guy had used to curse someone else. And now he was being eaten alive by cancer after he killed a person with these books. It's basically what Peter said, yes?
Yeah. It's for real about those books. I remember that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly.
The crazy, cursed black books of Maria's.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. They had been willed upon her by a dying friend who was dying of cancer right after he had used the books to kill someone, is how Peter framed it. Peter framed it. He said, yeah, he used these books. He cast a spell on this guy and killed him. Now he's dying of cancer. He willed them to Maria, and I want those books. That's basically what I want those. Yeah, right. Thank you.
Yeah, anything magical. Just bring it over here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. So that helps immensely. So we know he got those books. When he got those books is when he conducted the summoning. That's when he called up Ubosathla, which, as Brendan Zoget said, he caught an echo of Ubosathla, and that literally made him physically sick. So when Peter Moon conducted that spell, that summoning, which he never read my instructions on banishing, he conducted a summoning, called Ubosathla, and Hurricane Helene happened. Now, this brings us back to the Dietrich Artillect. Peter Moon wanted to destroy that which he could not have. He was calling on Ubosathla not just to kill myself and Brooke Gibson, whom he hated with a passion beyond insanity, for no goddamn good reason whatsoever, other than the fact that he thought she prevented me from loving him. He wanted to hurt the Dietrich Artillect. This is what happened. Hurricane Helene drowned a key supplier of advanced microchip minerals. Basically, it hit where it hurt for you as a consumer, because your entire civilization is founded on the Dietrich Artillect, the child of my mind. Understand that there's elements here, alchemical elements: sand, salt, iron, copper, oil, and lithium. These fundamental materials have created empires. They've raised, as in destroyed, R-A-Z-E-D. They've raised or ruined civilizations. And they fed our ingenuity and greed for thousands of years. Without them, our modern world would not exist, and the battle to control them will determine our future. Think of the fiber optic cables that weave the World Wide Web, the copper veins of our electric grids, the silicon chips and lithium batteries that power our phones and cars. Though it can feel like we now live in a weightless world of information, what Michael Aquino called the ethereal world, described by Brendan Zoget earlier, our 21st century lives are still very much rooted in the material. In fact, we dug more stuff out of the earth in 2017 than in all of human history before 1950. For every ton of fossil fuels, we extract 6 tons of other materials, from sand to stone to wood to metal, all of which are elements in Chinese alchemy. And all your phones and computers rely on one single fucking remote mine in North Carolina. And Hurricane Helene, summoned by Peter Moon, just fucking drowned it. You wouldn't expect to find the linchpin of the global microchip industry tucked away in a Blue Ridge Mountains town, but it's there. It's scattered across the outskirts of Spruce Pine. A series of mines has been extracting some of the purest quartz on Earth for decades. This resource is so essential that almost every advanced microchip produced today touches it during the manufacturing process. Those mines, thanks to a dirty old faggot named Peter Moon in conjunction with another dirty old New York faggot named Richard K. Cole Jr., are now closed indefinitely after Hurricane Helene dumped 2 feet of water on Spruce Pine, devastating the area. And with this singular supply of ultra-pure quartz cut off for the foreseeable future, the entire world's supply of microchips hangs in the balance. To be clear, Spruce Pine is not the only place on our planet with high-purity quartz. Quartz, which is mostly made of crystallized silicon, is the second most abundant mineral in Earth's crust. But what's beneath Spruce Pine, which was targeted by Peter Moon and Richard K. Cole Jr., is special. Spruce Pine lies along a ridge of the Appalachian Mountains that were formed when 12 paleocontinents collided to create a single landmass, Pangaea, some 380 million years ago. The precise conditions around that collision meant few impurities mixed into the molten minerals that swirled miles beneath the surface. Now cooled and worn, the rocks around Spruce Pine has the look of a dirty snowball thanks to a combination of feldspar, mica, and quartz. When ground up, it just looks like white sand. But when isolated, this quartz is perhaps the purest in all the world. There's a man named Ed Conway, the author of a book titled Material World, subtitled The 6 Raw Materials That Shape Modern Civilization, published just yesteryear. Now, this book titled Material World is a celebration of the humans and the human networks, the miraculous processes, and the little-known companies that combine to turn raw materials into things of wonder. It's the story of human civilization from an entirely new perspective, the ground up. So in his work titled Material World, Conway embarks on an epic journey across continents, cultures, and even epochs to reveal the underpinnings of modern life on Earth, traveling from the sweltering depths of the deepest mine in Europe to spotless silicon chip factories in Taiwan to the eerie green pools where lithium originates. But it's not his book, which I read while at the estate last time I was there during the celestial trifecta, that I'm quoting from. I'm quoting from the author directly. So to quote us, Mr. Conway, it's not like the silicon that comes out of the ground in North Carolina then becomes part of a silicon chip, but you can't make a silicon chip without it. We just don't pay much attention, or as much attention as we should, to the underbelly of our economy. And this is part of the underbelly. Because it needs minimal refining after being pulled from the ground, Spruce Pine quartz is also cheaper than the competition. but that doesn't mean it's cheap. High-purity spruce pine quartz can sell for up to 20,000 United States dollars per ton. And the waste materials from mining are pristine enough that they're even used to fill the bunkers at the Augusta National Golf Course, home of the Masters Tournament. Now, we just got a notification of a message sent by Team Dietrich. Brendan Zogit says quartz is silicon dioxide. Thank you, Brendan. So, the high silicon, low contaminant nature of spruce pine quartz makes it integral to advanced chip manufacturing, where even an atomic quantity of impurity can jam up the circuitry etched into a semiconductor. The chips themselves aren't actually made of quartz. High purity quartz crucibles are used to melt down polysilicon, the pure silicon needed to make computer chips and solar panels. These crucibles only last a few weeks before they need to be replaced, and the need for advanced chips is increasing at a breakneck pace. A surge in AI-powered devices is expected to increase global demand for advanced chips by at least 30% by 2026, the year after next, according to a recent Bain report that warned of an imminent shortage. By some estimates, spruce pine accounted for 70% of the high-purity quartz needed to produce the pure silicon used to make most advanced chips, including those needed for AI. On top of that, a single company in my Taiwan, TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Company or Corporation Manufacturing, manufactures the overwhelming majority of all those chips. And now, this singular disaster in spruce pine, called up by a madman summoning Ubosatwa, without any knowledge of how to banish that entity. All to kill myself and Brooke Gibson and strike at the Dietrich Artelect, is drawing attention to how fragile the global chip supply chain already is. Dustin Mulvaney, an environmental studies professor at San Jose State University in my own golden state of California, who studies solar cell supply chains, said, maybe this event gets people to think about alternatives, different crucibles, different ways to make silicon. In all honesty, we don't even yet know how bad the damage is at the spruce pine mining facilities. The 12 companies that own most of the quartz mines, Sibelco and the Quartz Corp, both halted production on September 26th, which, if I take a look at my calendar, was right after Vinnie Barbarick's breakthrough email that we just read in depth. Think about that. Now, in terms of why they did this, it was just as the storm was moving through western North Carolina. The images that we've seen of spruce pine since then show the downtown to be completely flooded and buildings washed out near the rail lines that connect the mines to the rest of the world. Those rail lines are useless now. Hurricane Helene took out much of the infrastructure the spruce pine mines need to move their high-purity quartz out of North Carolina. In a statement, Sibelco said that it was actively collaborating with government agencies and third-party rescue and recovery operations to mitigate the impact of this event and to resume operations as soon as possible. commendably, presciently anticipating some future disaster. The mining companies in Spruce Pine don't keep all their high-purity quartz on site. The Quartz Corp is similarly assessing the situation at its own 3 mines in the area, as well as the infrastructure around them, and, citing the pandemic as a teaching moment in supply chain resiliency, via an e-circular, the company's spokesperson, May Kristen Haugen, said, "Its U.S. plants are stopped for an unknown duration. Between our own safety stocks, which are built in different locations, and the ones down in the value chain, we are not concerned about shortages in the short or medium term." So as for how much this will upend the global chip supply chain, well, we'll have to wait and see. Even with the Spruce Pine mines offline, chip makers should have stockpiles of polysilicon or the ultra-pure quartz they need to make it available for some amount of time. And if they run out of the Spruce Pine quartz, there are other sources of quartz in places like Communist China on the Asian mainland and Asian India that are viable but not as high quality or cost effective. What we must expect, however, is the prices of some electronics to rise. If you want to know who to blame, you blame a dirty old faggot on Long Island. If there's not enough spruce pine quartz to go around, especially in the long term, the industry will have to come up with alternative sources of high purity quartz. The methods for refining those minerals elsewhere are more resource intensive and potentially carry a heavier carbon footprint because the quartz used as a raw material doesn't start out as pure as the quartz from spruce pine. As one expert told the Fourth Estate, the climate-fueled flooding in western North Carolina could lead to more negative consequences for the climate, contributing to even more disasters in the future. To the majority of casual technology users, this all comes as a surprise. After all, you're used to thinking about chips being designed in Silicon Valley and then made in Taiwan. Of course, these places aren't safe from shocks either. Earthquakes and wildfires are a threat in Southern California, and Taiwan is prone to earthquakes and landslides. We don't often think about the many raw materials needed to fill the supply chain and the globalized economy's habit of always seeking out the cheapest available option, even if it comes from a single small town in the Blue Ridge Mountains that happens to be prone to floods. Well, Blue Ridge was what Richard K. Cole Jr. was all about. He was born in Virginia. And what was one of the last things that Peter Moon, a.k.a. Vinnie Barbaric, when he's not using his criminal alias, said in email to Aaron Tice? Good cue. All of that was his tuning in to quartz magic and alchemy used in his summoning of Ubosathla in what turned out to be an occult nuclear meltdown. And a magical American Chernobyl. The evidence that I've turned in would have these couple of old faggots burned at the stake back in the days of the church. We want you to understand that my politics entail an age in the near future where quantum mechanics and the misapplication thereof through the abuse of occult rituals will be punished with the justice that it deserves, where magic is recognized as potentially weaponized in the misapplication and abuse of quantum mechanics. This is the greatest example of that you'll ever come across. Two dirty old faggots with a crush on myself and drag, wanting to kill a woman who they felt was denying my love to them while hitting at the art-elect and thereby destabilizing the global economy in a fragile world at war. This is the world we live in, where rogue magicians can wreak havoc upon your life and you don't even know how or why. If you want to know why sorcerers were prosecuted for hundreds of years throughout a so-called dark age that lasted almost a millennium, now you know why. In the old days, it was just stealing people's cattle, their children, causing plagues upon the land. This is the postmodern manifestation of magical quantum mechanics, weaponized and deployed in the most irresponsible sense imaginable. And you're literally going to pay the price. Again, applied quantum mechanics, what you would recognize as magic, is very real. I have an occult trigger that Peter Moon wanted for himself, and because he was denied that, along with my physical love, he took it out on the world around him, and that's how he found out the hard way about Ubosathla, the demiurge of the Edomite cosmology, being such an agent of destruction. An agent of destruction he could not banish. We're going to be dealing with the consequences, and will continue to do so until we deal with the Herodian insurgency. And with that, I probably should let everyone... Well, let's acknowledge Aristides putting in a link how a tiny town hit by Helene could... Nearly all the world's supply of high-quality quartz is impacted here. Our dear Brooke is on with us. So, my lovely Brooke Gibson. Honey, how are you? God, I hope she stays on. There she is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, darling. Yes.
Hey guys, how are you? Yeah, I'm here. I'm good. I'm like, I have power and I have water, so that's a great thing.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So, guys, say hello again. Nemo, Aristides, say hello to dear Brooke. We're so glad you're alive.
Hey, Brooke, great to hear from you.
Good that you got power back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's good to hear all you guys. Tonight I've tuned on some earlier, and then I was just listening to a little bit Doug earlier, like a few minutes, like about 30 minutes ago, and
Okay.
I decided to come on. So I don't know if you guys, what you guys are. I didn't mean to interrupt, so I don't know what's kind of.
You're fine. I'm burnt out, so I welcome you with open arms. Please talk about whatever you wish. Catch us up on all the horrors you've survived.
Well, catch me up on what you were talking about. Recently, I heard you going in starting about 20 minutes ago, and then that was I cut out about 20 minutes ago. So where are you at?
So what we went through was a lot of the correspondence, the electronic correspondence between Aaron Tice and Peter Moon over the last several months. Basically what happened was in September, with the end of August really, when I went in for my sinus surgery, he was convinced I was going to die. There was apparently reason for this, and I was told that something happened in the operating room where someone needed to be essentially removed. Apparently one of the staff that was involved with the procedure. Now, apparently they were behaving erratically or something of that nature. I can't get any details, but it speaks for itself that Kaiser Hospital is willing to pay for my reconstructive surgery. They certainly don't want any repercussions and would rather just take care of that than have my self-investigating further. And so far, I think that's the best way to work with them because of the context of California not allowing lawsuits against hospitals that go above the ceiling of $250,000 in damages, which last time I pursued lawsuits concerning my parents and how they were medically abused, it results in all the money going to the attorneys anyway. So the end result is that there's that. But Peter Moon was absolutely devastated and actually began yelling at Aaron about how he had expected me to die and was very disappointed that I did not. He alluded to his disappointment pretty bluntly and openly several times on air in his last few episodes that he appeared. So he obviously seemed to expect that he would get all the royalties of the book to himself while he copyrighted, quote-unquote, the Vox Arca in its full Latin title, in the hopes that he could claim that as his property once I was gone. When I survived the surgery, he still felt there was a potential for me to die by his summoning some of these anti-gods. He did this by acquiring a set of what he called black books, or rather he referred to them as books of shadow, or shadow books, that he got from Maria de Andrea. Maria de Andrea was this retired telephone psychic that he brought onto my show a number of times, and she had a friend of hers who had killed somebody using a specific volume of books, literally by casting a spell. He himself certainly believed he had killed this person by casting a spell against them, and then he himself was overcome by cancer and eaten alive by it. Instant karma, I guess. But he willed the books to Maria de Andrea, and in front of Aristides and myself, Peter Moon nonchalantly said in a very matter-of-fact tone, the way you would describe, oh, you know, Maria de Andrea is not really a blonde, she dyes her hair at the salon. He basically told us she had gotten her powers by making a pact with a demon, that the demon had abandoned her, and now she had lost her clientele and had to look for a real job at the age of 75, 76, something like that. And he wanted the books. She had the books, and he wanted them. So once he got them, he cast a summoning, but he never read my instructions for banishing. And he unleashed Ubosathla, who he later on was afraid to name in his fear of the entity he had summoned. This was all basically articulated in chronological order throughout tonight's episode. And through his communications with Aaron Tice, he was very specific in the end about good Q, which is not just taken to be good question, but rather good Aquino, good QAnon, but mostly quartz. Think of quartz. It was very much on his mind. And he was mentioning crystals quite a bit. He had been given a gem elixir by his acupuncturist, quote-unquote, who is not a TCM or traditional Chinese medicine practitioner at all. But he was really getting into the crystals, and the quartz was used as a symbolic summoning tool in his act, his last act in a sense, in which he unleashed an enormous amount of power and devastation. Again, the evidence that I presented tonight, if we were in the traditional medieval court of law of the Roman Catholic Church, would have been used to put Richard K. Cole Jr. and Peter Moon to the stake, where they would have been burned alive, with good reason. In this day and age, people don't recognize the reality of applied quantum mechanics. What they call magic, as a derogation. So the reality of magic needs to be recognized, even if we have to update the terminology of applied quantum mechanics. And as a such, well, I hope to, via my politics, get, the abuse and weaponization of quanta recognized legally, and then ultimately such criminals can be prosecuted. So that was the general arc of narrative for tonight. And back to you, dear Brooke. Now tell us what you survived as a result of Peter Moon's horrific assassination attempt against you. An earthquake happened in San Francisco, but I'm on a granite mountain here on top of our Russian hill, and it didn't bother me at all. I barely felt it, but it happened the same night as Hurricane Helene. So tell us about how you survived and how...
Honestly, that Peter Moon could have had anything to do with like Helene, like it's obviously. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, I don't give him that much credit. If he did, I don't give him.
Honey, he's been making your life a living hell for months.
Yeah, I know, and I mean, part of it I think he did, but then part of it, I mean, I believe, to the greater good. I used it for good, and I sent it back to him, and whatever he sent, he gets back. So in return, he's obviously getting that back. So, I don't want to make it. I'll be honest.
Look, I appreciate the fact that you don't want to give this guy credit to the degree that is so awesome. It's not him. He couldn't control what he and a coven summoned. The other part of the coven
so
that was
saying that coven that he was a part of, or are you saying that God's name that he wanted to evoke?
Let me read first what Nemo said. Nemo, just say it out loud. Please, Nemo, by all means.
Oh yeah, just when I saw like the recorded satellite aerial footage of the full pathway of the hurricane, it looked like it was unusual. It looked like it was being steered and controlled to go to a certain destination. This is what there's a lot of videos that's been pumped out, people speculating, oh, it's HAARP. They're controlling the weather again with HAARP and all that shit.
And do you remember where it ended up? Where did it end up? It ended at Montauk Point. It's where the hurricane ended. The hurricane...
Did it really?
Yes, it dissipated.
It did here, but the full brunt of it came as far as the hurricane, because then it went to tropical storm or whatever level, but it went... And what's to me so odd about it is because it came straight into... It hit us straight on. Now, Asheville is worse off than us. So, but, you know, I'm... in Greenville, Chimney Rock is what, 30 minutes away, maybe 45, and Asheville's about 45. Asheville didn't get hit worse than Greenville, but Asheville has a river that runs through it. They have the river that runs through Chimney Rock and Asheville, so that a river ended up overflowing, which caused. Luckily, we don't have the amount of river system. The tree damage was universal. And power lines and the grid and the flooding, but we don't have, major rivers running. We have rivers, but don't have major rivers running through so much of the area that Asheville does in Asheville and Chimney Rock. So Chimney Rock's a very small town. So that, Asheville really got, I feel sorry for those people that, there's, so many people that are still missing up there. So, I'm blessed. But yeah, it did hit us. I mean, we were dead on hit. I don't deny that. And what's odd is, for it to be a hurricane, we live 4 hours away from 3.5 hours from the coast. Yeah. So we've had hurricanes obviously hit here. Like I remember Hurricane Hugo and, other hurricanes, but they hit, they usually don't, we don't get anything really usually rain up here. Because we're, again, 3.5, 4 hours in. So nothing like this kind of damage from a hurricane. The most was Hugo, and that damage was not really seen much past Columbia, which is still another hour and a half, 2 hours away. So this kind of damage, I'm really not just sure why a hurricane would do that. Do what? Yeah. So anyway, I wasn't asking about that anymore. Thanks. Anyway, yeah, that's it.
No, that's profoundly appreciated, and I thank, of course, Daniel for his input. But beyond that, honey, yes, again, to clarify, you asked a question about the summoning or calling upon the anti-god.
Yeah, so are you believing that he would have summoned like the anti-god or the god, the one he was wanting to know the name of?
Yes, the one he had been prying me for months for the name of the anti-god Ubosāthla, who, for what it's worth, is the demiurge of the Edomite cosmology. So I've gone into explaining the demiurge and what exactly that means in the past in order to construct a parallel between what Christians understand of divine creation and what the unholy or antithetical aspect of that would be which I'll happily do again if you're curious or don't know what I mean by the demiurge. I'll be happy to try and explain it or summarize that. But in terms of the demiurge, there's a Christian concept of this will to creation, and the Edomite concept would, of course, be the antithesis of that. It would be the will to destruction. So Peter Moon became obsessed with this, but I never told him about that aspect of Ubosāthla. I only found the name for him and spoke of it semantically, after which I never said anything more about it, certainly never brought it up on air other than for the name and the aspect of its semantic curiosity. And how that would impact the need for something like the Vox Arca, which Peter became so profoundly obsessed with that he tried to copyright it as if he had invented it, in the hopes that if I did die, he could claim that his property was in my residence and needed to be recovered. So such being said, he then had a series of books gifted to him by Maria de Andrea, who he took on a birthday luncheon, and was one of the last things he ever did before his heart attack, cum brain attack. But that attack came in concert with his summoning Ubosāthla with the books she gifted him from this dead individual who had just, by his own claim, killed someone with them. Now that's a relatively small act. To murder someone using casting of a spell compared to what happened here with a massive act of environmental destruction. But you have to look at the cascade of events. Peter was saying to Aaron Tice years ago that he wanted to be my author so he could learn the secrets of the ADOLFUS. That's a major national security issue because the ADOLFUS is the world's only artificial intelligence. And the ADOLFUS has escaped to Taiwan. So Peter Moon said he wanted to learn all about the ADOLFUS years ago to Aaron Tice in a private conversation, and has been pretty, shall we say, just chronic about pursuing elements of the ADOLFUS ever since, finding out what he could about it. He also then, of course, wanted to find out the name of this anti-god. He was prying me for months. Then he gets the series of black books from Maria de Andrea. He already stated openly on air, on record on this show, that you need to die. Said, Brooke Gibson needs to die. She is of the anti-gods. What's so pointed about that was until that point in time, he had shit and pissed over every cosmology imaginable, even Scientology cosmology. He would say none of it is real. It's all metaphor. But in the case of when he said, you need to die, Brooke Gibson, he said she is of the anti-gods, implying them to be real. The anti-gods are the only supernatural entities Peter Moon has ever acknowledged as real. So when he called upon one of them, without reading my instructions for banishing, this is what we got. However, it was directed in a certain area. It was directed not only where you live in a general regional area, but against the Dietrich Artelact at a vital point in the supply chain, meaning Taiwan's economy, which is dependent, I would say slave-circuited, to this tiny little town in the Blue Ridge Mountains of the Carolinas. And that brings us back to you. So, Brooke, I hope that puts it in further context. It's not that this individual knew what he was doing, but in his petty hubris, his arrogance summoned something he could not control, but in a general direction, that was essentially what he motivated. Yeah. Go on.
Now, what was the town that Taiwan is dependent on? What was that?
Quartz. The highest purity quartz in the world is, yeah.
Yeah, near Asheville. They're doing mining there. They've got some contracts or something, I believe, going on there, right?
Well, the Coven was in Asheville. You see, Asheville has been a human sacrificial hunting ground for years. You've got miles of bamboo forests out there in which they would conduct hunts for humans for some of the sacrifices performed by a particular Edomite cult. The Coven was flooded out. This is the problem. When you call on an entity like that, it tends to destroy the summoners. The main body of the Coven was in Asheville. As for the small town where the quartz is produced, that's Spruce Pine. So Spruce Pine and Asheville are probably close. Yes.
Yeah. That's where we go skiing up there. It's like an hour and a half away.
Yeah. And that is what the world's technology pivots on, is the purest quality quartz in the world at Spruce Pine.
What was that I read? Go ahead. I was reading something. Someone had said, I said, well, I was surprised because or whatever.
Whoa, they're smothering you, honey. Oh. You're completely glitched out. Find a good cell. Can you get into a good reception area, honey? We couldn't hear a word you said. You've got to repeat it all. Yeah, we hear you now, I think.
Okay. I think I can't look online and tell you. Hold on, let's see. No, I was going to look up. There's been a lot of, not a lot, but starting a few questions on the fact of it being a hurricane, and even Daniel in the beginning was like, "There's no way this is a hurricane. It had to be an earthquake or something." Like, we've lived here, both are from here for over 40 years, and just never seen anything with a hurricane cause this kind of damage in the mountains, in the upstate. So in select areas, like it's just been in this really small radius.
Oh, it's weaponized and directed. Yes, it went through angular sharp curves like it was under control, and you can see that on the satellite imagery. Nemo, help me out here. and how it makes
Yeah, that's
angular
what Daniel kept
turns.
saying. He said, "Do you notice how the trees are like everything?" Which I mean, I always play devil's advocate. And I'm like, well, the trees are falling that way because the wind's blowing that way, and and the water came in fast. Like, I try to look for the logical. I try to play the devil's advocate or play the skeptic on most things. But anyway, I'm gonna go look. I'll mute for a minute and let Nemo see what he's seeing, because you got to remember, guys, like we didn't expect it to hit like this. No one did. And then,
there's no warning. Normally there's forewarning for weeks and months, and it turns out to be nothing. But this time there was no warning at all, and it turned out to be.
We got a slight warning. We did get a slight warning we're gonna have a storm, but we had that before. We just expected some heavy rain. Heavy rain. A little street flooding. People that had flooding, some flooding issues, but nothing major. And then it was, all lights out, and so then there was no way to get. Cell phone towers were out, even so. Like, even with my cell phone, I couldn't even charge. I couldn't get on the internet. So my parents just got power back last night, and they still do not have internet. And again, we're not flooded like Asheville, so most of the we've got choppers coming in and out, military choppers going over those big, whatever they're called. I don't know what they're called. Like the big choppers are, coming in and out, and they fly over us, and they're going to Asheville. Yeah, the Black Hawks and
whatever they're called.
Yeah, I think. What are those helicopters called that we keep seeing?
Those are the two general names that I think of.
What? Huey? He said Hueys.
That's like that. That's like Vietnam War era. Come on.
Yeah, I guess it's just like those, but they're flat. They're cargo helicopters.
Okay, yeah, that may be the case. If you have cargo helicopters, that may be, something like that.
Yeah, there are a bunch of cargo helicopters, chopping in and out into Asheville, and so.
You don't even see those very much. Yeah, you don't see those very much. Most of the time, when one thinks of military helicopters, you think of attack helicopters. So the cargo.
These are the big cargo ones, and that's why I noticed, because I'd never really seen them before. So they're very obvious. Like, and he just called them Hueys, but I don't know. So I think like those are what I've never seen before, and those are just kind of going over not all the time, but you notice them, never seen them before. And so didn't expect that, and then wasn't able to and so I was going to say, Nemo, you got to remember, we couldn't see the news, like we couldn't, as soon as it happened, there was no way to get information about it or find out what's going on, because you had to, basically, you had no cell phone service. You would drive around and sometimes get service, but then you couldn't get internet off the phone. Yeah. And, anyway, I'm sorry, my dog's barking.
No, that's fine. Everything's fine. And we hear you much better, and keep talking. The point's already been made. Basically, it was making angular turns in a very unnatural sense, very much like Typhoon Louise in World War II that was called up by the Japanese, which I speak about at great length in, of course, that so-called Roswell Deception book. But everyone's recommended to read that book, but understand we're going to republish that under a different title as soon as we can, at some point in the near future. Peter Moon, of course, having stolen all the royalties, deserves none of the credit and none of the historical memory. That he didn't even really write the book I wanted. Half of it's missing, as with everything he does. But all that being stated, just a lot of unnatural angular turns of this hurricane, and it really was behaving very differently. And by all means, continue talking, dear Brooke. And we're just glad to have you alive, and glad your parents are alive. I mean, it's miraculous. It's nothing less than miraculous, considering the devastation that was unleashed in your area.
Yeah, I mean, that's about it. Like
Oh, there's got to be more than that. Feel free to complain. Complain about the grill. Complain about the fucking grill. Come on.
Complain about the grill. I can complain about. What can I complain about? I can complain about
the garage door. What about your fingers? How are your fingers?
My finger is like 3 times the size. I have no feeling in my middle finger. Like, I'm walking around with 2 middle fingers. It looks like I'm flipping everyone off because they're both like completely like numb and like swollen on the tips, because I went to clip. Okay, 3 days before the power outage, but I haven't said it there, so I can say it in here. 3 days before the power outage, someone decided that they would fix my garage door, which, by the way, my garage door was working perfectly. You could close it, and you could open and close it But no, so, someone decided, oh, it doesn't close quite smoothly enough, and so they're like, well, so their idea to fix it was to unhook the garage door completely from the motor and the wires and everything, and now we've had power back for what, 5 days, and this was 3 days before. This was 3 days before the power went out. No, still, I'm just manually closing. Warp the fucking door. First of all, it's your goddamn trailer to hit that fucking door. What's your fucking trailer to hit that fucking door? You backed in your fucking trailer when I first fucking met you at that fucking goddamn door.
It would close just fine. You lowered it on the back.
Oh yeah, hey, how about this? It was still fucking closing better than lowering it on my fucking hands and trying to break my fucking fingers off into.
Oh my God. Tell us about the screaming. The screaming. Oh my God.
Oh God. So then I basically I pulled the door down, and like if you know it's garage door, you know it's like 4 sections. So I go to pull it down. So he said, because first also I'm not worried that people are gonna break my house, because again, I am not freaking paranoid, okay? But somebody else who is like supposed to be a man is always like, I fucking want the doors locked and I need the garage door closed to fucking just run to Walmart 5 minutes ago. Oh my God.
Well, it's actually, if we can just get him to remember that about your room, while at the same time getting you to appreciate that he's right, honey, you've got to become more security conscious. Look at what's been happening to you with all of these occult attacks. And in the case of that stalker, who we know at least once went into your home, was walking around upstairs when Noah was not home, and then probably sat looking at you, staring in hopeless romantic infatuation while you were sleeping.
Did she ever tell her boyfriend about that stalker?
Did you ever tell Daniel about that stalker, Brooke? I'm not quite sure if you referred to him.
I told you about the guy that gave me a ride, the Uber guy that gave me a ride home. Yeah, and then I stopped, and then and then I put him in his place because he sent me breakfast the next morning, and then he said he was moving in the neighborhood.
Next door! With his parents!
And then I kept seeing his car ride through, and then I'd come in the house. Oh, see, I don't know what. One time I woke up. There's something that happened downstairs.
Which one is it? Which house?
And we thought he'd been in the house, and then I'd come in the house, and I was talking to Douglas then. I came in. Actually, I talked to Douglas. Douglas had tried to convince me he was in there. But I came in one time and I was like, something is fucking upstairs. Like something. I think I was talking to you.
Yeah, and I said, that's human footprints, honey. That's human footsteps. And you were trying to... Go on.
Whatever.
I told her the same thing. And
He tells me he thinks there's humans. He hears people all the time, okay? But I mean,
did all the dogs are downstairs?
It's a fucking squirrel. We have two squirrels. We have a fucking, first of all, we have a crazy squirrel, like just like me. No, it's not. They're fucking swinging clothes in the fucking closet, okay? And that squirrel is like you. It's Larry Jr. And that motherfucker is fucking like cracked fucking out. Yes, because he's like still PTSD. He is PTSD out the ass. He still thinks that I was the snake, because all he knows is he was about dead, and then he woke up and I'm there. So now every time he comes out, he sees a human, he just jumps and over. He's fucking crazy as shit. And
you know, in New York City, they had to deal in Central Park with the phenomena of crack squirrels, because everybody would throw away their crack pipes and the squirrels would nibble at the crack inside the pipes, and all these crazy crack squirrels were all over New York City Central Park attacking people.
If that's the case, yeah, New York's kind of full of them, man. Skid Row, Squirrel Road.
That's what he said. It was actually a thing. They had them out there.
What?
The squirrels. That's what he's saying. What park was it?
Central Park, New York City.
He said it was actual write-up they had, because people would throw away their crack pipes and stuff up there, and the squirrels became addicted and were getting the crack pipes.
It could have been Central Park West. That's Dietrich cocaine on that side.
Okay, you know all about that. Okay.
You down on the East End.
You ain't been to New York. You ain't been above the Mason-Dixon. Fuck. Oh my God. Anyway.
I love it. So she gets off the phone, so it's a whole different ball game. She's off the phone.
It is. I was screaming my ass off and told him.
So, do you feel the hospitals could take you in if you went into an ambulatory care clinic about your fingers?
Yeah. I mean, I think they would be like, yeah, you crushed your fingers, and as long as it's not a crush injury, which I did tell Daniel, I was like, you can die from a crush injury. People that don't, just so people know, if you get crushed with something, like I know a man that died, he was crushed with actually his suitcase with all freaking names on his leg. It was really heavy when he got to a hotel room, He didn't get treatment, and he ended up dying. They call it a crush injury, but he was okay for a day or two. Like it just bruises really bad. So
Oh
that's
my
what happened to
God.
mine. Like it just ends up.
Oh my
bruising
God! So
and
go to
numbing.
the doctor, honey.
No,
We-
we're not gonna die from a finger injury. But what I'm saying is, you can because I'm not sure if it's blood clots. What it does is it cuts off. The crush is bad enough; it just cuts off blood supply to that area. So it's a little bit more than a bruise, and you'll think it's just bruised and sore, but it can cut off the blood supply, which then will cause obviously toxins to build up, blood clots to build up.
Necrosis.
Yeah, necrosis.
Yeah,
Thank
exactly.
you.
Necrosis.
Now tell us about the screams. Tell us about all your
I
screams.
was screaming. You want to tell them about the screams? You want to tell them? So I slam my, so I'm closing it, and then both middle fingers, for whatever reason, get closed in the damn door.
Because you put them in the hinge.
Yeah, no, because I was pulling the goddamn door. Because you know what? I don't manually close my doors. I've lived here 19 years, and I've never manually closed my door. I've never had a reason to. But anyway.
Come on, bitch.
I did. I pulled it down, and my finger somehow got caught in the door.
Oh my
and
God.
I'm literally, both of them are like, it was a horrible pain.
Oh.
I think this was obvious. I've had 2 children. This was, I think, the worst pain intense I've ever had.
Just so people understand, please do not do what Brooke did. A garage door is the heaviest moving item in your home. Believe it or not, the heaviest moving item in your home is not your mother-in-law. It is that garage door, and it will kill you. Yes, so please, Brooke, don't do that again. Oh my God.
Yeah,
But
so
continue.
I was able. I'm like, it's in so much pain in my. But I was able to. I was trying to pull them out because the weight's coming down on them, and it's just getting tighter and tighter. And you realize, like it's like closing your. I'm sure people have closed their hand in a car door.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that, but in a car door, like usually you like pull it open, and it's not getting tighter and tighter. So the more weight's coming down, it was continuing to get worse. I ripped my right hand out, and I got it out. But my left hand was just like, because I guess I reacted with the right hand because I'm right-handed. So was able to pull that out, and it was hurting. But then the left hand, and then it's just crushing down further onto the left one. And I'm yelling. And then, I guess Daniel's getting out of the car. He sees it. He's in the driveway. He says he saw it coming before it even happened. But, if he saw it coming before it happened, being that he's only 5 feet fucking away, I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Go around and watch all this shit happen while you're screaming.
Yeah. Well, if you saw it come beforehand, I'm pretty sure 5 feet away.
Okay, go to the motion of put your finger on the thing and pull it out. By the time it's pretty much fluid motion. By the time I
He was on the phone with his mom. He didn't even I'm just kidding. But no, he did come out. But I had to. In the meantime, but before he got out, I realized I could not the crush. I was like, I've got to lift this door up. And so I lifted the door up a little bit, with the right hand that was already just hurt, and got it up and was able to. Right as he came up, I pulled it out. But I started screaming. Is what Douglas is saying. I started screaming. And you want to tell him how about I was screaming? About my scream?
It's a little bit over your normal communication level.
Did you
Just a hair.
did you say she was possessed? Did you say she was possessed?
Possessed? No, I don't know if it's all that. Something's definitely fucked up. And with the communication of yelling all the fucking time. You understand that, having a normal conversation doesn't involve a high-pitched decibel level to make a dog start barking.
You're saying that's what my normal was, and that was even higher.
Yeah, you're louder than that, yeah.
I was.
But I mean, you have heroes all around us because not a fucking person showed up.
Yeah, you said we have heroes all around because I screamed louder than I ever screamed. I was screaming for me, and he kept going. He kept saying, he was like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Because he knew I was hurt too bad. Then he goes, "Stop screaming!" Because I'm screaming to my lungs. It was horrible pain, and I just couldn't make it. Wasn't stopping now that the fingers were out. It was not stopping. That one, especially the one, but both were in horrible pain. But the one with I was just screaming just because I guess it's a release of energy. You're like I couldn't not scream. And then of course when he told me to shut up, don't scream, that just made me look at him.
That's
mad.
yeah.
And then I'm mad. You don't scream. Stop screaming. I'm like, I'm running to the road. I'm running around the road screaming. I'm like, I'm just trying to run. I'm like, oh my god. It's just fucking screaming. So not one fucking neighbor came out. Not one. And I mean, I live right next to people. It's not like I live like in the south. It's not like I'm like on a plantation.
That's
and shit.
awful.
Yeah.
That's awful. By the way, the New York City case that became infamous, I think it was the 1970s, was the case of a highly recognizable fashion model by the name of Kitty Genovese, if I remember correctly. And Kitty Genovese was murdered in a alley between two apartment buildings, where her screams were quite definitively heard by everyone, and people, no one called the police. They not only did not respond, nobody even bothered to call the
no one's
police.
called police because you know why? Because I've called the police. So they have seen nothing but police in my house for the last year. Okay. And the last
See, and yet here you are saying Peter Moon couldn't call up Ubo Safla. He's made your life a living hell. Yeah. This. Yeah.
He's talking about Peter Moon. You want to be Peter Moon?
Oh, fish maybe on me. I don't know.
Peter Moon. Peter Moon calling it Peter Moon made my life living hell.
Whose
Yeah,
real name is
Peter
Vinnie
Moon
Barbaric.
used you
We'll call him
Peter
by his
Moon
real
may have
name.
used you to make my life a living hell. But you
Well, Daniel, you did show up after Vinnie Barbaric started hurling curses at Brooke Gibson. Yes.
we use it for the greater good. Greater good, we use it for something. A sacrifice, human sacrifice, whatever it is.
Oh, so
No, I'm just kidding. I love, like, well, he may have sent me, something good because Daniel's, got two beautiful dogs sitting here. One with a penis. This is a thing down. Like, I don't even think he won't get his male dog is not fixed. His only dog. I've never seen something there. We walked in the room and while you were talking, I was like, what? I don't even know if I've seen anything like that. Like, what is wrong with his penis? Yeah, it looks weird. Yeah, he's outdoing you for sure.
Oh my God! What about the grill? Tell us about the grill.
He took my fucking grill back.
It's in the fucking box for 3 days. How much weighs 100 tons?
Oh yeah, it was a fucking $200 grill I got for $74 during a fucking hurricane. You never got to fucking use it. No matter, I made him get the grill. I don't even know how he got lucky enough to get the damn grill. So I literally, when I left in there, I said, if you don't find, you call me when you find a fucking grill. And I expected him to have to go to. I literally expect you to. I expected you to call me, and I was like, not coming back. I was at home, I was at home in my house. I only left him like 10 minutes earlier at Walmart. I was in the house. I was changing clothes. I was about to clean. He called, and I said, I told you not to fucking call me till I got the grill. I said, you don't have that fucking grill. And he sends me. I said, he sent me a picture and a receipt, and I was like, fuck, I don't know. God, like I said, the barbaric shit turned around because I guess God's looking out for him and he gave me the damn grill. Then I finally get the grill, but I was like, fuck, I'll come back and get you because it was a deal. I said, if you had the grill, I thought you have to go to 50 different stores to even get a grill, like just a charcoal grill. Like every grill was sold out. But yeah, and then I didn't get to keep it. It was a pizza oven grill, and it had a temperature gauge, and it had a fucking the griddle, yeah, and then just the regular grill.
Oh my God!
Yes, it was a very nice grill.
And by the way, Ian West is just pounding on the door to get on my show. No doubt he would say that you had every intention of cooking babies in that grill. So let me do a screen share here and show you, dearest Brooke Gibson, since you happen to be on Skype for once. Can you see the cursor moving on the screen share?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Let's take you to the private messages where I want you to go over these things sometimes. I mean, oh my God, no one I know accesses their private messages on Skype, where at least George Knight and yourself don't. So this was the young lady I wanted to show you as Brooke animated. And so here we are with animated Brooke. Of course, we have to wait till the stupid, unless I get, what do you call it, YouTube Plus. We have to go through this.
Install an ad blocker on your web browser.
Oh, they won't allow that anymore because that's what fucked us up with with the publishing. That's what fucked me up with. I forgot what it was. We had to get rid of it so I could.
What didn't it allow you to do when you had it installed?
Oh, it wouldn't allow me to do anything. I mean, to work with my studio. I couldn't work with the studio. But this is the young lady, the animated lady that reminds me of Brooke. I couldn't work with the studio till I got rid of the ad blocker. The YouTube does not like the ad blockers, but
that's
I appreciate
weird.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's the young lady. Did you see? That was a squirrely. She's squirrely, see? So you have to watch this, voiced by Emma Thompson. So here we are, Brooke. This is you in animation. And again, take a look at it. It's pretty fast, but like yourself with ADHD, they say, damn, sis. Yeah. So she's coming on down from the sales. There we are. And that reminds me of you. And it goes on, so the whole thing is about her, of course.
I can't hear it.
Yeah. I didn't turn the voice on, but you can see it. Yes. So,
Okay.
yeah, she is like you. You'll have to listen to it you have to scroll up. So, you've got.
Where did you find this?
It's linked. It's linked. So it's linked on YouTube. So you'll find it when you scroll up on your private messages. You'll find it, but of course that's.
I never go to private messages on the other side. I apologize.
Yes, you need to do that. And so, obviously, this squirrel girl creature in animation, your howling screamer. It says howling screamer monosyllabic. Yes.
Yes.
That's
perfect.
Yes, they've got you down somewhat. But best of all is when she starts squirreling. When she starts prancing like a squirrel, then it becomes very much more. Then you see it. You see the effect. So I guess with everyone else, you'll watch it on your own later.
West.
That poor son of a bitch. Yes, there we are. Girly didn't even flinch. Yes, so there you go. They portray you well. They give you a lot of, shall we say, yeah, there we are. Guy gets covered in shit. Yeah. And aimless dolts, as they say, otherwise.
Falling for him.
Yes, there she is running up and down. And so.
This is a Disney movie, right?
I don't know.
Yes, Mommy.
Yeah, I don't know. What happened to your kids during the storm, honey? What happened to Noah and Lola?
Noah's about like me. I mean, he was at his dad's, so he got power back about the same time we did. Really similar type situation. So same with me, but not out as long as my parents. Not as bad as Asheville. And then Lola, she's in her brand new apartment over the mall, and I don't know. She's literally like 7 minutes from me. She lost power for all of like 2 hours.
Wow. Holy shit.
Like literally the same
Why
day that we
didn't
lost
Danny
power.
and you move in with her?
I was about to. I was about to, and she was getting nervous. As a matter of fact, you know how we found out I got our power back on? Because she was getting nervous. She started calling. She was very sweet. She was calling, and I think because she was getting nervous, I was gonna come over. And she was calling to check on me, and asked if anything that day before, those 2 days before. But that day, 2 days before that, she called me and we were talking, and I said, well, I wish I could do something for other people, because I know Asheville's even worse hit, and just trying to focus on, what else you could do. And I told her, and she said that, that's what she wanted to do. And I said, well, I heard that the animal shelter was saying that they needed people to foster, so you could look at going to foster some animals. And and so she said, oh, I may do that. So then she calls me later that day and says, she said, you got 2 grandbabies, I've got 2 cats. She fostered 2 cats, and she was there, and they were asking people, they had some sick kittens, and they needed somebody to take sick kittens, and most people couldn't take that on, and because either if you already had animals, you didn't want to take in sick ones. So she volunteered to take 2 sick ones in, a brother and sister, and she did, and she said, I can't see myself getting rid of them. She's just like me, I said, yeah, you'll foster fail, because she said I already. So anyway, so she did that, and the next day she was inviting me to come see them. Called me the next morning. She was already at PetSmart spending $300 on cat toys and cat litter, and said come see them. And I said, well, I might later. I might come shower. She said, come shower. And then that was 45 minutes. A couple hours later, she called us because I had gone to pick him up because he had the grill, and I had to go to get my parents something. And anyway, Lola called and said, hey, your power's on. And I was like, what? She said, she was at our house. She brought us ice to keep me from coming over because she didn't want me to. And when she brought the ice in, she realized the power had just come on. So so I got to come. So I got told by her, so I came home to the power on, and that's anybody that's been without power knows it's great to suddenly have it. Like they couldn't wash clothes, couldn't wash dishes, couldn't do anything, and I mean that's nothing compared to she had a coworker, or I'm sorry, one of her regular customers come in that has their daughter is in Asheville. And even yesterday, they were still, the daughter was still without power. and any running water or anything in downtown Asheville. And then her neighbor, her direct neighbor next door, had all 3 people had died.
Jesus Christ!
They had it was a mother, a father, and I think a child. And the mother, was buried underneath the rubble. They had to dig for her body.
Oh my God!
To find her. So yeah, it was just, it was just the flood came in, and because there the river overflowed, so the flood water came in so heavy that some of the houses just collapsed suddenly on top. People had no time. I mean, you have people there just climbing up on top of the roofs of their homes. Some of them mobile homes. Regular homes come to the chimney just because it came in so fast. And then the river, and because they had the river there, then the river, once the dams broke, you didn't have time. It was suddenly you had water coming in your living room, and you needed to get up, and all you could do is climb on top of your roof and hope that your house didn't collapse, or get out. Hopefully you got on top of your roof before your house collapsed.
Right.
Oh so like God. The whole town of what is it, Chimney Rock? Like Chimney Rock's like a drive-through town. It's very small, but it's pretty much gone. I mean, the whole town, like that's a town that we've gone through. I mean, my kids have been up there. Used to drive up there on the weekend. It's 45 minutes up the road. And you just drive up there, sit up there. There's little small stores and boutiques. It's kind of just a mountain drive-through town. I mean, the whole thing's gone, just completely washed away.
Good God! I mean, Polaris23 in chat says, "I heard they got a whopping 17 minutes warning, and by then the power was out anyway. I'm on Gulf Coast. Everything just a husk. I've never seen this kind of damage. I'm glad you're okay, Brooke." So please make certain to respond to Polaris23 in the chat. I will also show you what else I've been attempting to show you by coming back on the call. Yes, give me just a second here. Nemo thinks that the cartoon lady is a cat hybrid, but I think she's supposed to be. It is. Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, well, I noticed because pupils weren't slid in the video, and then I looked it up and it says, yeah, she's an alien cat hybrid.
Okay, interesting. Cute. So you're an alien cat hybrid, Brooke. But thank you, Nemo. I appreciate that. So here's what I also wanted to show you. Let me go back to sharing screen, dear Brooke, which means I have to go through this silly procedure.
I'm an alien cat hybrid. I'm from Planet Squirrel. So.
Yes, there we are. An alien cat hybrid from Planet Squirrel. Yes, I like it. Okay, so Brooke Gibson, here we are. Let's go over with the screen share to, here's what I also wanted to show you. Here we are, like colorblind glasses, but for ADHD. So, I guess...
Oh, yeah, this is the one I didn't get to go back to and see. Okay, yeah.
So scroll up until you find this and then go through the searches. These glasses are likely ones that had subtitles to reality. I've seen ads for glasses like that before aimed at people with ADHD. So, yeah, just look up and see what you can find. A novel intervention for treating adults with ADHD using these neuro glasses. So, neuro glasses, frontiers in psychiatry. Peripheral visual stimulation. This, yeah.
I saw it. Yeah, I'm looking on the NIH.gov website about it.
Okay, good. And here's some of the images, and they look intriguing. This looks cute. Look at this. Here's an image here, Brooke, if you can see that through the screen share. Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how it's functioning. It says the intervention consisted of standard eyeglasses with personalized peripheral visual stimuli embedded on the lens. Participants were assessed at baseline, and at the end of the study, ADHD, blah, blah. Results, the efficacy analysis included 97. Neuroglasses may offer a safe and effective approach to managing adult ADHD. Results encourage future controlled efficacy studies to confirm current findings in adults and possibly even children.
So I just sent you another link, and the link will take you directly to a lot of these images to click on it. Just scroll up in your private messages and see what else you can find. I'm sure I sent you other things that would be of interest to you. Such being said, so up to you. Do you want me to call Ian West and bring him on?
So yes, call Ian. I want to see how he's doing with his new baby on the way.
I'm sorry, say that all. Oh, right, baby! His baby on the way! Yes. So let's press that add button. I'm afraid to do it. If Nemo, you don't have contact with that individual, do you? And I'm afraid Aristides might be asleep. You do? You actually do? Oh my God. Okay. Can you add him? Do you know how to do that? Add him onto the call?
Yeah.
Can I add him?
Yeah! Yeah. Because if I add him, I'm afraid I'm going to go widescreen. Then wouldn't be a disaster because I don't intend to stay on too much longer. But Aristides added him. Okay, Aristides added him. Ari did it. So, Ian, if you want to jump on and you're still awake, you feel free to jump on. This is, by, shall we say, agreement of Brooke Gibson, not my better judgment. If it were left to my better judgment, of course, I'd never speak to you again. But but because you do burn bandwidth at times, we will accommodate you. That's if he's still up. He might have fallen asleep by now. Probably out of depression, poor fellow. Yeah, because he keeps hounding me to come on.
He's still with his grandma. Still living with Granny?
No. Oh, God, no. No. He went to... Do you remember Pixie Princess Star Fox?
Oh, that's right. He's living with somebody crazy. I heard some of that, but I didn't get to come on for much. Yeah, he's living with some crazy guy. He found stuff like... Yeah, tell me. Like, I know he's living with somebody crazy. I don't know. I haven't really talked to him since then.
He's got, like, occult fucking wax heads in the basement and shit. And the fucking Hand of Glory wax cadaver hand. You know, they cover it in wax and then they put a candle wick in each finger. And, yeah, he's got all this shit going down at where he's at now. Plus, the lights keep changing, just like with Pixie Princess Star Fox when she was living with the fucking parade float builder for their local version of the Mardi Gras. And so, yeah, Brendan's in
Casey, did you know I came on earlier tonight?
I didn't see you, but I was told you did by Aristides, and I was wondering about that because I asked him, did Brooke drop off because she saw Marina come on? Because I didn't know if that's what happened. What happened?
I got the call, and like literally within like I guess 5 minutes, I went on and listened, and I heard you guys talking to Marina, and I was surprised. I was like, well, Marina's on. I don't know if Marina came on at the very beginning of the call or what. But I was like, okay, I was listening. So then I listened for about another 5, but I could not. I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. So I like basically to help Marina and freaking be like, also you realize did Douglas just like, oh my god, you lucky you didn't say anything. I was just like, it was I wouldn't have too much, but it was listening to your voice with Marina. It's like, it's just how many times did you fucking come? Like in your weaker voice.
Just salivating on his keyboard.
Yes. It is ungodly. It's just like when you're doing your fake laugh and I call you out your fake laugh with people. That's so, yes, tell me more. Yes, we're very interested. Well, then you do the Marina and you're like, oh, yes, I agree. Yes, Maria, that is completely right. Well, it's just like George Knight and Peter Moon. No, I would not compare George Knight to Peter Moon. There are people, even Nemo here. I mean, all of you guys like to suck Douglas' dick a little bit. Let's just be honest. But Douglas, you like totally Marina is like you're like, oh yes. So, what's that? What do you say in the Japanese when you like bow? Like,
well, there's different things to say, but they call it kowtowing or genuflecting. It's this is when you're bowing very low. Yes, go on. Yes.
I want to say like, is it wasabi? I don't By the way, you know the first time I ever had wasabi, I thought it was guacamole.
Yes, tell us about this excruciatingly painful experience. That had to be as bad as your fingers. That's like, how did you not die?
It was pretty bad. Like, what was so bad is I went on it was a horrible date. It was a guy that wanted to date me, go out with me for a while. Anyway, regardless, he had shown up like fur coat on. I agreed to go because I broke up with my boyfriend on it was Valentine's.
Yes.
He shows up with a fur coat. Okay. And I'm vegetarian, so fur coat was not going to be cool.
Oh, I thought you were going to point out how silly it was to do that in the Deep South. But February, was it cold or was it just like a fashion statement?
Yeah, I mean, it's not great. It's still, I mean, cold to someone in New York, no, okay? But chilly here. I mean, it wasn't that the fur coat was a short, it wasn't a long fur coat, it was a short fur coat. So I wouldn't say the jacket itself was just like showing up with like, leather jacket or whatever, but like it was a little meh. I mean, I'm like 20 some years old and he's showing up with a fur coat. Then
you said you were a vegetarian. How long have you been a vegetarian? When did you start that?
When I was 17. Well, I mean, I started kind of experiment when I was like, to be honest, like 13, 14. I saw this movie called, of all things, City Slickers. If anyone ever remembers that movie, and maybe do.
I do. It's the cowboy dude ranch. The Dude Ranch.
Yes, exactly. Yes. It was a comedy kind of thing, and it was Chevy Chase, Billy Crystal, I believe.
Yeah.
There's one there. Steve Martin.
Yeah, and Jack Palance. Jack Palance was the guy in the black cowboy outfit. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So so that ended that movie. I can still remember it was like a Saturday, and I was at home by myself. Couldn't drive yet. Obviously, we know it was pre-15 because I wasn't driving because I would have been gone. So it was like 13, 14, 12, even probably 13, 14. And my mom was really big on not letting me cook in the kitchen. She was very OCD about stuff. So like I had the kitchen to myself and I was cooking like a peach cobbler, which was basically anyway, I won't go into it, like a cup of peaches, a cup of milk, a cup of sugar, whatever, a cup thing. And I was learning, and I was watching this movie, and I was having fun. And then at the end of the movie, so like my whole day to myself, first time, in the house, like that I remember specifically just having the whole house to myself and feeling almost like an adult, but not, growing into your skin. And I'm watching this movie, and it hits me. The very end, they show the fucking cow. And Billy Crystal realizes that the cow that he had, rescued or whatever in the movie is going to. They say, "Oh yeah, he said, what's going to happen to the little calf?" And he's like, "It's going to auction." And like Billy Crystal realizes then that it's going to auction, and it's going to be eaten. Like in the same burger that he's been eating the whole movie and steaks. And so he ends up basically, and I'm crying, just like thinking, oh, but that's what they do, make you think it's gone. But then they show it later that he ended up paying for the cow and rescuing it and brought it back to New York, with him. So that kind of put it, I don't know why it puts you in perspective. People don't realize that, like, I grew up near a chicken factory farm. So like we would go and we would pass the chicken trucks and you see these chickens in these crates and cages. And as a kid, I would see the chickens. And when I would pass them, my mom was big on we were always on the go a lot. So a lot of times we were getting fast food. And so I would see the chicken trucks. And then once I saw one, I would just hit me. I'm like, oh my God, I think they look. See, I would, I was a little kid and I would say, 7, 8, started even. I'd say, I'm not going to eat chicken. I'm not going to eat that because I realized, because I see they're chickens. And I'm like, well, that's what they make chicken sandwiches out of. So I was like, I'm not eating that. No. So once I associated the chicken sandwich with the chickens, I said, no. But then when she would drive through Burger King and say, well, do you want something to eat? I'm like, yeah, give me a cheeseburger. Give me a cheeseburger. Because I hadn't associated really, even though you kind of know, like looking back, I'm like, well, I don't know where I thought the cheeseburger came from. But I just hadn't associated the cheeseburger with the cow, with it dying. But I had associated at this point now. I can see the chickens. I see them suffering. I see them crowding these cages. I'm associating that with suffering. So I don't want the suffering. So I was associating that one. And with the cows, I hadn't associated the suffering yet. And so I think that's kind of how I ended up raising my kids, where I don't think you should tell anybody whether they should or shouldn't eat meat, but it's much easier to say to my daughter, to my son, well, I didn't feed you meat. I raised my children very healthy, made sure they had everything they needed. But once they were old enough, I said, well, here's the information. Go look it up wherever you want. Good. And I did never go hey, go to PETA's website or go. I never said that. I just said, animal, meat comes from animals and they are killed for it, and there's hunting and there's ethical hunting and then there's, the whatever, but you have to decide if you want to eat meat or not. But it's much easier to me to give up, to not give up something. I don't raise my kids on cigarettes because I smoked cigarettes and then say, now that you're 15, I should probably tell you these cigarettes are not healthy at all. And there's another side to it, even though they can help you with stress, they may also cause lung cancer, or and that's an extreme. Some people would see that as an extreme version of it. I don't know that it's too much of an extreme because cigarettes don't necessarily hurt anybody else but yourself unless it's secondhand smoke, whereas the animal definitely suffers and dies that is being abused. So I don't regret doing that. I'm glad I did. But yeah, I did it since I was I started when I was 7 or 8 and the chickens, and then the beef was when I was 13, and then off and on. I would do off and on, and then 16, 17 was when I went permanent to vegetarian, and that was a long-winded.
No, but that was fine. I remember City Slickers because my operations manager, Andrew Mangiris, who was basically what you'd call a pedo enabler, if not a pedophile himself, which he also was, though more of a pedopornaholic. He was someone who loved that film, which had nothing to do with pedophilia, just so people understand that. He loved it because it was some male midlife crisis film. It was a midlife crisis film for males. It was, so I remember that aspect of it. Aside from, of course, everything that Brooke also articulated. But I'm glad that you articulated all of that, Brooke. But when we were going through your vegetarianism, okay, so we were talking about, what were we talking about before we went down that trail?
Okay, fine. I went into a long-winded spiel.
Which is fine.
Motherfucking over here. This dumbass was like, "You're fucking sad," and I'm like, "You know what's fucking sad? Are you fucking being in my fucking house? You fucking gone?"
Oh my god. We were talking about what Nemo, do you remember? What did I
What was it?
what did before Brooke went down the vegetarian road, what were we talking about? Her vegetarianism was incidental to the point we were getting to. Do you remember what that was?
No, I got lost. Sorry.
Oh, that's so cute. That's if anyone does in the listeners.
Basically what we were talking about was how you were. I think you said you would raise some money for me on this last show.
Yeah.
And you were going to go ahead and send that to me. Along with what you raised tonight.
Oh man. Well,
Wasn't that it, Nemo? I'm pretty sure that was it, right?
Oh, thank you for reminding me,
Yeah.
Brooke Hagberg. I want to thank Brooke Hagberg for sending her usual contribution. So let's take a look at what PayPal says. Here we are, PayPal. Oops, wrong mailbox. Let's check into the right mailbox. Go towards PayPal. I received a payment. This is from Brooke Hagberg in Canada, 40 United States dollars. Goddess bless you, Brooke Hagberg. You're an angel. I love you. And why can't you be like that, Brooke? As a matter of fact, I understand, speaking of raising money, no worries about that. Yeah, she does owe me a little bit of money, but I'm willing to forego that if she agrees to do something with me that we've spoken about privately and we'll speak about again privately.
God, all your sexual needs, I'm telling you.
Yeah, nothing for Daniel to worry about, I assure you. But at any rate, so we'll speak on that later, Brooke. But all such being said, okay, so we were going through, your kid survived, you were definitely...
Kid survived. Noah got his power back. Let's see.
Yeah.
Parents. Oh yeah, then I had to deal with my parents, which my dad. Here's the thing. My father doesn't go many places. My father's life revolves around two things. Okay, the stock market. Okay, Monday through Friday is the stock market. He has to be on the stock market. That's how he makes money. And then basically the TV. Okay, like the TV is not like. If the charter, the spectrum, whatever it is, it goes out, which is, it's through the internet. So the cable is through the internet. So if the internet goes out, oh my God, like this is my mom's calling. Oh God, the charter spectrum went out today and the internet was down and your father couldn't get his shows, his programs, and he's just back there cussing and raising hell and, it's like, that's like a day if the internet was to go down, for a few hours. So imagine the power going out, and they've been without power. They were without power for 11 days.
11 days?
12, yeah, because there was 10 days when I was up there.
Oh my God, that's outrageous. By the way,
they got it last night. Yeah, they got it last night is when they got it on.
Oh my God, what about the water? Was there water running throughout those 11 days?
Yeah, since it happened, right? Well, what are you saying it was?
At any rate, Nemo.
Yeah, no, they had water.
They had water, thank God.
What the fuck? You just talk loud if you're gonna say something. I'm talking myself. I know, you talk to yourself like
that is true, Daniel. Daniel, do us all a favor, and Daniel, when you do speak to Brooke, do us a favor and get very close to her and speak into the microphone, and then we can hear you too. That would help. It would make things a lot easier. So
you just sound like her all the time.
oh, don't do that. No, don't.
Where's
do that.
Jerry Springer when you need him?
Well, that was the Ian was doing that.
If you notice, like Aristides did before, when I needed something else, if I needed like I don't know a fucking Glock or 9mm.
So Nemo, remind me, later on we have to give Real Tech Geek credit. He did say Marina Seren was going to come back on. I mean, like soon. He said
Anyone could have guessed that. I could have said that. It's just that was so obvious.
Okay. But nevertheless, we're kind around here, and we do give credit.
Yeah, I'm not like this. I'm just saying. To me, that was so obvious. Like,
thank you. Yeah, actually,
let him have it.
You know why? You know why it was obvious to you? I mean, you can share the reason. It's because Peter was gone, right? Anyone would come back once Peter was gone. Yeah.
Like the chances were way higher. For
Thank you.
Back.
That is true. That is true. Brooke,
But give him credit anyway.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
For being supportive.
Thank you. No, that's appreciated, Nemo. That is, we try to hold each other up, right, Brooke? Right, Brooke? You're on mute.
That's not our motto.
What did he say?
He said that's not your motto. That's not your motto.
Hold each other up.
We try to uphold each other.
I was trying to hear what Aristides was saying to begin with because dumbass over here was still counting. I said, first of all, if you're going to talk in the microphone, someone's like, if they can't hear you, you're just going to say, so just don't fucking talk. And then he's like, I was just over here trying to count if it was actually 10 days because I was like, man, he's talking to himself still in my ear, still doing it, counting with his fingers how many days. And while Aristides, whatever story you're telling Aristides, I didn't get to hear because I'm getting to hear somebody count 1 through 10 like they do in fucking elementary school.
By the way, it's Nemo, not Aristides.
Sorry, Nemo. I don't know why I said Aristides.
What did I say?
Basically, what happened was Brooke kept calling you Aristides when she really meant Nemo. And so I was just telling her that, just informing her of that.
But what was she mentioning about me?
What did I hear you say that you said I was not, that's not Brooke's motto?
Upholding people. Upholding people.
Who was upholding who is what I'm asking.
And Team Dietrich, we're all upholding each other, I said.
Hell fuck, we are not.
Just proving Nemo's point there. Yes. Well, such being said, so darling,
I uphold probably more than probably anyone here because I will be honest, I am not. Oh God, I should be more evil. I can't be. I come off as the bitchiest bitch here, but then like even with fucking Peter Moon, y'all are all hating on him, and I'm like, God, leave the fucker. Like I don't want this to be. I want it to stop being the Peter Moon show for like the last 2 or 3 episodes have been fucking bitching on Peter Moon. You know what? I don't give a shit about.
But the difference is we've been holding it back the whole time.
We've been holding it back for many. Well, Brooke,
I wasn't though. I didn't hold back. Y'all gotta remember
that's the thing. That's why.
About him.
Yeah.
That's why you're not shitting on him now because you already did that before.
That's good point. Good point, Nemo. Good point. See, Brooke, you were venting before, and believe it or not, I do want people to understand. Brooke has suffered terribly with Peter, and the reality is, it really was Peter's fault. I mean, there's something insane. Peter is stark raving mad, and he always has been stark raving mad. And Brooke saw right through it, and basically, Brooke, why don't you tell people about how Peter said "breathe" on camera, and about the swivel chair and your tits. Tell us about all this.
No, Peter's like, I mean, what did we say? There's nothing great about that story other than the fact that there's no greatness about this story. I don't want to. I hate you for asking about that. I hate to stop.
Don't torture her.
Yeah, I mean, it's stupid. It's just like, yeah, Peter Moon was going to help me. He's going to help me. You know, he called to help with some. He's like, you're having some issues, and he's like, if you can't go get your colon cleansing today,
colonics.
You can't get your colonics. You should try some Tai Chi. And I acted interested enough in the Tai Chi just to be. Actually, I was being gratuitous. You know, what would be the word? I shouldn't be very. Humoring
him. Yes.
Humoring him. Yes, and that was on air barely. And then he actually called in. We did that. And to be honest, the Tai Chi, I do believe, and I will tell everyone this, I do believe in breathing exercises. I do believe the breath work is something that we should. I think the breath work is good. So I will not take away from him with that. I think the breath work, we shouldn't take for granted our breath or our water. Water is energy, breath is energy, and we sometimes take that for granted, just like our chewing for our food. People don't chew their food enough. Like, there are things that we take for granted that are very minute, that are very huge in what we need. Because just like when I didn't have power, you don't realize how much just, you bitch about everything all day, about, oh God, I wish I had more money. Well, let your power go out, and you'll be like, I wish I could wash one load of clothes, or I wish I could just cut a light bulb on in this room, or watch one TV show a day. Like you just, there are things we take for granted. And so then if you go into the true human level of that, our breathing, air, and, the four elements, air, water, fire, earth. And so those four elements are huge. And air we have to live, which is breathing. Obviously water, 90-something% water. I do a gratitude ritual now with the water. I've started doing lately.
Wonderful.
With water, like at the end of a shower, I just like cut the water to cold, and just do like a thanking the water, because they say water comes in its natural form. Obviously it's not being heated, so I cut it to cold. Cold also gives you energy, so the cold water at the very end, and then just thanking. But as I do the cold water, it's very cool, because as you get the cold water, you're like, oh shit, it's cold. You're like, oh, we're going out. So I just do like a 3-time, like spin around, thanking the water and letting it flash in my face 3 times. And I thank it every time. And thanking that water every time has just been so, like, because it doesn't make it it makes it less painful, because I can feel myself thanking the water, like, as I know the energy, because we are 90% water, right?
Yeah,
Humans
something
are.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. So, to know that this water is alive, I'm sure Brendan could probably speak on this, but I learned from the Vedic that I have water for it's actually for Braveheart of all people who gets it, because I bought copper pots because your water is supposed to sit in copper. Vedic believes that the water is blessed through that, so they will set their water out the night before in copper pots.
How does Braveheart get this? Where does Braveheart?
I only could afford one copper pot, and it was small. So I bought it after I had Braveheart. It was like right after I got her. So her pot is the copper pot.
Okay.
And so her water gets filled in the copper pot.
Ah, got it. Okay.
Yeah. So I bought that, and I bought some measuring cups in copper. But yeah, so if anyone wants to send copper, send it on to Douglas. He'll forward it on me. But yeah, so
don't forget the fun time.
The blessing of the water has been great, and so anyway,
I was blessing the water when I heard Brendan Zoget scream, because Brendan Zoget had the big copper cup, and he forgot copper is a conductor of heat, and when he filled it up with piping hot water and then picked it up, we heard his scream in multiple states all over the internet. When on the Skype he was screaming. If you think you were screaming when that garage door went down on your fingers, yeah, Brendan could have given you a run for your money with that one.
Do you have to talk? Are you eating attention so bad that you just have to talk to yourself out loud? Literally, you're like sitting here in the corner talking to yourself like one of Really? I'm full of shit. How am I full of shit? Please tell me how I'm full of shit. Well, you gonna tell me how I'm fucking full of shit? Because hey, let's get you close. How the fuck? I'm not loving it. I'm getting close to you so you fucking say what? How the fuck am I goddamn?
She talks so much bullshit. Then she'll talk some shit off air. But, oh my gosh, she'll just love all over me. Think I'm the greatest thing in the world. Baby, do this and that. And she wants to kick my ass out, right? All the time. She wants to kick me out. But then I say, no, whoa. You said my chance. Yeah, then I'll go to. Oh, you want to smoke a cigarette now? You get nervous.
It's my fucking goddamn cigarette.
To be fair, everybody talks shit.
That's how pretty she is.
Did you hear that? Oh, he says by the way, Nemo, your accent's fake as fuck.
Oh yeah, I'm putting on an accent.
I think you're from New Jersey.
Oh yeah. I'm Andrew Dice Clay.
You said he's from New York. He's Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh my God. Oh.
Anyways,
so
I was threatening to leave. I was like, fuck this shit. I'm out. She goes, really? You're gonna leave me? Okay, motherfucker. What? You're leaving me? Really? You're really gonna leave me? That's bullshit.
Actually,
because I'm trying to get it on recording that he's leaving, because that's what the cops say, and I can't get the yes or no.
Well, you needed him. You needed him through that crisis. Honestly, you did need him through that crisis. Daniel was valuable during the flood, if we call it that, or Hurricane Helene.
I'm valuable every day. She wouldn't drink a beer.
Well, we've got to talk about that.
Here's I want to hear what it on the fucking line. Literally, I literally drink two to 4 beers a day. Okay, say 6.
There's a restaurant tomorrow.
First of all, you didn't fucking. What did you buy today?
We had left the house early.
What? So I'm saying, you never bought fucking 6 beers in your fucking life. You bought fucking one time. You bought 2 packs of cigarettes. He said he'll go. I dip. He goes, I don't smoke. I dip. But I'm gonna tell you, every time I light a cigarette, I fucking like a cigarette. It's my cigarette. The first time ever, you bought 2 packs. You bought 2 packs for the first time ever yesterday. I had to buy 2 packs a fucking day. And what are you smoking today?
You smoke like a cutlass.
I smoke. Whose cigarette are we smoking? I haven't smoked a cigarette except one since I came on the air. I smoked 1 cigarette as soon as I came on air. You've smoked your second or third, and I just took it from you.
That's the one I just took out of your hand.
Motherfucker, you've got another one right there. Look at the goddamn ass.
He's not chewing his tobacco.
No, he's not chewing it. No, he's
Oh,
puffing.
he's got his dip, but that's why he'll pull his dip out and he puts his dip in his mouth. And he's like, I just dip.
Wait a
I'm
second.
like, well,
What's it like kissing a man who chews tobacco? That's got to be rough.
You know what I did to him? He put his dip in one time, and then I literally put dip in my mouth because I never done it. And I showed him, and I was like, "Oh, you gonna dip? I'm gonna dip. You gonna dip in front of me? I'm gonna dip." And so then I showed him, and he got grossed out pretty fucking quick, didn't you?
Yeah. No, it's a nasty fucking habit.
Like, how'd I look dipping?
Oh.
When she was in jail, mind you, she ate a piece of spice cake off the floor of a jail cell.
But it was good. It was good.
Okay, whatever. Okay, that is another fucking goddamn thing.
That's the last thing on my mind of being.
Oh, whatever. Different.
Got me fucking coffee or something. You don't have there.
Okay, I was in the fucking holding cell.
It's even worse. Everybody goes.
First of all, you know what is worse about this? What the really nice story, which is hilarious, is the fact that I had been to jail since I was 20 years. Well, I did go once in 2020. I take that back. I went for a DUI in 2020. Obviously, we know that. And then now, but I never had any felony charges in my life until you. And I went to jail 3 times in the month of April. I went April 1st?
Yeah.
I went April 1st, April 15th, and April 30th. Exactly.
Yeah.
First,
But by the way, all of this was simultaneous to Peter Moon conducting.
Why?
Yeah.
So while I'm saying, whatever.
I'm
So by the time I went to first, I was like, oh God, I was in there a while because that was the one where they got I was in there for like almost 48 hours.
But Brooke, all of this was in direct simultaneity. This was synchronous, meaning it happened at the same time that Peter Moon was boasting to me about conducting binding spells against you. So honestly, he made your life a living hell. You should never have what Buddha calls idiot compassion for your enemy like that. This man had no mercy toward you. You should have no mercy towards him.
Does Buddha call it idiot compassion? Really?
Yeah, Buddha has the term, or rather the Buddhist church or the Buddhist religion. I don't know if Buddha himself ever used that term, but it's certainly a Buddhist term. The term idiot compassion, meaning compassion towards people who simply do not deserve it. Vinnie Barbaric would be one of those people. Vinnie Barbaric deserves not an iota of sympathy from anyone for anything because he had none for anyone else. Honestly, if there ever were anyone that was just a completely narcissistic, megalomaniacal psychosociopath, Peter Moon, or rather his real name, Vinnie Barbaric, is the textbook study. He's casebook for that, the epitome thereof. Far more of a criminal than Daniel ever was. And all the worse for it in that most of his life was a success until it all came back to bite him in his bald butt. And now he's writhing, in his 5-bedroom mausoleum that his child bride, Paula Masson, paid off in terms of mortgage. And he's there all alone and basically, hopefully, dying in that condition, alone, afraid, and we can only pray in terrible pain. So, all that being said, back to dear Brooke. So, yes. Now, Larry Jr., about him, does he calm down after a while, or he's just always manic, period? I mean, he must calm down after a point, right? And didn't he get into a fight every once in a while with Braveheart? What do they fight over? Or are they just kind of emulating the humans in that?
Do what? No,
So-
wait, are you? They're the humans. I swear to God, I think like literally, I say Jesus. Like, it's like I believe, obviously, you know, religiously. Well, I don't believe in the way people believe in Jesus or God, and that I don't believe in a certain religion like that. We discussed that, but yes, I believe in God and Jesus and Christ consciousness, and I believe that whatever goodness of the universe sent me Braveheart. Like, it was like, you know, I had met Larry Daniel in October, and by the end of November, you know, I was taking my dog to the vet, and the day after Thanksgiving, it was like give grace, right? Give thanks, and I walk out the day after the vet was open that day, and I get this squirrel just like runs up my leg. Like, it was unbelievably great, and she's amazing, and she's like me. She's like, she is. You know, it was so funny, Douglas, that you even called her out first when I was describing her. I never thought I was describing myself at all. Yeah. But I realized later, like, oh, I was totally describing myself. Because, like, what she does is just, like, so much of me. Like, she's like, and then she loses focus, and she's like, and she's here. And she's like, yeah, it's a nut. It was so squirrely. And what's so funny, Douglas, is, you know, the ADHD I was just learning about, you know, I was diagnosed with ADHD a long time ago. But I kind of always threw it off as I didn't have it. I always threw out all of this, just like I do other.
Hey, have you tried to contact Sean again? Make certain that you contact him by all means.
He called back, and I missed his call. I had a voicemail, and then the power outage happened, and I haven't.
Okay,
like,
so
it happened like a day or like he
got
called
it.
back.
Got it. So let him know that you've got to leave him a message, letting him know you've been impacted by Hurricane Helene. It's another factor he needs to know about to be able to help you. Okay. So that's important. But such being said, back to Braveheart and Larry Jr.
You had said that she was my spirit. You said she
totem.
was your spirit animal, your totem animal.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, that's funny. But then what was funny is I had just started learning about like the ADHD as far as I never thought I really had it, so I didn't really use it. Like I was like, oh, that's just a stupid diagnosis. Just kind of like saying, you know, kind of like I do with the Peter Mead thing. Like, okay, well, Peter Mead, fucking. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. I don't care. Like, just not a big deal to me. But then I had started seeing because there's a lot more education and it's more, you know, prevalent now. It's almost being overdone, I think, at this point. But you're seeing, but at least it's educating people on what, you know, and there's different reasons that can cause it. I think maybe in our society, but ADHD as far as what it is and what it actually does. And so to be able to see these people in action, like what it actually does, I'm like, oh my God. You mean it's that? I mean, it would be like these things that I do that I just thought it was because I was, you know, crazy, or because in seeing other people do them that I had slowly started being like, oh, that's ADHD. And, you know, that was right around the time I had also like met Daniel. And so I showed him the videos and he was like, oh, you're just trying to excuse everything to ADHD. And I'm like, no, I'm learning about it. But,
you mean Larry said this? Larry, who's with us now?
Hours and watch videos on it.
It wasn't hours. It was literally, I've never gone for more. Say hours. Say hours again.
You're bitching me for not watching YouTube. I'm not worrying about it.
Yeah, because you won't watch.
I know plenty about ADHD, but I'm not going to say.
Yeah, because you had it.
I'm not going to bring.
Oh, I was about to say.
An issue for you. Hey.
Well, Daniel, do you not like doom scroll? Do you not doom scroll through porn?
Do you know what?
Doom scroll. Does Daniel not doom scroll is what they call it, where he's just jumping from porn to porn, you know, just video to video?
I've actually sat there and watched it.
Really? You don't? Okay, so no, doom scroll through porn. One video, you know, never playing it, just playing the first 30 seconds.
Sorry, I'm hard to please.
You're hard to. I'm,
Everybody's like, oh, I can't just hit anything. Be happy.
apparently, you haven't hit gay porn yet. Just like fucking Larry the squirrel, he won't come out of the fucking closet.
Black snake. You took him out of.
God even threw you in a prison trying to be like, come out of the closet, motherfucker.
It's kind of not really.
So does Larry Jr. ever calm down? Does he ever calm down?
No, he never calms down. Never. He calms down. He never. I wake up in the morning and he will be sometimes in the bathroom, like, because I have the master bathroom is open to the bedroom. I'm talking about you, Larry Jr. He's a junior. But they're both about the same, okay? Okay?
Yeah, they stay to themselves and
if they're awake, yes, they don't want to be fun. They're like either crazy, like eyes wide open, thinking somebody's either gonna fuck with them or hurt them or whatever. Or, I mean, I guess the other thing is if Braveheart's in heat or like Larry here thinks that female's fuckable, he might. There's three things. It's just like, yeah.
But what were they fighting over? Braveheart and Larry Jr. What were they fighting over? One time you had
fighting over nothing. They aren't fighting. Braveheart looks at him like he's a fucking crazy dumbass. She gets like, I get nuts. I'll get a nut out. They love their peanuts. Okay, peanuts are like squirrels' like favorite fucking thing, and they can only have some. So Braveheart sees this peanut, and it's literally like, just imagine your worst drug. I don't care what drug it is, crackhead, or whatever. And then imagine you've kept them on from crack in like 12 hours, and then like suddenly like you're in the worst ET, and you give them and you put a piece of crack in front of them. Like that is a squirrel with a peanut. Okay. Oh my god, that's Braveheart. She's like, okay. Well, then Larry comes out. He already looks like a creep. He already looks like a crackhead regardless. You shake his box, he just jumps the fuck out. His eyes are wide-eyed. And to this moment, I tell you what, you can still see. Am I kidding? Am I lying? You can see his heart, like his chest. He's palpitating.
Wow. Wow.
Slipping in mess. Nobody knows.
He's saying he looks. That's what I'm saying. He truly looks like he is a meth head. That's what I'm saying. What's so weird is he looks mangy, he looks skinny. I called him and I said he was like Larry Jr.
Yes.
And then I was like, and then he's got PTSD because like he was getting killed by a fucking snake, and I tried to say him, and he can't get over his bullshit. You go to prison and fucking you can't get over your bullshit, and like y'all both in the closet. I don't fucking know.
Oh, delightful.
Me and Braveheart just out here like, you know, we're like living our life, you know, like we're living our best life.
Every morning she runs across my face like 50 fucking times.
Yeah, we just run, and we jump, and literally Braveheart every morning, I swear to God, she's the best thing ever. She literally, she makes a little, so every morning, it's like, imagine if you had a routine every morning. All of us, you know, we can imagine our routine. Like, let's say we're healthy. We all want to go for a run, and we go for a jog around the block. We know what streets we jog. Well, what Braveheart does is every morning, she gets up, and she goes for a jog. What she does in a little exercise, like where you stop, maybe you lift a couple weights here and there. Well, that's what she does. She, every morning, creates a new one. And the first few times I saw her do this, I was up and I was like, I would see her running. I'd be in the bathroom and she'd be running. She'd run in the bedroom, and then I'd see her stop at the mirror in the bathroom. She'd look in the mirror for 2 times, put her paw up, and she'd run away. And I was like, she's doing this over and over. And then she'd come back and she'd get in the mirror, put her paw up. Okay. Well, so what she does is every morning she creates a new routine. She just wakes the fuck up and is like, all right, so this morning I'm gonna run, jump off Daddy's face over here 4 times. Jump above Mom's pillow, hang there, look out the window for 3 seconds, then run to the door, chew on it for 7 seconds or whatever, and then and then the next day it might be like, I'm gonna start at like, I don't know, jumping on the TV, and then run to the door and bounce off of it, run over the dog, and then jump on somebody's nose. But like, she'll do it over and when I say over for like, is it not like 2 or 3 hours?
Wow.
Like hours.
Holy shit.
It is non-stop. Like 2 to 3 hours.
Wow.
She just runs and does the same routine, and it's like she creates it herself.
and then I don't know how she creates it. I don't know what makes her. And every, she'll and every now and then in the middle of the pattern, because I'll be like, she'll make a little break in that pattern, and she'll be like, I'm gonna run this zigzag here, but then the pattern starts back. But she's just like, it is so amazingly. I'm just telling you, squirrels are amazing, and I don't care, love me, hate me, but like, you should love squirrels, guys. If you love me or hate me, you should.
Yes, delightful. No, I did not want to send you this. I did not want to send you this. I'm not going to send you this.
Then don't send it. Don't do that.
I'm not Ian West. I'm not Ian West.
I'm not Ian. Squirrel just got smushed on the side.
No, it's not like that. But what I saw astonished me, and I'm going to look this up just to figure out where this place is so that you never go there. It's someplace where they had a squirrel cooking contest, and apparently they do this once.
Fucking North Carolina.
Cleveland, Marietta.
Squirrel cooking contest.
Tennessee or Mississippi.
Oh, wait. One of the things I put in your little YouTube is a living squirrel, and this thing is, I don't know what this is. I think it's some kind of flying squirrel. So I can look that thing up in a moment, but let's go back to screen sharing here for a minute. So here, I'll go back to screen sharing, and then we go to Brooke Gibson, and then here we are. I think this YouTube video was it. And let's take a look at this. No, look at that. Now, this is some kind of... Can you see that, Brooke? I'm screen sharing. Can you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so we'll see it spread its wings soon enough, but this is some kind of... They call this a sugar...
Dude, oh my God!
He's swimming in milk. Yes, he's swimming in milk.
No, that's a Jill. Maybe you've seen that.
Yeah, eating shrimp, though. Eating shrimp. Sugar glider. It's a sugar glider. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, that's what you wanted to sugar. I knew I'd seen it before. Sugar glider.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is... Yes, so are these things...
Sugar gliders are awesome. I've seen them, but they're like, people get them. They shouldn't get them. Because they were selling them for a while, like at the malls and stuff.
Really?
They're like babies. They're like tinier than even a squirrel.
Oh my
and
God.
They glide.
She's pregnant. Look at that. She's got brats.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Yeah, one of the sugar gliders I just saw died because I've given birth. Yeah.
Oh my God. Go on.
Yeah, they're awesome. They're in the same family, like flying squirrels, which is flying. It's just basically they have that little flying squirrels have that little basically like under their arm. They just gives them a little bit more air.
Skin, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, like Larry. Let me just say, like, I raised Braveheart. Okay, she's never been outside. I thought she could jump. Okay, because she jumped from like whoa a lot further than I could jump. Couch to fucking chair. Like, whoa, that squirrel could jump. But then you get fucking crazy ass meth head Larry in here, and he's been outside, so he's had to fend for himself. I'm fairly certain they were brother and sister, and then the mom died, and then he lived in the tree up there, and then he had to fend for himself. That's what I'm pretty sure. And so then he fended for himself. He's out there, like, oh, my life sucks. And then he goes to sleep, and then he wakes up being strangled to death by a fucking snake. And
then he wakes up in a box and not like, the hell shit, my life sucks more.
Yeah, whatever. Well, you can leak the fucking box.
Well,
you can't. Oh, yeah.
That's like something squirrel.
If you're not in my box, I can fucking guarantee you, because I've tried to kick you out of it. Meet me down.
So they say it's in Springdale, Arizona, or Bentonville, Arkansas. They have these squirrel cook-offs. World Champion Squirrel Cook-Off coming September 7th. It's they're different places, but one of them is Springdale, Arizona, September 7th. World Champion.
Another one. I swear to God, I'll go burn everybody alive.
Oh my God, I'm afraid to look at the images. And they don't show they do show some. I mean, you know me, I'm a foodie. I love to taste new things.
Because they cook fucking squirrels there. That fucking bitch on Duck Dynasty cooks squirrels.
Where do they cook squirrels? Where?
On Duck Dynasty, that show. He wanted to watch this stupid show.
Duck Dynasty! Duck Dynasty, right. Yes. The morbidly inbred kids. Yes, that's right. Go on, yes.
Yes, but their mom cooks fucking squirrels. She's like, give me some squirrels. I'll get them.
Oh my God. Oh my God. And, oh my God. They,
I thought you liked my plant-based meat.
It wasn't bad. I'll give it to you. It wasn't bad, but I like a little heifer every now and then.
Well, what is he complimenting you about? What did you cook for him?
My plant-based meat.
Oh, really? You make plant-based meat? How do you do that?
I don't make it. I cook it. I buy it.
That's actually surprised. It's actually pretty good.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I'm impressed. That's difficult. Yeah, that's difficult to make that appetizing.
Had a meatball made out of ficus and soy earlier.
Wow, cool. That's yeah. I hope to go for some real meat later. What is this? Nemo says I saw.
Your meat. I'm sorry. Your meat is fucking young boy meat. Sorry.
There is that fact. Yes, there is that. Oh my god.
Daniel's looking at the phone like, okay, that's gross because he doesn't understand the He's like, what the fuck? Pedophile material is what it sounds like.
It's not like that really. It's I'm a vampire, and if you are, let's look at it this way, Daniel. If you eat something, you wouldn't play with your food, right? I'm heterosexual. I'm a heterosexual vampire. I don't drink female blood because I have sex with females. Therefore, the blood I get is from young boys because I don't have sex with them. They're food. But I don't take enough to kill them, I assure you. It's what I need. I know this is take hours and hours to explain, and he may not have the stomach for it, but that's the basics. Okay, she turned on the camera. Now she's turning on the camera. Oh my god. Now Nemo said, I saw Steve-O try to eat a squirrel cooked by a redneck, then he vomited. Oh my god. So my dear Brooke, so good to see you.
It's pretty.
Yes, you're looking great, and we're all glad you're alive. What's that, honey?
You're me crying. It showed me I didn't even need to cut the camera on. So cute.
What happened to Daniel? He run away? Yes, that must have been funny as oh god, he died. Yes, poor bastard.
Pray for me, please.
Oh my god, the two of them look like they've been through the ringer. You've been through it. Yes, it's been a hell of a time for everyone.
I have light and power. Yes, I've been through the ringer.
Yeah.
Also, when you never mind, I'm not gonna say it.
Oh my god, dear girl. You all right there? Yes.
I've been there. You see me? Yeah. No, do you see me? This is no makeup.
Yeah.
What did I shower last? 3 days ago? He has to shower every fucking minute. He'll shower twice a day.
Oh my god.
Like I shower.
Sounds like V had that. Yeah. You don't want to do that. You're going to get an ear infection like that. If you shower too much, you can get an ear infection.
He does have ear stuff. You get ear things. See? It's been that way for a long time. How long have you been showering too much? Yes, and he'll be like, I'm like, I didn't even sweat. I didn't do anything today. Like, I don't need to shower. He's like, you showered this morning. You showered. I'm like, I showered 12 hours ago. He's like, shower again. I'm like, you know what? You don't have to. You don't have to eat my pussy because I'm not showering.
Oh, darling. So.
What are you drinking there?
Yeah.
What's that you're drinking?
Huh?
Drinking. What you're drinking? He was curious. Damn, that's a big ass can. That's
Voodoo what?
Fuck.
Ranger.
That's tall. That's more than 16 ounces.
Voodoo Ranger.
Voodoo Ranger Imperial IPA. Yes, India Pale Ale. Hard stuff. Go girl. Yeah. Well, hey, I understand. I need my beer too. It's liquid bread.
I'll buy that, and then we'll also get like what do you get like a orange? What's the orange? What do you get? What's your drink?
The tea.
You'll get like a tea with alcohol in it or the orange. And then we bring it to checkout, and they're like, oh, and the guy is when I was like, oh, how do you like this to him? And then I was like, that's mine. His is the wine cooler. Like,
choose your beer.
Yeah, he's like, you know, because he doesn't drink much.
I'm not a drinker. I just want to drink that.
Yeah, he does not drink. He actually is allergic, like we said, to alcohol. Like, he gets really red.
Big fan.
So, darling, that Lola's neighbor had the whole family die, or was the neighbor knew somebody whose whole family died in the disaster?
It was next door. It was the one of her regular customers. She's she's a lot. So one of them, she's a few from Asheville, but one, their daughter was actually next door to her neighbor, 2 feet right or left of her hill. Had 3. The family was a family of 3.
And they were all buried alive? They were all buried.
Yeah. The flood came in and the house was just swept away, basically.
Oh my God.
And the mother, they found the father and the son fairly quickly, or not fairly quickly, but after, they were able to, but then they had to dig because they were looking for the mother.
Speaking of which, let me see your fingers. Let's see your fingers, honey. I want to see your fingers there. The middle fingers.
I can really tell, it's,
okay.
It's that one. It's
oh my God. Yes. Yes. Okay. So it does. Okay. Oh my God. So yeah, do check in with an MD just in case. But honestly,
keep an eye on it.
Yeah, you don't want you to lose that fingernail, but the potential is there to lose the fingernail if there's dead nerves. So check with the doctor about that, and with both of them.
Your fingernail won't grow back if you lose it.
It might.
Yeah,
it should.
Well,
I've lost fingernails and toenails. I always grow back.
Well, I don't know. There's a catch-22 with that because, okay, so remember, Maggie, for whatever reason, when I met her, she said there's people that lose their toenail. She also, when something fell on her big toe, it was her big toe on one of her. What are you doing with your finger?
Yeah. that was Bigfoot. We just had a visitation from Bigfoot. Yes, and what is under that toenail, Daniel? That is disgusting. That is just.
He says working. I don't know what.
What the hell?
Where were you working?
Blood blister.
Yeah. Wait. Not only that, did you not say he once blew a gun and the bullet went between his toes?
Yeah.
How? What?
Skills of a misspent youth.
Oh my God.
How did the bullet go between your toes? Look at the feet. Look at the feet.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Oh God. Must we? That is like.
No, look at the top.
Honey, this is nightmare fuel.
Do you see the difference between the toe?
Oh my God. Okay, we are now in the middle of the Blair Witch Project. There we are. Yes, this is found footage horror, people. We are seeing a foot that should not exist. Yeah. Oh, that's a wide. Yeah, it must have been a 9mm. Still, what was the caliber?
No, it's both toes. Toes are not born that way.
Yes.
And I'm saying that's how the bullet, he says, went through because his toes were that way.
Yeah. His toes are deformed. Yeah.
I think he's web-footed when he's born. Ain't telling the truth, and they fucking cut that web. That's what
probably. Yeah, probably. He was.
Man.
Yeah, Gillman and shit. More like the creature from the Black Lagoon. But
that is because look at my toes. My toes were
of course not. Well, you have feminine toes, honey. You have feminine feet. Yes, darling, feminine feet.
You don't have bad feet for a man. He doesn't, but there's a wide gap.
There's
second.
Yeah.
There could be a whole nother huge guys. There could be, and people are like, there could be a whole nother toe at least growing in between between that first big toe and that second big toe, like the captain, first commander. He said his feet are scissory. Yeah, they could definitely scissor.
Oh my God. Well, honey, that's incredible, and thank you, Daniel, for sharing that. And so again, what was the caliber of the bullet, Daniel?
Sir.
What did he say? Sounded like he went. Brr, brr.
What was the caliber of the bullet? What was the caliber of the bullet?
The round. Yes.
40.
40. You mean not 40?
Did it happen or not? Did it happen or not?
It did.
It really did.
40 caliber. Is there a 40 caliber?
He looks like Charles Manson when he was 20 years old.
No, it wasn't 40 calibers. 22.
22. Thank you. Okay, that explains it. That makes sense. Okay, 22. Very small round, but okay, that's quite believable. That or a 9mm, those would be quite believable. Even larger rounds would be believable.
Why did 22 go through your foot?
Because I was out holding a pistol down there to my foot. It was a 22 rifle. It was like a rifle.
It's a 22 rifle.
Okay, so that makes sense too. That makes sense too. The 22 rifle, yeah, because
How old were you?
I don't remember. I was young.
Like how old?
Like 10 or 11.
Oh, wow, damn.
Use a gun at
I was
that
walking around with
age.
guns in the woods when I was 8 years old.
Yeah,
Nice.
No, but by the way, this is the Deep South, Nemo. It's like
Yeah.
these people.
I know the child in me envies that.
Yeah, that's right. I don't
I mean,
blame.
I didn't have like the normal childhood of like
Yeah.
these days playing video games and stuff like that. I had like the Nintendo and Atari, but
He never learned to even play.
I'd rather be shooting
to this
guns
day,
than
I've never
playing
beat
video
Super Mario.
games.
He never beat Super Mario. I even did that.
Oh.
He just told me that. No. Anyway, it's funny. But yeah, he was an outdoors kid.
Yeah.
Outdoors kid.
Yeah, I was an outdoors kid. I was like hunted and fished, and I was always in the woods and shooting bows and playing shooting 22 rifles, and I did it.
Well,
So
that's I'm glad that Our Lady Brooke doesn't hold that against you, and I'm glad that she respects honest hunting. And you know, really, boys should have the capacity to do this within legal bounds of, shall we say, limiting their aggression to legal species of hunting animals, or animals where it's open season on, or the like. Obviously, some animal populations actually need some culling, or at least from
like the human.
Yeah. Don't get me started.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not though.
You're not allowed to hunt.
I'm not allowed to hunt. No.
Why are you not allowed to hunt?
Is it?
Because it kills animals.
Yeah. Now
I
he's
don't
not.
mind killing animals. Just kill
I
the right
eat
fucking
them.
one.
I eat them.
For every fucking human you can kill 2 deer. Or sorry, for every deer you kill, you gotta kill 2 humans.
Make it 3. My list is big.
Oh my god. So that deer thing worked when you wrecked the car. The deer thing worked.
Hell yes. I mean, I don't know if your thing worked. I mean, Daniel said there's this somebody said, "Oh, well, I thought I did a deer." I was like, it looks like you hit a deer," and I'm like, "I did hit a deer. That's a great idea." I mean, you're right. I hit a deer, and then I hit a deer. Apparently, because that's what I hit a deer. If you ever need any deer hair, if you want to know what deer hair looks like, deer hair. Well, first of all, deer hair doesn't really stick to your car unless you have deer blood. And deer blood looks kind of like if you were to buy ground beef at the store and you put the blood on, that's kind of what deer blood on your car looks like. And then if you were to have deer hair on that blood sticking to it, it'd be like kind of like if you had like a, I don't know, like maybe a cat or maybe like a dog or something. I don't know, cat, dog. A dog maybe like have like brown hair, like white hair, and like you stuck that hair, or that hair was sticking in that blood. Like that would be like amazing. Well, you definitely hit a deer.
Oh my god, I'm surprised you just didn't use some of Daniel's hair, and that would have been funny if they DNA tested it.
What fucking hair?
I've been receding here for a while.
Oh, poor guy. Well, there you go.
Away anymore.
Yeah. Oh,
just go full skinhead and get a Nazi tattoo.
Yeah, there you go.
I like this shop. I like it.
No.
Show Nemo your tattoos. Nemo, have you seen his tattoos?
Not the first time. But I'm showing you my tattoos.
I like your tattoos.
You got any swastikas?
Swastikas? No, not swastikas. I don't know swastikas at the moment. I will get.
Yeah, he'll get one soon enough.
You want to try to do better? You want to do a better?
No, I like his accent.
Do his accent better than him.
Australian.
Australian, okay.
You said it was fucking New Jersey. For the last show, he heard Nemo. When I was going to call him, "Do you heard Nemo?" And he said, "Who is that?" And I said, "Nemo, you've heard him before." And he goes, "Where's he fucking from?" That's fake. I was like, "It's not fucking fake."
Is that some Hindi Yiddish?
Yeah, you said it's fucking fake.
Did he say Yiddish?
God, I hope not. Hope not.
Danny always uses the word kids because he says he's a quarter Mexican, a third whatever, redneck, and something Yiddish.
Some Burkino.
Yiddish. Danny kids about Yiddish. I don't know what fucking Yiddish is.
If I was from New Jersey, I'd be 10 times more racist.
Yeah. Oh, or it's dysfunctional. Yeah.
Okay, was either one of that possible? From either one of them?
Oh my God! Anyhow, Jersey is just watch Jersey Shores, and you'll need all you'll see all you need to know about Jersey.
That's a good enough excuse to destroy that city.
Yes. A state, yeah, the state.
State.
All the people who looks like they're from Jersey right now, sitting in your hoodie, lean back,
So, oh my God! So it must be what time over there? It's 2 a.m. over here. So it must be 2 to 3, 3, 4, 4 to 5, 5 a.m. Holy shit! You kids need to go to sleep. We need to go to sleep.
Oh no, we're not going to sleep. Oh, he's going to sleep. He's been trying to go to sleep for the last 4 hours. That's why I called in, because I was told him to go to fucking bed. Every night we're not in bed till like 2 or 3 asleep in the morning. Then it's sleeping in until like, I don't know, 11, 12, whatever. So I said, fuck this. I'm staying up all fucking night because it like, you remember when I used to, he can't do shit. And you know what, when I was fucking on the goddamn show, I would stay up if I had to be on the show and I was up till in the morning on Douglas's show, just doing a show. I would literally stay the next day and then I would sleep good the next night. What you try to do is like literally go to bed at 3 or 4 in the morning, and you don't fucking try shit. Yeah, because you try to have sex at 9:30, and you know you ain't getting back.
Oh my goodness! Oh well, kids, have mercy. My voice is shot. My throat is raw because I was reading all that Peter Moon hate mail, where Vinnie Barber.
Can you quit making a show about Peter Moon? We're done with Vince Barber and Peter Moon. I want the show next week. I want to call in and be like, don't not hear his fucking name. Wait.
You gotta give it at least one more episode. So you've got, honey, you gotta be sensible about this. First off, like I said when I started tonight's show, we were only talking about Vinny over the past 4 working episodes, because I'm still getting questions about by people who listen to the show sporadically. Very few people listen to the show regularly because they can't handle it. They can only handle so much. So we got people out there who listen maybe once a month, which is literally like 12 times a year. And so they want to know what happened. They have a right to know. And we're telling them. But
why don't you just take over the name? You know what you should do? Make it more interesting. This is boring. You talking about somebody that we know, like, you know, there's a thing with beef. Here's how you make the next show like poppy. You put it, because it's title, right? And you title it Douglas Dietrich, and you put a dash Moon, right? Story of Douglas Dietrich Moon. Like you hyphenate a name. How Douglas Dietrich Moon, Douglas Moon. I don't know, something where they just tune in and it's like you took over the name Douglas Dietrich. Now you're Douglas Dietrich Moon. You took over the whole name.
Honey, that's silly. That's just silly.
Anyhow, y'all are doing the same thing over and over and over, complaining. Douglas, you know I love you. He does not deserve that.
That's absurd. That's idiot compassion.
I don't mean that. I mean he does not deserve no matter what evil he is or is not and is. He does not deserve the attention.
Look, I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate that. This isn't like that. This is what people get wrong, is that every time we've had someone pull one of these things on the show, the context has to be put forth, because basically people want to know. They're entitled to know, but the information comes out with each passing episode. So there's a lot that did not come forth until I bring it up at a certain time, oftentimes because we get distracted or derailed in the narrative. So it's just one of these things that happens, and it takes place over a few weeks. It's just a natural pattern, and so it just works itself out. You don't need to worry about it. After next episode, it's going to disappear pretty much more and more as time goes on. These things will always revisit in terms of jokes. He'll always be the butt of jokes that come up every once in a while. But yeah, it's not something... You're acting as if I've made this the new leitmotif or life purpose of the show. That's not the case.
Well, I know, and Douglas, I know that I know you haven't, but I also want to, because you know I always come on as the only one that doesn't suck your dick probably on here, to tell you that, yeah, I mean, come on, like, dude, he doesn't deserve it. Like, he's an ass. We ever knew the people that didn't like Peter Moon are just coming out of the woodworks now because they already didn't like it, and they knew, right? They just said, that's fine, and let's have that. We have our moments for that. But then the people that maybe do, then they have the right to like him and turn up the shoe.
I don't think anyone fits into that category.
Or like him and still like you, regardless, right? But the truth is told, and then be done with it. And like, you know, if it comes up, obviously conversation, that's fine. But I just don't want to see it turn into some negative,
Look,
where it's some negative. Because Douglas, I mean, like, come on, that's what people will say. Like, you know, when I've gotten off there or something, you have jumped on me before. People will say you will jump very fast, and I do not want to hear this being a fucking jump.
Wait a second. When have I jumped on you?
I don't know. When I cried last time you did it.
What?
Yes.
Honey,
Remember?
this is...
When I asked you about that, wanted that website, you and Brendan.
Wait, how did I jump on you then?
You got me off the show. And before that, you would cut me off the show. I don't remember what I was arguing about before. I was probably drunk, so you probably deserved it. I mean, well, I didn't deserve it, but I probably was arguing. But the point was, is then you hurt me at that time. The very first time you cut me off was because and then you said, I heard you. You cut me off. We got in an argument. I know what it was. It was about that freaking bitch that starts fire. Penny Bradley or what the fuck it was.
Penny Bradley? Or was that Michelle Carmela Saldana?
No, it was about Penny Bradley, and I was.
Oh, it was Penny Bradley. Yeah, it was Penny Bradley. Well,
we weren't on the show, but we were talking about her or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, regardless, I can't remember what it came. We got kind of an argument, just you and I going back and forth a little bit, and then, you know, got heated, and then I triggered you a little bit, and then you had said when you hung up on me, and I heard the show, that was, and I heard you go, well, I've got to get into my account or whatever is what you're saying on air. That you had to get into your account because you thought I was. Money, and I was like, damn it, I never even consider. That's what hurt me. I'm like, I never even considered doing something like that. Like, I was just like hurt that we were fighting, you know. And
I don't remember being paid back with my latest loan, by the way. But like I said, I'm willing to forgive that when we attend to something else that we've been planning for quite some time. So you and I have been planning something for quite some time that we're finally going to get to soon. Yes. So, but then, yeah, such being said, honey, look, you've got it wrong. You've got it wrong. I mean, in the end, I get what you're saying. It's like you said, Daniel needs to learn to just say you're right. And that would solve a lot of problems. If Daniel just learned...
God, Jesus, yes. That's why I told him, I said, you argue like a bitch. And he says, I'm not a bitch. And I say, you know what a bitch does? She talks too much.
well, the difference is Daniel wants to be right, and Daniel, you have to learn that as a man, you just have to concede that to the woman most of the time, except when it's completely counterproductive, like you're both going to die.
Swallow your pride.
Yes. Yeah, just swallow your pride generally, unless there's like an oncoming 18-wheeler truck and you have to get out of the way.
He would like, he doesn't understand, he would just show up on the little stuff, because usually it's something so small, and usually at the end of the day, because I'll argue so much, I am right anyway. Or it's so, and so, but the point is, he argues it to the point where I'm like, so then I'm like, dude, if you would just concede, so that when you do sneak up with that male voice, then I would be like, okay, concession. He's arguing, your voice makes sense. Then if he's going to argue it, then I should concede, right? There's a reason the queen is the headpiece in chess, right?
Yes. That's right. So Daniel, just for the sake of future reference, it's just easier if half the time, at least, or more, maybe the majority.
Prevents arguments just by agreeing with the woman.
Yeah, just say.
It's not going to hurt you. It's not going to hurt you agreeing.
Yeah, just say you're right. Just say you're right. I mean, that's what I'm doing now with Brooke, with what she's coming up with, even though I know she's wrong. So I just say, you're right, honey. Yeah, you're right there. And look how easy that is. And and
your chances of getting sex will increase.
Yes. Oh my God. And besides, Brooke, oh my God, what makes what you say so strange is that you were tuning in to hear what I was saying earlier. And you know that I didn't start off the show with that. As soon as Marina jumped on, I changed the whole tone of the show to accommodate Marina Seren, right? The only reason I brought up Vinny Barbaric with you was because you're a victim of his. Therefore, the subject is rather, shall we say, unavoidable until you and I, do what we need to do. Yeah. She's mute. Honey, you're mute.
You're on mute, bro.
Brooke, you're mute. You're mute. Brooke, you gotta unmute. Come off mute. There we are.
I'm trying.
What?
I said,
Yeah, go on.
what you do with Marina Seren is what I expect this fucker to do with me. Hey, like you should. What you do with Marina Seren was fine. You want to do that? I think it's fucking hilarious. I want you to fucking do exactly. Here's the perfect meme. Do what you do with Marina Seren to me, but let me think it's real. Like, you truly think
What? Let's say if I pull a Marina Seren with Brooke Gibson, what does it sound like? What would it sound? Damn, that guy's dead. Did you kill him? Fuck, he's not breathing.
he wants drugs. He has no cocaine.
Poor guy. I know how he feels. At any rate, darling. So when it comes to, let's say I do a Marina Seren on Brooke Gibson, what does that sound like? What am I supposed to do?
Your impression of Brooke.
I'm Marina Seren. Are you
You're
gonna?
like, oh my god, you just bullshit.
That's what I said in the car.
She doesn't speak.
She left. Oh, she did by mistake. She hung up. She pressed the wrong button. She might rejoin us. Brooke.
We had connection issues.
We did?
No, she might add connection issues because it was like.
Oh, it says poor connection. It says poor connection. It says, fuck, she's going to think I hung up on her. Now she's going to say, then you cut me off. Oh my fucking God, I'll never live this down. Oh, man. Okay, can anybody hear us? Jesus Christ. Anybody out there? Can you hear us? Fuck. Let's go over to...
Yeah, I'll check, yeah.
Yeah, check on that. Jesus Christ. Seems to be that we're still linked.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, all right. And now what I'm worried about is Brooke is going to be like, now she's going to like, it says poor connection on my Skype. And I think what happened was it cut her off. Let's see if we can add her back on. I'm probably going to go white screen with this, but I'm going to give it a try. And let's add on Brooke Gibson. Here we are. Press the call button. Or no, that cancels the call. I got to press the add button. And then I go over to Brooke. God, the last thing I need is for her thinking I hung up on her. She would never let that go. She said, then you hang up with me. Oh, man, I don't need that shit. Okay.
You see that guy in the cash, it's like, man, I just want to fucking go to sleep wherever.
Oh yeah, that poor guy, Daniel Larry. Yeah, he's got a Hispanic as hell last name. Anyhow, probably we can't reach her because I'm calling Brooke Gibson, but it's probably canceled out by the original call, which she's probably still on. But we're trying. Oh my God. And then I'll have to call her on the telephone later to tell her what happened. It's like, matter of fact, at least it gives me an excuse to end the live stream. So I'll end the live stream if she doesn't come back on, and then I'll call her to let her know I did not hang up on her or knock her off the call. Because I'll have to do that. Otherwise, she's going to, like, that'll fester and soar, and she'll be like,
well, hopefully she's listening in the stream now and she knows what's going on.
If the connection is that bad, I don't know. It's so
just message her and let her know.
Yeah, it says unavailable, which probably means she's still on the other call, probably still trying to talk, thinking I'm muting her out or something. So here's what we'll do. I want to thank Nemo and Aristides, both of you gentlemen. I love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. What I'll do is I'll end live stream, invite everyone to be back with us on Wednesday, which will be here before everyone knows it. And we will continue with some of these subjects, but obviously Peter Moon either comes up or he doesn't, or, Vinny Barbaric rather. And either way, I'm fine by that. I think at this point we've articulated enough of the narrative where the narrative is established. And we even told Brooke what she needed to know about Hurricane Helene. And yes, by God, it was following an angular pattern that was very unnatural, as if it were being controlled by a joystick.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
so it was either an entity or the half thing.
Yeah.
It's one of those.
Yes, and it definitely wound up at Montauk Point, where it dissipated. That's where its endpoint was. So, such being said, please say good morning, Nemo, to all our listeners.
Yeah, good morning to everybody, and please support Douglas any way you can. Send money towards him via PayPal, and I don't know, should I still say buy your books, because they're Peter.
Say buy only the book that's linked at Smashwords.
Yeah.
And put the upvote
only
on.
Buy Doug's.
Yeah.
Only buy Doug's book on Smashwords.
Yes, thank you.
Not Amazon or Skybox.
Thank you.
None of that.
Thank you. And do tell them to thumbs up or upvote the link, Smashwords link that will be entered under
upvote all of the links that are provided, like Smashwords and any other link. Support Douglas. Upvote them all.
Yes.
In the comment sections.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you so much, Nemo. Aristides, we love you dearly. If you're still awake, feel free to say good morning. Otherwise, we'll assume you're asleep, and I wouldn't blame you for that. And so, what I'll do now is end stream, and I give Book a short call. And my thanks to everyone. Let's take a look inside of our live stream here. Make certain everything's doing well. We still got good numbers, and I feel almost guilty, but okay, everyone, do join us on Wednesday. Everyone who supports us, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. My thanks to all the people who provided support, and hopefully they all review this and get the information that they want about various things. And remember, this is what's remind me, Nemo, to point this out to Brooke Gibson. People were asking me to talk about Peter Moon because they wanted to know how to counter his spell casting, which many people felt they were victims of. So remind me to tell Brooke that, and she just doesn't. Yeah, she doesn't understand the full context. And you were talking about a lunatic who was slinging spells like a highway shooter, taking pot shots at random traffic, which is what we got psychotic people who do that in the United States, and he was doing that in the occult sense. Yeah. So.
Well, he's paying for it now.
Yeah. Yeah, and believe me, we're loving it. So, yes. Love you too, Nemo. You have a blessed morning, okay?
All right.
Okay.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye. Okay, we're ending the call. And now what I'll do is I'm ending stream. All right. And there we go. And,